Konoha, Uchiha at 30 is not motivated. Chapter 1 The Unchanged Person, Fake. 27 years of Konoha. Today is another peaceful day. On the streets of Konoha, a man with black natural curly hair, strolling leisurely under the eaves of the street shops with the pace of a spirited young man. The man looks very handsome, but his dead fish eyes perfectly destroy his temperament, making him look like he deserves a beating. Although the man looks like an unreliable idler, the people around him do not avoid him. An old man who is basking in the sun asked with a smile, "Jin, are you going to do a mission?" "No, I'm just strolling. I'm taking a day off today." The man with natural curly hair, Jin, stopped and answered casually. After he finished speaking, he seemed to remember something. He fumbled in his high-collared robe for a long time, took out a stick-like object and threw it to the old man, and stuffed one for himself. The old man looked at the lollipop thrown by the other party with a dark face and said, "We can't eat this kind of thing at our age." "Really? I remember you used to like it." A yin looked at the old man with his eyes slanted, and a pair of lifeless dead fish eyes flashed a strange emotion. Yes, that was in the past. Although the old man didn't eat it, he still put the lollipop away, and then said with a smile, "I can leave it for my grandson. He will be full month tomorrow. I will treat you to a full month wine then." "Why do you want to drink again? How can I afford this kind of eating with my salary as a ninja?" "Forget it, I have to catch a few cats again." A yin scratched his curly hair like a chicken coop and said annoyed, "Hey, remember to come when the time comes. By the way, have you chosen a name for your grandson? How about I help you name him? It will definitely be easy to raise him. How about calling him Gauden?" The old man looked at the man who was a little crazy speechlessly. "It's already been chosen. It's called Minato." A yin, who was still thinking about the name of the child, was stunned when she heard the name. Some things flashed through her mind in a trance. What's wrong? Doesn't it sound good? Suddenly remembering the dazzling golden hair of the old man in front of him when he was young, a yin was relieved. "Nothing, just some dead memories attacking me." After saying that, a yin raised his head and looked at the two very different rock paintings on the distant hilltop, sighed and said, "I think your grandson has a unique bone structure. He may be the reincarnation of the six-path sage. He has the talent to be a Hokage. He will definitely have a bright future." The old man was a little confused when he heard this. "But you haven't seen it yet. Observe the stars at night." The old man was stunned for a moment, then looked up at the blazing sun in midsummer. "The stars are really dazzling." When he turned his head again, the man beside him had disappeared. "Tisk, how many times have you left without saying goodbye?" The old man shook his head and turned to take care of his own shop. On the other side, the man was still wandering aimlessly, with a pair of dead fish eyes as if he had no interest in anything. "Master Yin, the clan meeting is about to start, why are you still wandering here?" Suddenly a voice came, and a black-haired young man knelt behind Yin and said to him respectfully, "The clan leader is not at home, what clan meeting is there to listen to those so-called elders talking nonsense? I might as well stroll around if I have that time." The man called Uchiha Yin said nonchalantly, as if he sneered at such an important event. The man who came to notify the news seemed to have expected this answer. He hesitated, with 7 parts of fear and 3 parts of confusion in his eyes. He carefully organized his words and said with some fear, "Don't make it difficult for me. I am only responsible for notifying you. It is your freedom to go or not, but the elder said that you must remember that you are still an Uchiha." After saying that, he disappeared in a flash. "It's really boring. Do you really think that you are ready to make a move after the abominable white-haired man is gone? The muddy water of Konoha is not something you can wade through. You must fight for the position of Hokage, which even dogs don't want to do. Why don't you just work with me?" Looking at the direction where the other party left, Uchiha Jin rolled his dead fish eyes. The Hokage's office under the Hokage rock was filled with smoke. A figure was working on documents piled up higher than a person at a desk. Suddenly, a person pushed the door open. Hiruzen, I have received reliable information that the Uchiha clan is having another secret meeting today. I have received a secret report on the general content. It's time to take action. A handsome man in his 30s with an X-shaped wound on his chin slapped a document in front of the person who was processing the document. The person who was interrupted raised his head, looked at his best friend in silence, and threw the document into the trash can beside him. You! The young Danzo's eyes widened, and he almost couldn't breathe. Danzo, don't put all your thoughts on the Uchiha clan now. Now the village has finally ushered in a peaceful period, and there are many things to be rebuilt. At this time, there can't be any major problems in the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third generation who had just been appointed as the Hokage, smoked the cigarette in his hand and comforted his best friend. That is a clan that is born evil. We must never take them lightly. Shimura Danzo said viciously, but he was happy in his heart. Hwa! Hehe, I finally caught the trick. Hush! Hearing the word born evil, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked around with some vigilance, and hissed to signal the other party not to say anything more. Shimura Danzo, who was reminded, seemed to have realized what he said, and his expression was a little unnatural, but he still retorted stubbornly. You are the Hokage now, are you still afraid? What are you afraid of? Just when the two were communicating, a lazy voice interrupted. Are you still afraid of that curly-haired dead fish-eyed guy? Ah! Shimura Danzo, who was interrupted, just finished half of the question, and was horrified to find a figure standing behind him. What's big? Big handsome guy. As if thinking of something horrible, Shimura Danzo blushed and stammered. Hey, isn't this Xiao Tuan? Long time no see. After hearing the answer, Uchiha Jin touched Shimura Danzo's shoulder familiarly and said with a smile. What are you busy with recently? Are you still tinkering with your route? Are you still hiring people? I'm a little tight on money recently. Seeing Shimura Danzo's flustered expression after hearing this, Uchiha Jin patted his shoulder with satisfaction. I'm just kidding you. Little monkey, I'm here to take a few D-level tasks. The little guy from the Namikaze family has become a grandfather and invited me to the full moon banquet. I have to get some money. Uchiha Jin turned his head and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting at the desk. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked as if he expected it, and took out a few task lists from the drawer at hand and handed them to Uchiha Jin. Everything is prepared for you, but are you sure you don't want to take a more difficult task? Your strength shouldn't be. What don't you mean? I'm just a genin, the number 1 genin personally appointed by the hot mom. Don't you know how strong I am? Uchiha Jin, who received the task, happily flipped through the tasks in his hand. They are all pretty good. I'll leave first. You two good friends can have fun slowly. Watching Uchiha Jin leave, Shimura Danzo breathed a sigh of relief and said with a heavy face. Why is he still like this? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting in his seat, also breathed a sigh of relief, with a trace of fear from the bottom of his heart in his eyes, and a solemn expression on his face. He still looks like he's 30 years old. It's been so many years. He seems to be like this since we can remember, right? Yes, he has never changed. Is that technique really so magical? Both of them fell into deep thought. After all, there are only a few people who know this technique now, and they have no way to verify this question. This is the brain storage. P.S. Important things should be said 3 times. End of this chapter. Chapter 2. Although I have traveled through time, it seems that I have traveled through time too early. At night, in a dense forest, several people were stationed in a camp, and a simple tent was set up next to the campfire. 4 people were sitting around the campfire. They were all wearing high-collared robes. Their pale and gloomy faces looked very scary under the light of the campfire. They were all injured to varying degrees. After a long silence, one of them, a black-haired man with a ponytail, spoke. If it weren't for this kid's drag, we would have finished it long ago. I'll go teach him a lesson now. After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the tent, and his hand pressed on the long knife hanging on his waist, as if he was going to kill someone right there and then. Okay, this matter still needs the tribe leader to decide. Now is a chaotic period. One more person means one more chance of completing the task. The older man sitting in the middle stopped him. Although he didn't have much contact with the people in the tent, he was helpless with the other party's identity. After all, it was the tribe leader who asked him to take good care of this guy. Even if the other party was useless, he had to take care of him as much as possible. Hearing the older man's words, the ponytail man was angry, but he couldn't disobey the captain's order. On the other side, the man in the tent was slowly waking up. Where the hell is this? I remember I seemed to have blacked out and walked by the river to blow the wind, and finally I seemed to slip. Feeling a sharp pain in his head and a sharp pain in his back as if he had been hit by a car, the man opened his eyes with difficulty, but there was no familiar ceiling. In the dark space, the top of the tent made of linen could be vaguely seen. He tried to raise his hand, but found that he seemed to be paralyzed by a ghost. He couldn't move his whole body. With a pain in his head, the man fainted again. After a while, the man was awakened by the quarrel outside the tent. He felt that his limbs seemed to have strength again and barely supported himself. Looking at his unfamiliar hands and clothes, as well as a samurai sword beside him, and recalling the memory he had just received in his mind, the man was silent for a few seconds. Fuck, can you really travel through time? And it's Naruto. Fortunately, I still remember the plot. What about that much masturbation, what about gays, but isn't this time period wrong? Yes, the man was a social animal who had just entered society. He lived a lazy life in the unit, but he drank a few more glasses during a team building. After drinking, he strolled to the river alone. Under the anesthesia of alcohol, the man couldn't tell the directions. He stumbled and slid into the water and died. When he opened his eyes again, he passed into this body. In the body of the unlucky guy. Uchiha Jin, is that Uchiha? According to memory, the Warring States period seemed to be long before the founding of Konoha. It was a chaotic period. The Uchiha clan had just signed a friendly agreement with the Hagoromo clan to fight against the Senjo clan together. And their mission this time was to launch the seedling eradication operation to weaken the new forces of the Senjo clan. A group of several people were specially assigned to kill the young Senjo clan, thus causing a generational gap in the backbone of the Senjo clan. The original owner was named Uchiha Jin, and both his parents died in the war. Because his mother was the elder sister of the current clan leader Uchiha Tajima, he became an orphan and was adopted by Uchiha Tajima. But among the talented Uchiha clan, Uchiha Jin seemed very mediocre, even a bit useless. Already in his 20s, he was at a disadvantage in the competition against a 10-year-old clan member, and finally lost miserably to the opponent. Uchiha Jin looked strange when he recalled the memory of being beaten by a kid. That's a young Madara. If I can beat him, I can brag about it for the rest of my life. After browsing the memories of the original owner, Uchiha Jin, who now inherited his name, began to analyze the current situation. Now is the Warring States period, so there is no order at all. There is murderous intent everywhere, swords are ruthless, and ninjutsu is careless. If you are not careful, you may die. As an ordinary person who has just crossed over, Uchiha Jin thinks that it is more important to survive first. After all, in this era, living to the age of 30 is already a luxury. According to the memory of the original owner, Uchiha Jin tried to run the chakra in his body and found that the chakra flowed as slowly as a snail, and sometimes even disappeared. He tried to recite it in his heart. System, start. After a long time without any feedback, Uchiha Jin opened his eyes and sighed. He has no talent and no system. It's a disaster. After thinking for a while, Uchiha Jin decided to hold on to the original owner's thigh. Uchiha Tajima, as the current head of the Uchiha clan, is still very powerful. As his distant nephew, as long as he doesn't take risks, he should be able to live a peaceful life until Konoha is founded. After thinking about it, Uchiha Jin stood up and walked out of the tent. The three people who were dozing with their eyes closed by the campfire opened their eyes when they noticed the movement. The older man saw Uchiha Jin coming out of the tent, his eyes were stern, and he said coldly, "Come here." Seeing that he was able to move, he motioned for him to sit over. Uchiha Jin, who had just arrived, obediently sat opposite the older man. "Uchiha Jin, I will report the losses caused by your mistakes during the day to the clan leader after I go back. In the next mission, you must not be reckless and must follow my command in all actions." As he spoke, a hint of scarlet flashed across his narrow eyes. The pressure generated by his body made Uchiha Jin a little breathless, but he still nodded with all his strength. 3 Megatama, this is already the top combat power of the Uchiha clan. Looking at the 3 Megatama flashing in the other party's eyes, Uchiha Jin thought that the difficulty of this mission should not be small. The original owner learned during the day that the Yuyi clan had taken the lead in completing a major task. As a proud Uchiha, the original owner naturally couldn't stand the complacent Yuyi clan. Therefore, he decided to venture deep into the heart of the Senjo clan to find the target of this mission. Unexpectedly, before entering the territory of the Senjo clan, he was discovered by the secret sentry outside, attracting a team of snipers from the Senjo clan. The original owner, who was like a chicken, was hit in the back by the opponent with a strange punch after just one encounter. He was originally weak and was blown away like a cannonball for dozens of meters. His head hit the ground and he fainted. Fortunately, the older man in front of him, that is, their captain, Uchiha Fengguo, rescued him, and the original owner barely saved his life. It was this brainless behavior that caused several people in the same team to complain about him, but the captain Uchiha Fengguo, who knew Uchiha Jin's identity, still took action to suppress everyone's anger. Is the original owner so reckless? At this time, a figure flashed in front of everyone. It was the ponytail Uchiha who wanted to teach Uchiha Jin a lesson at the beginning. It was his turn to keep watch just now. He rushed over when he heard that everyone in the camp had woken up. Seeing Uchiha Jin, who had recovered, a hashtag sign appeared on his ponytail. "Uchiha Jin, if the captain hadn't protected you, I would have burned all the shrines long ago. If you make any more trouble, I will deal with you before the Senjo clan does." Hearing this, Uchiha Jin couldn't help but feel a toothache. Looking at the unfriendly eyes of the other people, he suddenly felt overwhelmed. How unpopular was the original owner? He glanced at the huge shuriken inserted beside him. Through the smooth side of the blade, with the better eyesight of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Jin saw his current appearance for the first time. A messy, fluffy natural curl, a pair of dead fish eyes that deserved a beating. Although the Uchiha clan's genes made him look more handsome, somehow, the original owner looked like he deserved a beating. "I'm sorry, everyone. I was reckless during the day. I will obey your orders in the following time." One has to bow his head under the eaves. Besides, he has not yet fully mastered the power of the original owner. It is better to hide for a while. Ah! Hearing what Uchiha Jin said, several people present were shocked and screamed as if they saw a ghost. End of this chapter. Chapter 3, Operation to Eliminate Seedlings. Just when Uchiha Jin was wondering why the others reacted so radically, the 4 people present opened their scarlet Sharingan at the same time and stared at him, forcing him to not move at all. One has 3 Megatama, and the other 3 have 2 Megatama. Uchiha Jin, who was almost scared to death by being stared at by several pairs of eyes, slowly raised his hands above his head and said carefully, "Everyone, if you want to kill me, you should make it clear. Although I delayed the mission, you shouldn't do this to me." "Shut up! Who are you? With such a high-level transformation technique, my 2 Megatama Sharingan can't see any flaws." The ponytail Uchiha stared at him and said viciously. No problem, he is indeed Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Fengguo used all his strength to activate the 3 Magatama Sharingan, carefully scanned Uchiha Jin's body, and finally closed his eyes and closed the Sharingan. What is he doing now? The sturdy Uchiha who had been silent asked in confusion. Uchiha Jin then recalled the original owner's strange personality and found that it seemed that not only was his strength weak, but the original owner was also born pure. He relied on the fact that he was the nephew of the clan leader to bully ordinary clan members, just like a playboy. During this mission, he repeatedly contradicted the other people. If it weren't for Uchiha Fengguo's suppression, he would have been beaten to a pulp by them. Thinking of what the original owner did, Uchiha Jin couldn't help but take a breath. The original owner can live until now, which can only be said to be the blessing of the Six Paths Sage. Thinking of this, Uchiha Jin felt that if he continued to act like the original owner, he would most likely be killed in the next mission. After all, there was someone behind the previous reckless behavior, and he usually offended too many people. It is possible that someone wanted him dead, and now he must do something. Thinking of this, Uchiha Jin's eyes turned and he spoke. I used to look at the world from my own perspective, with only narrow individualism in my eyes. Uchiha Jin took advantage of the gap between the doubts of several people and began to perform. After hearing this, several people also closed their Sharingan and began to see what he was doing. But after getting along with you all for a few days, I really realized that as an Uchiha, I should not live only for myself. I want to fight for the revival of Uchiha. Uchiha Jin clenched his right fist and began to exert force. The few people who were still watching the excitement heard Uchiha Jin's impassioned speech. For some reason, the blood in their bodies began to heat up and become agitated, as if something was about to come out of their bodies. This guy seems to have something. The ponytail Uchiha said in a low voice. I spent the first half of my life living under the wings of the head of the Tajima clan, enjoying the protection of my ancestors. Now thinking about it, it is really despicable. I, Uchiha Jin, will definitely fight for the rise of the Uchiha clan for the rest of my life. Uchiha Jin started to talk nonsense, but with his inciting words, the other Uchiha clan members agreed with him and nodded repeatedly. What this kid said makes sense. It seems that he has indeed awakened. It is a great thing to know one's mistakes and improve oneself. Hearing that several people were infected by his true feelings performance, Uchiha Jin smiled with a successful plot, so he continued to increase his power. I am a member of the Uchiha clan's young pioneers. I swear under the Uchiha clan's emblem, I am determined to follow the teachings of the Uchiha ancestors, practice eye techniques, cultivate ninjutsu, and hone physical techniques, and always be ready to contribute all my strength to the revival of the Uchiha clan. The words were spoken passionately, and the stunned crowd seemed to be able to vaguely see a flashing red emblem behind Uchiha Jin. An Uchiha who was not good at speaking quickly took out a scroll and excitedly copied down the words just now. Pa. I don't know which Uchiha started to applaud first, and then the others woke up as if from a dream and agreed with each other. Among them, the ponytail Uchiha who had the biggest conflict with Uchiha Jin applauded the loudest. The leader Uchiha Fengguo also looked at Uchiha Jin with a look of satisfaction and nodded repeatedly. I didn't expect this dude to say such inspiring words, he is really talented. Uchiha Jin, your words make my blood boil. Now, I, Uchiha Ryoichi, recognize your identity. It turns out that the ponytail Uchiha is called Uchiha Ryoichi. I have long seen that brother Ryoichi is a handsome man, and he has practiced shuriken to perfection, which is quite similar to the style of his ancestors. So is my Uchiha Fihi. Brother Fihi's Wakaizashi is also extremely powerful, dazzling, and he can hit the enemy's vital points in a millimeter. It's the same for me, Uchiha Dalin. Brother Dalin's fire escape is even more superb, and no grass grows wherever he goes. Could it be that he has already comprehended the changes in the nature of chakra, and the power of his fire escape is close to that of the clan leader? Okay, I will say the compliments after completing the task. Seeing the sky turn pale, Uchiha Fengguo stopped their business flattery. After hearing the captain's words, everyone reluctantly stopped communicating. If it was any later, they would have to kowtow to Uchiha Jin one by one and become sworn brothers. In this seedling eradication operation, our team has fallen behind a lot, especially the people of the Yi clan took the lead, which really humiliated our clan. Now the war has entered a white-hot stage. I will distribute the mission target information too. Because the Yi clan successfully eliminated the target, the Senju clan has discovered their purpose, and Uchiha Fengguo simply no longer concealed the mission. Taking the information handed over by the captain Uchiha Fengguo, Uchiha Yin began to read it carefully. The original owner of the mission target only knew a little bit, but Uchiha Yin, who understood the plot, vaguely guessed the purpose of their mission this time. The list listed more than a dozen children of the Senju clan. The oldest was in his early teens, and the youngest was only 4 or 5 years old. Uchiha Yin sighed in his heart. What a cruel era, no wonder it was considered a long life to live to 30 years old during the Warring States period. The age of the new generation of the Senju clan on the list was just a child who studied and played carefree in school in his previous life. Then he began to read carefully from the first person on the list. Hashirama Senju, 14 years old, the eldest son of Senju Fusuma, good at physical skills and shuriken techniques, suspected to be born with super strength. Other information is unknown. Looking at the hand-drawn melon-headed boy in the information, Uchiha Jin could vaguely recognize this future ninja god who ended the Warring States period and created the ninja village system, stepped on the 9-tailed beasts, and beat Uchiha Madara for a lifetime. Based on the age, Uchiha Jin analyzed what time period he was in, and he should be able to usher in the peace he wanted in more than 10 years. It seems that the bad fate of Hashirama and Madara has begun. Then read on. Tobirama Senju, 10 years old, the second son of Senju Fusuma, good at water escape ninjutsu and swordsmanship, extremely fast physical skills. Other information is unknown. Looking at the red-eyed white-haired kid in the information in his hand, Uchiha Jin had a headache, the future brilliant second-generation Hokage Tobirama Senju. Many of the forbidden techniques he researched are used throughout the entire Naruto series, such as the multiple shadow clone technique, the flying thunder god technique, and the impure world reincarnation technique that played a decisive role in the 4 ninja wars, all of which were created by him. Although I admire him very much, I recall the prejudice of Senju Tobirama against their Uchiha clan in the plot. Not only did he target Uchiha everywhere when he was alive, but after being reincarnated, he called the second pillar in the late period evil Uchiha brat. The reason is probably that his good big brother was neglected by Madara, so he became jealous and began to suppress the Uchiha clan madly for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Uchiha Jin sighed in his heart and then turned down. Senju Wataru, 7 years old, the third son of Senju Furu, good at earth escape and physical skills. Other details are unknown. After all, he is a young ninja, and the information is not too detailed. It is just a few words to summarize the approximate strength. However, this Senju Watama is different from the previous 2. An X is drawn on his head with a red pen, and 3 words are scribbled next to it. Cleared. End of this chapter. Chapter 4 Evaluation of Uchiha Jin's Strength. The 3 cleared are very eye-catching on the data. Senju Watama, as the son of Senju Fuma, was also sniped and killed, indicating that the war has entered a white-hot stage. But for Uchiha Jin, whose identity has not yet been changed, killing a child under 10 years old is something that he cannot accept in his heart. But under the current situation, we can only take one step at a time. The Yi clan has killed the 3rd young master of the Senju clan, and we have to work harder. Uchiha Fengguo looked at the people who were reading carefully and decided to cheer them up. Is it really okay? Attacking such a young child? Uchiha Jin, who was holding his breath, asked Uchiha Ryoichi quietly, which earned him a surprised look. Weren't you the most active in this mission? You kept rushing forward, which exposed our whereabouts. We fought with the Senju clan for a long time before we got away. Uchiha Ryoichi asked in confusion. Uchiha Jin was not sure. Although he received the memories of the original owner, he forgot many of the original owner's actions because the time was too short and he was too shocked. If it were other people, they would not put themselves into the roles in the movies they had watched, and would mostly watch the plot from the perspective of an observer. I saw him do it is not equal to I did it. Thinking of this, Uchiha Jin looked embarrassed, and then pointed to his head, which was still tied with several bandages. I was punched by a member of the Senju clan, and my head hit a rock. My recent memory is confused. I'm so sorry. Seeing Uchiha Jin's injury, Uchiha Ryoichi expressed his understanding. After all, according to Uchiha Jin's level, it was a blessing from his ancestors that he was not beaten to pieces by a punch from a strong man of the Senju clan. Seeing that Uchiha Jin had gotten away with it, he began to calm down and browse the original owner's memory again while flipping through the materials. However, the original owner's memory from a few years ago was a little intermittent, like the stuttering screen when playing an old VCD, which made him look extremely laborious. After a while, Uchiha Jin came back to his senses, with a glimmer in his eyes, and then he explained Uchiha Jin's previous reckless behavior. Because of the war, Uchiha Jin lost his parents at the age of 8, and Uchiha Tajima, who had not yet become the clan leader, adopted him. 2 years later, Uchiha Tajima became the clan leader, married and had children. Uchiha Tajima treated Uchiha Jin as his own son. Uchiha Jin was more like Uchiha Tajima's son than his nephew. With the birth of several children of Uchiha Tajima, the teenage Uchiha Jin, as the big brother, took on the task of protecting the sons of several clan leaders. But war is cruel after all. The enemy's butcher knife will not stop swinging just because you are a child. On the contrary, anyone who stands in their way, regardless of gender, age, or young, is an enemy. In a battle, the territory of the Uchiha clan was attacked by the enemy. Because Uchiha Tajima took all the young combat forces to the front line to fight the enemy, leaving only women and children in the territory, Uchiha Jin, as the guard of the clan leader's family, was left to protect Uchiha Tajima's wife and children. Because of his lack of strength, Uchiha Jin was knocked down by the opponent in one encounter. The cruel enemy forced his eyelids open and brutally slaughtered Uchiha Tajima's wife and 3 young sons in front of him. What a loser, so blind, it's better for such a loser to be alive. The murderer laughed and teased Uchiha Jin, who was already grey. The enemy brutally slaughtered the entire territory, leaving only Uchiha Jin, who had screamed to numbness. After all, no matter how much such a person grows up, he will not pose any threat to them. When the enemy left, Uchiha Jin, who had lost his soul, knelt in the pile of corpses for 3 days. He didn't notice that the corpses began to rot and stink. Later, Uchiha Tajima returned and saw such a tragic scene, and 2 lines of blood and tears appeared on the spot in his sharingan. Fortunately, because the eldest son Madara and the second son Izuna were old enough to go to the battlefield, Uchiha Tajima took them with him this time, so that the 2 young ones escaped. However, Uchiha Tajima never pursued Uchiha Jin, the only survivor. After all, in his opinion, Uchiha Jin was already useless because of this stimulation, and it was useless to live or die. Although it makes sense, I always feel that these memories are weird, as if they were arranged. Isn't it too tragic and logical? Uchiha Yin complained helplessly. In the original owner's memory, the Uchiha clan did investigate the incident, but they were limited in means and the enemy's methods were obviously concealed. There was no trace of escape at the scene, and everyone died of external injuries. In the end, the matter ended without a trace and became an unsolved case. Although the original owner was an eyewitness, he had no knowledge of the enemy's attack method. He just saw someone in the other party pull out weapons from his body to kill, but because it was dark, he did not see clearly what the method was. Uchiha Yin, as a time traveler, is different. He has read the entire Naruto and recognized at a glance that the other party used his own bones as weapons. However, looking at the whole story, the only one who can have such means is the ancestor Kagaya Atsutsuki, who was sealed on the moon, and the Kagaya clan who was driven overseas by the Uchiha and Senju clans. Thinking of this, Uchiha Jin couldn't help but open his mind and began to figure out the inside story of this matter. Since the murderer is the Kagaya clan, how did they sneak into the Uchiha clan? There is a traitor among us. Is there a guide like Obito? Although he knew the real murderer of the clan murder case that year, Uchiha Jin did not have much emotional fluctuations. After all, he was not the original Uchiha Jin. The most important thing at the moment is to understand his own strength. This is the basis of his survival. You must know that the original owner Uchiha Jin was a character who could not even beat Uchiha Madara, who was 10 years old and had not opened his eyes. What level of combat power does this belong to? Uchiha Jin is very worried. Then he roughly understands the current strength class division based on his memory. Because there is no title of upper, middle, and lower ninjas later, personal combat power can be roughly divided into leaders, elders, captains and ordinary combatants. It should correspond to leader, kage level, elder, pseudo-shadow level, captain, elite jonin, captain, jonin, ordinary combatant, special jonin, chinin, small fry, genin. The clan leaders of several large clans, such as Uchiha Tajima, Senju Fusuma, Uzumaki Ashina of the Uzumaki clan, and Sarutobi Yukimura of the Sarutobi clan, should belong to the kage level. The second leader and elder of each clan should be at the pseudo-shadow level, that is, the level of combat power that can be on par with the kage level after Krypton life. His captain Uchiha Fengguo, because he opened 3 Megatama, should be between the level of elite jonin and jonin. Uchiha Ryoichi and others opened 2 Megatama, and their level is probably special jonin or chinin. The original owner is a bit miserable. So far, he has been in a state of not opening his eyes. His physical skills are so-so. His swordsmanship is barely good, but not strong. It seems that his ninjutsu is only the fire escape great fireball technique that cannot kill people. The only thing he can show is the shuriken with good accuracy. Overall evaluation, trash. Relying on the defense. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 Target, Senju Itama. My name is Uchiha Jin, 24 years old, and a waste. Just now, Uchiha Jin, who was still sorting out his memories, was arranged by the captain Uchiha Fengguo to the end of the team. Maybe he was taken care of because his injuries have not healed yet. Of course, the more reason is that he is really weak. It is easy to be killed by the enemy when he opens the way in front, resulting in a breakthrough in the team formation. According to Uchiha from the mission information sent by Uchiha Fengguo, Uchiha Yin learned that their target was Senju Banjian, the 4th son of Senju Fujian. The eldest and second sons had been following Senju Fujian for a long time, so it was difficult to kill them. As a second choice, they could only lock their target on Senju Banjian, who was behind the battlefield. While it was still dark, several people carefully groped forward behind the territory of the Senju clan, but they did not find any trace of the enemy along the way, and the several camps they passed by were already empty. Perhaps because the Yui clan killed Senju Wajian, the Senju clan became more vigilant and began to shrink the protection network. After all, most of the people on the rear front were fresh blood such as children, and the Senju clan knew that they could not take it lightly. Suddenly, there was a fire and a roar not far ahead. Uchiha Fengguo was at the front of the team. He jumped to the top of a tree high above, followed by Uchiha Yin and others. Uchiha Fengguo immediately opened his Sharingan, and with the help of his super dynamic vision, he quickly saw the 2 groups of people fighting hard in the smoke ahead. It's the people of the Yui clan and the Senju clan. Uchiha Fengguo said in a deep voice. Then shall we go over to reinforce? Uchiha Ryoichi was a little eager to try, and Uchiha Tsuru and Uchiha Dalan beside him also showed bloodthirsty smiles. Uchiha Fengguo narrowed his eyes and thought for a while and said. Wait a minute, we will go up when the opponent is almost exhausted. This Uchiha Fengguo looks like a Voldemort with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Uchiha Yin complained in his heart after hearing Uchiha Fengguo's order. Compared with the other people in the team who opened the Sharinan to observe the battlefield, Uchiha Yin, who did not open the Sharinan, could only see a few clouds of smoke and occasional bursts of water and fire. As expected, he was still far behind without the Sharinan. In a battle of this scale, he could lose his life if he wasn't careful. Just when he was thinking about how to survive, Uchiha Fengguo seemed to have discovered something and pointed to the back of the battlefield. "Is that kid our target?" Following the direction he pointed, several people found that although the two teams on the opposite side were fighting, it seemed that the people of the Senju clan were fighting and retreating, and had no intention of fighting. There were several adult Senju clan members behind the team, covering a child in the evacuation. The kid with black and white hair was very conspicuous. "That's right, Captain, that's Senju Itama." Uchiha he quickly took out the information and said excitedly after comparing it. "Ha ha ha, it's really hard to find it. Let's go. Since the target has been found, there is no need to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight." Uchiha Fengguo waved his hand. Except for Uchiha Yin who was a little slower, the others quickly followed Uchiha Fengguo to the battlefield, throwing shurikens while running. The two anxious parties were shocked when they saw a few people suddenly rushing out. The people of the Yi clan were relieved when they saw the Scarlet Eyes coming. After fighting for so long, reinforcements finally came. The Senju clan felt pressured when they saw the Uchiha people. The few Senju clan members standing in the front row worked hard to refine chakra and perform earth escape, turning over the stone wall to try to delay time. After all, this is the territory of the Senju clan, and their reinforcements should be on the way. Uchiha Jin arrived late. As soon as he entered the battlefield, the pungent smell of blood made him dizzy and a feeling of nausea surged into his heart. Looking at the corpses and blood all over the ground, Uchiha Jin suppressed the discomfort in his heart, drew the samurai sword at his waist and looked at the enemy he had never seen before. The leader of the feathered clan was a middle-aged man wearing armor and with long coffee-colored hair. Uchiha Jin could vaguely see a small horn protruding from his forehead covered by bangs. At this time, he was frantically forming seals with his hands, and one escape technique after another hit the earth escape technique held up by the Senju clan. From his momentum, it can be seen that this man is at least an elite jonin. The feathered clan was also a 5-member seedling removal team. 2 people were already lying on the ground, and their lives were unknown. The leading elite jonin was also panting. The escape technique output just now consumed a lot of his chakra. Even such a strong person couldn't take down the opponent. It seems that the Senju clan is not an ordinary person. Fellows of the feathered clan, you step back, and leave the next thing to us. Uchiha Fengguo looked at the panting feathered clan and asked them to step back with disdain. The pride of the Uchiha clan made them disdain to join forces with people from other clans to kill the enemy. Even if they were allies, they would only fight on their own. "But, we have almost consumed the enemy's forces." Seeing that the Uchiha clan did not want to share the fruits of the battle with them, the jonin of the Yi clan said anxiously. "Do you have any objections?" The Uchiha clan turned their heads and stared at him with several cold red eyes at the same time. It's okay, it's okay. I'll leave the next thing to you." The scalps of the Yi clan were numbed by the stares, so the people of the Yi clan had to lower their heads and admit defeat. The situation was stronger than the people. Uchiha Fengguo nodded after receiving a satisfactory answer. The Senju clan saw that the Uchiha and Yi clan seemed to have a conflict. The leader of the Senju clan made a gesture of retreat, and the people behind him quickly prepared to run away. At the moment when the Senju clan turned their heads, Uchiha Fengguo's long sword had already attacked him. The jonin of the Senju clan reacted quickly and raised his hand, relying on the armor on his arm to forcefully deflect the sword that was aimed at his face. "Did I let you go?" Uchiha Fengguo and his men surrounded the Senju clan. Kaoji Senju was so shocked that his hands were numb and he couldn't lift them. He had already consumed too much physical strength in the encounter with the Yi clan, and the wounds on his body were bleeding. Now he was surrounded by Uchiha Fengguo, and he felt that he was in danger, but he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. The future of the Senju clan was still in his hands. Even if he risked his life, he had to protect this seedling. Thinking of this, he forcibly refined chakra, madly squeezed his vitality, and activated forbidden techniques to accelerate the recovery of his injuries and physical strength. The Senju clan is born with strong physiques, with chakra and healing power different from ordinary people. In desperate situations, the Senju clan can often burst out with strength far beyond their usual level. Gritting his teeth, Senju Koji faced the strongest Uchiha Fengguo head-on, trying to use his life to exchange for the opportunity for the people behind him to escape. Seeing the other party resisting so stubbornly, even as an old enemy, Uchiha Fengguo couldn't help but stand in awe and began to treat the enemy in front of him seriously. So he took the knife and started a physical contest with Senju Koji. For a while, the field was full of swords and sabers. There were 3 people left in the Senju clan who were surrounded. They surrounded a child and looked at Uchiha Ryoichi and others vigilantly. The one surrounded by them was the target of the Uchiha fire sealing team this time, Senju Itama. I should have listened to my father and stayed in the territory. Surrounded in the middle, the 5-year-old Senju Itama was already trembling, but the pride of the Senju clan drove the child to tremble and take out a kunao from his waist and cross his chest. As his whole body trembled, the armor that didn't fit him well also squeaked. This was the first time that the young Senju Itama went to the battlefield. Some time ago, his brother Senju Atama was sniped and killed outside the territory. He was forced to stay in the territory by his father. However, a seed of revenge was planted in his small body, and it grew wildly as the war progressed. Finally, when Senju Fujian took his 2 brothers to the front line, Senju Banjian, who could not hold back his revenge, sneaked out of the camp overnight, wearing his brother's armor, and went to the battlefield to find his enemies. Although the Senju clan's remaining guard team found him in time, they were ambushed by the Yuyi clan on their way back. Under the sneak attack, several ordinary fighters of the Senju clan who were traveling with him died on the spot, leaving only the captain of the guard team, Senju Koji, and 3 members of the Chunin strength to survive. Just when they were fighting and retreating, the support of the Uchiha clan arrived, and Senju Banjian, who had originally had hope of survival, instantly experienced what a 2-level reversal was. Now surrounded by the Uchiha clan, they can only fight like a trapped beast. At this time, he can only pray that Senju Koji defeats Uchiha Fengguo and supports them later. End of this chapter. Chapter 6 Bitgogong, Gambling and Greed. Uchiha Ryoichi and others began to besiege the Senju clan members who were guarding Senju Itama, while Uchiha Jin was paddling on the side. This scale of battle was still too high for him, and he didn't want to be the traverser with the shortest time. As his eyes swept across the unfamiliar faces of several Senju clan members, Uchiha Jin finally locked his eyes on Senju Itama in the middle. Looking at the child who died tragically in the plot from a distance, he recalled in his mind. Isn't this the famous scene in the original work, where Senju Itama was surrounded and killed by 5 Uchiha? Suddenly, Uchiha Jin heard the loading sound of a game in his previous life in his mind, and then he felt that everything around him had stopped in time, and the hideous faces of both sides of the battlefield were frozen at that moment. Ding! The host has encountered a plot character. The system has opened the advanced service mode in advance. You can unlock the hidden functions of the system by completing the pre-tasks cumulatively. At this moment, Uchiha Yin almost cried. God will not let down those who work hard, and all kinds of time travel texts will not deceive me. With excitement, Uchiha Yin tried to wake up the system in his mind. As the thought came out, a dialog box with an extremely backward appearance popped up in front of him. Do you accept the pre-task? Yes, 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 yes. Uchiha Yin excitedly clicked yes in his mind. Task starts. Save Senju Banjian from Uchiha Fengguo and others, get points *10, Senju Banjian dies, and the mission fails. Uchiha Yin, who saw the task, immediately had blood boiling. Save that kid? You're dreaming. What's the use of points? After calming down, he curiously asked the role of points. Complete a D-level task every day and you can accumulate 1 point. When the points accumulated reach a certain number, you can blow up the mall. After that, the mall will drop a random golden orb every day. Blow up the mall? Golden orb? Uchiha Yin looked at the system's explanation speechlessly. Isn't this the content of a game in his previous life? What does early opening mean? He was still curious why the system prompted to open the advanced server in advance, and what this early opening meant. Since the current system has not been fully activated, the mall module is still loading, and the points obtained from the advanced server will be accumulated until the system is officially opened. Then it turns out that it's useless for me to brush points now. Since the system's functions have not been fully opened, it doesn't matter whether the task is completed or not. If he rashly accepts the task to save Senjuitama, he may be knocked down by Uchiha Fengguo and his men based on his own strength. Even if he doesn't kill him on the spot, he will break his legs and twist him to Uchiha Tajima to wait for his fate. Then can I choose not to accept it? Uchiha Yin asked tentatively. The host has accepted the mission and cannot give up, otherwise it will be considered a mission failure and the host will be killed on the spot. Eradicate? What version of the system are you? What year is it today? When did I accept it? Uchiha Jin was full of question marks. Yes, 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 yes. Suddenly, the system began to replay the scene of him clicking yes at the beginning. TMD, I was tricked by this ancient system. Who doesn't choose yes when seeing the golden finger for the first time? But the system didn't wait for him to ask again, and sent him a prompt. The novice gift package is being distributed, do you accept it? Uchiha Jin really wanted to choose no, but the mission had been tricked into accepting it by this system, so it would be a waste not to take this gift package. Get the novice gift package *1, do you want to open it? Since we are here, we should make the best of it. After shaking off the bad thoughts, Uchiha Yin clicked yes in his mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 heart steel treasure box and 1 purple orb. You have blown up the mall with your points, right? Heart steel treasure box, right? Purple orb, right? Do you think your system logo is a penguin holding a golden spatula? A large grey box floated on the left in front of Uchiha Yin, and its appearance was exactly the same as the Heart Steel Heart Energy treasure box in a game in his previous life. A purple ball of light floated on the right, and in the middle of the ball of light was a big. Uchiha Jin was numb. Looking at the rewards in front of him, he now doubted whether his system was reliable. What if the product was another scam from Archie? But in this situation, he could only accept it. He pointed his left hand, and the treasure description appeared above the heart steel treasure chest. Defeat the opponent, the host can gain heart energy by defeating the opponent. Losing the battle will gain more heart energy. Heart energy conversion, after every 4 days of fighting, the host can convert heart energy into powerful rewards. The battle with accumulated heart energy is limited to once a day, and can evolve. This is a complete heart steel bond, and it is a 3 steel version. But the 3 steel start is also a good start. Although this heart steel treasure box is temporarily useless, no one can resist such temptation. If you have steel, play with steel, if you don't have steel, use steel. After looking at the treasure box, Uchiha Yin turned his attention to the purple magic ball on the right, muttering something. May the heavens and the earth help me, Amitabha, please show up and give me a chance. With his right hand slapping down, the purple magic ball burst out with dazzling light. As the light faded, Uchiha Yin found that the field was empty. The purple magic ball just now had disappeared, but nothing was left on the ground. There are empty magic balls too? When Uchiha Yin was shouting at the dog system, give me back my money, I don't want to play anymore, a reminder sound suddenly came from his mind. Ding, the backyard refreshes a random skill *1 every day, do you want to learn it? What does it mean to refresh random skills in the backyard every day? With doubt in his heart, Uchiha Jin clicked yes. Random skills refreshed in the backyard every day. A skill is randomly refreshed in the backyard of the host's home every day. The skill is released by the refreshed NPC. The host cannot control it, but the skill cannot kill the host. After the skill ends, there is a certain probability of dropping skills or fragments. You can learn the skill after collecting the fragments. This skill cannot be said to be very powerful. It can be said that it is useless at present. He is now homeless, where can he refresh his skills? Still learning, let alone the backyard, it is unknown whether he can live to buy a house. These two things are useless for the current situation. In order to survive, this pitfall task can only be completed by other means. As the novice reward was collected, the time around seemed to start flowing. I just stayed in the system for a long time, and it was just a moment outside. The emergence of the system gave Uchiha Jin, whose goal was to survive until the founding of Konoha, more confidence. But at least you have to complete the task in front of you first, otherwise everything will be empty talk if you are wiped out. Although the things given by the Archie system are of no help now, Uchiha Jin still decided to complete the task at all costs. After all, his life and Senju Itama's life are tied together. Uchiha Fengguo on the side has already suppressed Senju Koji, and it is estimated that the winner will be decided soon. Uchiha Ryoichi and others are also slowly consuming the physical strength of the three Senju clan members. The three Senju clan members have to take into account Senju Itama behind them, so they can only passively take the beating. At this time, one of the Senju clan members observed that there was a gap in the encirclement of Uchiha Ryoichi and the other two, and clapped his hands suddenly, performed earth escape and earth flow wall. Instantly, a thick earth wall rose in front of the few people, blocking the sight of Uchiha Ryoichi and others. Another Senju clan member found the opportunity and used his strange strength to push Senju Itama out of the encirclement, telling him to run away quickly. Senju Itama, who was pushed out dozens of meters, instantly understood the decision of the clan members, and while flying out, he kicked with the force and ran towards the gap without looking back. But as luck would have it, that position was where Uchiha Jin, who had been slacking off at the beginning, was. Uchiha Ryoichi saw the target escape and was about to chase him, but was caught by the Senju who performed the earth escape. The tribesman stopped him. He could only watch the other party run away helplessly, and then he found that Uchiha Jin seemed to be in the direction of Senju Itama's escape, and he was overjoyed. Jin! Target the direction, hurry up! The Senju tribe member's eyes were about to burst when he heard this. He didn't expect that there were still people from the Uchiha clan ambushing. In a panic, he burst out with great strength and punched Uchiha Ryoichi, who was distracted in the battle, and the fist with huge force was directly against his chest. In a split second, Uchiha Ryoichi turned around suddenly, revealing the huge wind demon shuriken behind him. With a bang, the Senju tribe member's punch hit the huge shuriken hard. Uchiha Ryoichi was only knocked away and was not seriously injured. He turned around and slashed at the Senju tribe member with a knife, and the two began to fight again. And Uchiha Jin looked at Senju Itama running towards him with a headache. What to do now? Waiting online, it's urgent. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 The First Battle After Crossing. Senju Itama, who was trying his best to escape, found an Uchiha standing on the road he had to pass, and a look of despair appeared on his face. At only 5 years old, no matter how talented he was, he had little power to fight back against an adult Uchiha. The Uchiha in front of him had a bandage on his curly hair, and his two dead fish eyes were dull and lifeless. He didn't seem to feel excited about his self-entrapment, but his slightly handsome face showed a tangled expression. Without thinking deeply, Senju Itama, holding a kunao, resolutely rushed towards Uchiha Jin who was still in a daze. However, seeing Senju Itama who looked ready to die, Uchiha Jin had to draw the samurai sword from his waist and prepare for the fight. The two weapons collided with each other with a dull sound. Uchiha Jin, who felt the heavy blow on his arm, flew several meters away with his face on the ground, and then climbed up with a look of surprise. This kid is so strong. This guy is so weak. Senju Banjian, who stood there, looked at the kunao in his hand with a little disbelief. He couldn't believe that he could actually repel an adult Uchiha. Uchiha Jin swore that he didn't let up just now, because it was his first battle after crossing. He subconsciously used all his strength, but in the end he was beaten away by a 5-year-old child. Looking at Uchiha Jin, who climbed up in a mess, Senju Banjian's eyes burst with hope of life, and he waved the kunao more vigorously and rushed towards the opposite Uchiha. At this moment, Uchiha Jin's mind the system prompt sounded. It is detected that the host is in battle, and the heart steel treasure box begins to accumulate. The heart steel treasure box in the sea of consciousness began to tremble, and then played the explosive BGM like a speaker. Listening to the familiar BGM in his head, Uchiha Jin's brain twitched. Can the product of this old system be more reliable? Returning to the battle, the kunao in the hands of Senju Itama, who was restricted by his height, was about to stab Uchiha Jin's lower 3 roads. Uchiha Jin, who blocked the demonic BGM in his mind, barely dodged it. This was a fatal blow for the little brother. Then he used a classic Uchiha sword technique to chop at Senju Itama, but the opponent blocked it with a kunao. He watched speechlessly as his full-strength attack was easily resolved by a 5-year-old child. Uchiha Jin finally confirmed that the original owner of his body was a complete rookie. For more than 20 years, he had lived like a dog. His combat power could only be regarded as the level of a later generation of genin. He was not the level of the 12 little strongmen but the level of a background genin. Even so, he couldn't easily admit defeat now. Uchiha Bo Fengguo and Uchiha Ryoichi and others might be able to end the battle soon. Even if he lets Senju Itama escape now, he will die in their hands in the next moment. Besides, his mission is to save Senju Itama from Uchiha Fengguo and others. Now he is alone on the scene. If he lets him go, he is not sure whether he can complete the mission. If he fails, he can only delete his account and start over. The two of them fought back and forth for several rounds, and it was difficult to tell who would win. As expected of the genius young master of the Senju clan, I, Uchiha Jin, would like to call you the strongest in physical skills. Uchiha Jin spoke to the somewhat breathless Senju Itama. Uchiha Jin, right? You are not bad either. I, Senju Itama, recognize you. Itama, who was also facing the enemy for the first time, also had a burst of his second-year soul, and the unique natural temperament of the Senju clan was undoubtedly revealed. Just when the two were in a stalemate, Uchiha Fengguo and others had already ended the battle. Senju Koji was hit head-on by Uchiha Fengguo's fire style, great fireball technique, and his life or death was unknown. Oh my god, did the great fireball kill people? The 3 Senju clan members of the Guardian team were also defeated by Uchiha Ryoichi and his 3 companions, lying on the ground covered in blood. They saw that Uchiha Jin had not yet killed Senju Itama, so they all surrounded him. Senju Itama and Uchiha Jin were fighting fiercely, and the two even showed a feeling of sympathy. But Senju Itama was only 5 years old after all, and his physical strength was obviously not as good as that of the adult Uchiha Jin. In a wave of fighting, his hands and feet became weak, and he was knocked out by Uchiha Jin, hitting a protruding rock behind him, and he was unable to get up for a long time. Host wins, gets 1 heart energy point and can unlock the heart steel treasure box reward after 3 more battles. Current accumulated heart energy, 1. After falling to the ground due to exhaustion, Senju Itama was judged by the system to have lost to Uchiha Jin. As the battle ended, Uchiha Fengguo and others also came to Uchiha Jin, and the 5 of them surrounded the slowly climbing. The famous scene in the original work was achieved. Desperately watching the 5 adult Uchiha surrounded him, the trembling Senju Itama holding the kunao had only despair in his eyes. He knew that he might have to follow his third brother today. Uchiha Ryoichi flung a shuriken teasingly like a cat playing with a mouse, brushing Senju Itama's face and stabbing it into the rock behind him. This move broke down Senju Itama's last psychological defense. He was only 5 years old and began to tremble all over, and tears began to well up in his eyes. Okay, our mission is finally completed. Let's get rid of him quickly. The reinforcements of the Senju clan should be here soon. The Uchiha Fengguo, who had suffered a burst of attack from Senju Koji before his death, was not in a very good state. His eyes were very sore at this time, which was caused by the excessive use of the Sharingan. When the others heard this, they looked at the silent Uchiha Jin at the same time. Because the one who worked the hardest for this mission was Uchiha Jin, who even dared to break into the territory of the Senju clan alone to complete this mission. Although he was not strong enough, the few people who had heard his Uchiha declaration subconsciously felt that this mission should be completed by him. Uchiha Jin, who was stared at by several people, also guessed what they were thinking from their eyes. Without hesitation, he slowly drew out his sword with an uncertain expression and walked towards Senju Itama, who had given up resistance. With his hand raised and the sword fell, under the surprised eyes of others, he knocked Senju Itama to the ground with the back of the sword. Uchiha Jin, what do you mean? For Uchiha Jin, who showed mercy, several people questioned his behavior. The young master of the Senju clan is more useful when alive than when dead. Uchiha Jin, expressionless, put the samurai sword back into his waist, then squatted down and carried the unconscious Senju Itama. Our mission is just to remove the young Senju. Don't be nosy. Kill him and we will evacuate. Uchiha Fengguo seemed a little angry about Uchiha Yin's disobedience. As the captain, he was disobeyed by his teammates, which made him unacceptable. I said, a living Senju is more useful than a corpse. Just when the gunpowder smell between the two sides became stronger, Uchiha Fihi's face changed. The mechanism I set up was triggered, and the reinforcements of the Senju clan are coming soon. It turned out that Uchiha Fihi had set up several mechanisms around before the battle, and he could sense them immediately after they were triggered. Evacuate first. Hearing that the other side had reinforcements approaching, the injured Uchiha Fengguo did not dare to stay any longer. Continuing to argue would only make things worse. Yes. The people who received the order stood up and quickly evacuated away from the Senju clan. Uchiha Yin was temporarily relieved. But he didn't dare to let go of Senju Itama, so he had to carry the unconscious kid and evacuate behind the team. The few people rushed with all their strength until they could no longer sense the pursuit behind them. The few people who escaped the pursuit rested in a cave, and the unconscious Senju Itama was tied up by Uchiha Jin with iron chains. He didn't know how to seal chakra yet, so he could only roughly wrap Senju Itama with iron chains like a dumpling. Uchiha Jin, I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. Uchiha Fengguo, who was sitting in front of the campfire, looked at Senju Itama, who was tied up, and questioned Uchiha Jin, who was wiping his sweat after finishing his work. Feeling that he would be questioned sooner or later, Uchiha Jin brought out the excuse he had thought of before. I left him alive because of the clan leader. Uchiha Jin explained. Several people looked at each other in bewilderment when they heard this answer, because the task they received from the clan leader was only to get rid of the Senju, and there was no order to capture him alive. Uchiha Jin began to talk nonsense. It all started when I stood guard in front of the clan leader's door. End of this chapter. Chapter 8. Start to suffer a losing streak. It was a dark and windy night. I was guarding the door of the clan leader's office as usual. Even though it was late at night, I didn't dare to relax for a moment, because the clan leader was still working hard to study countermeasures for the war. Suddenly, I heard the clan leader throwing things, and then heard the clan leader roaring. At this point, Uchiha Jin paused and glanced at several Uchiha who were listening with relish. Hurry up and tell me, what did the clan leader roar? Uchiha Ryoichi hurriedly urged when he heard that there was no follow-up to the key point. That's right. Uchiha He and Uchiha Dalin also echoed, and Uchiha Fengguo, who was silent, stared at him curiously. Feeling a little thirsty, Uchiha Yin touched the kettle behind him and found it empty. Just thinking about it, Uchiha Lianji had already offered his kettle with both hands. Uchiha Yin felt the thirst in his throat, but he didn't dislike it. He unscrewed it and drank it in a rush. After drinking the water comfortably, Uchiha Yin raised his hand to signal others not to be anxious, then brewed his emotions and said mysteriously, "Damn thousand hands Buddha, I will grind you to ashes, and I will raise your wife and children." "What do you mean?" Uchiha Lianji and others were confused. Uchiha Yin showed an expression of helplessness at the right time, sighed and shook his head. "Or say I am so weak, but I am qualified to be the personal bodyguard of the chieftain of the Tajima clan. What do you think I rely on to stay in this position for so many years? Isn't it because the chieftain is your cousin?" Uchiha Yi, who usually doesn't speak much, complained in a low voice, but because the cave is not spacious, his words echoed in the ears of several people like they were spoken from a loudspeaker. "Ahem, as the saying goes, it is good to promote talents regardless of relatives." Uchiha Yin coughed awkwardly. "I rely on my loyalty to the chieftain, and more importantly, I can interpret the chieftain's daily actions." Interpret. For a great ninja like the chieftain, his casual actions and words have another layer of meaning. Some words, although the chieftain said, are equivalent to not saying them, and some words, although the chieftain didn't say, but the deep meaning is not something that ordinary people can understand. As for our mission this time, the clan leader's order is to kill the genius of the Senju clan on the spot, but the deeper mission is to capture him alive. The Senju Fujian has always loved his youngest son very much. A simple sniper attack can only cause the Senju clan to fight to the death, bringing losses to the family in vain. However, if the son of the Senju Fujian is captured alive, the clan leader can use this son to coerce the Senju clan, which is beneficial to us Uchiha. What a great plan! Did the clan leader reveal all this to you? Uchiha Fengguo, who had listened for a long time, couldn't help but sigh. "No, I guessed it all." Although it was dangerous, the explanation still fooled Uchiha Fengguo and others. They just waited for the mission to be successfully completed. Whether Senjuitama was dead or alive was not his business. After a night's rest, the few people recovered a little and began to take the tied Senjuitama back to the Uchiha clan's land. Because they were deep behind enemy lines, they still had nearly half a month to go home. Since it was Uchiha Jin who saved Senjuitama's life without authorization, he had to be responsible for the transportation. But the more important reason was that he was afraid that the others would accidentally kill Senjuitama, and then he would fail in the mission and die. The next day, after a day's journey, the few people camped by a small river at night. During this time, Senjuitama woke up once, and before he could come to his senses, he was killed by Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Jin fainted with a slap. Now he had no energy to communicate with Senjuitama, as he was already carrying a prisoner. Even though he had already stripped off the cumbersome armor on Senjuitama, a child must weigh at least 30 or 40 kilograms, and the original owner's weak body made him a little overwhelmed. Uchiha Jin, who was sitting in a daze, suddenly thought that his heart steel treasure box seemed to have not been triggered today, and he did not have a clear grasp of the triggering mechanism of the heart steel treasure box. After thinking for a while, he stood up and walked towards Uchiha Ryoichi, who was leaning against the tree. Looking at Uchiha Jin coming towards him, Uchiha Ryoichi frowned, not understanding why the other party did not rest well, but came to find him instead. During the day, it was because of his drag that the team walked nearly half less than the original distance, which made Uchiha Ryoichi, who wanted to go back early to report, a little resentful. "Brother Ryoichi." Uchiha Jin spoke first. "Don't call me big brother, I'm younger than you." Uchiha Jin is 24 years old this year, while Uchiha Ryoichi is only 20 years old. Although he is 4 years older, the strength of the two is far apart. Ryoichi is the best. Uchiha Jin was not polite. Looking at the speechless expression of the other party, Uchiha Jin did not play it safe. "Ryoichi is the best, I want to spar with you." Uchiha Ryoichi was stunned for a moment and did not speak. However, Uchiha Jin, who did not receive the prompt sound, thought to himself, It seems that unilaterally initiating a challenge cannot activate the combat conditions of the Heart of Steel. No time. For the rookie Uchiha Jin, Uchiha Ryoichi did not want to waste his rest time. Are you scared? After all, my shuriken technique was taught by the clan leader himself, and I have never met an opponent so far. Uchiha Jin sighed and shook his head to show that it was lonely at the top. MD, if I don't shoot you into a sieve today, I will change my name to Senju. Uchiha Ryoichi got angry all of a sudden. Poor ancient people didn't learn the art of war. It is detected that the host is in battle, and the heart steel treasure box begins to accumulate. Sure enough, Uchiha Yin was delighted when he heard the prompt sound in his mind. The next step is to face the battle with Uchiha Ryoichi. After all, the two are of the same clan, and it is not a fatal operation to attack. Uchiha Ryoichi first threw out 5 shurikens, and drilled into the gaps between Uchiha Yin's limbs from 5 different angles. Uchiha Yin, relying on the memory of the original owner, also skillfully threw out 5 shurikens to meet it. As expected, the 10 shurikens collided accurately. Looking at the shurikens scattered on the ground, Uchiha Yin's evaluation of the original owner in his heart could not help but increase a few points. It seems that the original owner is not useless except for being handsome. Interesting, then try this. Seeing that the shuriken he threw was blocked accurately, Uchiha Ryoichi also began to take it seriously. He took out the wind demon shuriken from behind and threw it at Uchiha Jin. Looking at the huge shuriken flying towards him, Uchiha Jin did not dodge in a hurry, but watched the shuriken flying closer and closer with a calm face. This scene scared Uchiha Ryoichi, who threw the shuriken. He thought that Uchiha Jin didn't want to live, and he didn't dodge. He didn't want to be accused of killing his own people, so he quickly moved over to stop his shuriken before Uchiha Jin was cut in half. Uchiha Ryoichi was very fast. At the moment he was about to touch the shuriken, Uchiha Jin quickly fell to the ground in a prostrate posture, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow, and also made Uchiha Ryoichi, who lost his target, stagger and almost rushed into the river. Uchiha Jin, who was lying on the ground, raised his 2 hands and said in a nasty way. As expected of the family's #1 shuriken genius Uchiha Ryoichi, I, Uchiha Jin, would like to call you the strongest shuriken. I admit defeat. Plop. Uchiha Ryoichi, who was so angry at this sentence, still couldn't control his body and fell straight into the water. He had never seen such a shameless person. Host failed, get 10 heart energy, and can unlock the heart steel treasure box reward after 2 more battles. Current accumulated heart energy, 11. Uchiha Jin's eyes lit up when he heard the prompt sound. He didn't care about the embarrassment of lying on the ground, and turned over and rescued Uchiha Ryoichi, who fell into the water. Ryoichi, I think today's battle ends here. It was a hearty battle. I benefited a lot from this battle. I hope I can fight again tomorrow after resting tonight. Uchiha Jin's words were so high-sounding that Uchiha Ryoichi's forehead was bulging with veins. Get lost. End of this chapter. Chapter 9 System Warning. Uchiha Ryoichi left with a curse, leaving behind Uchiha Jin, who looked reluctant. In Uchiha Jin's eyes, the people around him were all green leeks, waiting for him to harvest them one by one. It seems that Uchiha Ryoichi can't be counted on tomorrow. Uchiha Jin secretly said it was a pity, even so, he couldn't help shouting. Ryoichi is in prison, let's fight again another day. Uchiha Ryoichi stretched out a hand without turning his head, and made a friendly gesture with his middle finger. It can be seen that he is full of expectations for Uchiha Jin's challenge. Tisk, the local Uchiha is too rude. Uchiha Jin commented with a look of regret. Today's battle times have been exhausted. According to the description of the system, even if he enters the battle heart steel treasure box again, it will not be triggered again. He began to carefully examine the treasure chest in his mind, which looked as fancy as the one he had seen in his previous life. During the battle just now, the same exciting BGM was playing as when he fought with Senju Itama yesterday, but today he was prepared and blocked the music. Uchiha Jin tried to click on the treasure chest, but found no response. He thought to himself, is there no item description? The system is a pre-service server, 90% of the content has not been loaded, please wait patiently. The long silent system finally appeared and patiently explained to Uchiha Jin. When Uchiha Jin asked, the system disappeared again, and no matter how he called, there was no response. It seems that we can only get 4 times to know what rewards this treasure chest has. After groping in vain, Uchiha Jin simply gave up the research. After all, he had only activated the system for 1 day, and the functions of the system could only be slowly discovered later. Then he turned his gaze to the other Uchiha, with malicious eyes. Uchiha Fihi, who was wiping the Wakaizashi, and Uchiha Dalan, who was meditating and refining chakra, could not help but shudder. The next day, Uchiha Jin, who got up early, first found the usually taciturn Uchiha Fihi. Brother Fihi, I have heard that you are a master of swordsmanship. It happens that I have been taught a sword technique by the clan leader Tajima, so I want to take this opportunity to learn from Brother Fihi and make progress together. Hearing this, Uchiha Fihi was stunned at first, and then said, we are about to set off, it may be too late to learn now, let's talk about it when we rest. But for Uchiha Fihi, how could he let the cooked duck fly away? He only heard him say, don't delay things, let's decide the outcome with one move. Seeing that Uchiha Fihi showed the intention of shirking again, he added, or is it Brother Fihi who is afraid of being defeated by me? This is understandable. After all, it is the sword technique taught by the clan leader himself, an ordinary Uchiha can't really resist it. After saying this, he once again showed a sighing look, which made people feel itchy. Uchiha Fihi looked at him in surprise, wondering when this kid became so arrogant. He immediately drew out the Wakaizashi on his waist and the katana behind him, and held them horizontally in front of him, ready to fight. Please teach me. It was still a double sword style. Uchiha Jin looked at Uchiha Fihi's opening move, and with a determined heart, he also drew out the samurai sword behind him. Holding the katana tightly with both hands, he looked at the other party with cold eyes, as if looking for Uchiha Fihi's flaws. The two of them were deadlocked for a long time, and no one made any moves. Uchiha Fihi was looking for flaws, but he found that Uchiha Jin was full of flaws. And Uchiha Jin was waiting for the system's prompt, because the system's lack of prompts made him a little hesitant. Please make the first move, Brother Fihi. Recalling the previous 2 battles, it seemed that the other party was the first to attack, so after a long silence, he spoke first. The Uchiha Fihi on the opposite side was not relaxed either. He found that although Uchiha Yin's actions were commonplace, even full of flaws, his opponent looked normal and even had a sure win. This series of operations made him constantly think about it in his mind, so that he was sweating all over. As soon as Uchiha Yin finished speaking, Uchiha Fihi flashed up and tried to swing his first move. Seeing Uchiha Fihi suddenly attack, Uchiha Yin's nerves subconsciously tightened, and the voice of the system came out in his mind at the right time. Detected that the host was in a battle, and the heart steel treasure box began to accumulate. As he expected, the system would only determine that the battle was started if the opponent attacked first. But in this way, wouldn't it mean that in future battles, he would have to make a wave of mouth cannons to taunt the opponent and attract a wave of hatred, and he could not trigger the heart steel treasure box with assassinations and sneak attacks. Then he would be transformed from an assassin in the dark to a warrior who must use all his taunts. Without time to think, seeing Uchiha Fihi approaching, Uchiha Yin threw away the samurai sword in his hand, then raised his hands and said confidently, I give up. Uchiha Fihi's sword stopped in front of his nose, and his usually stern face turned red at this moment, as if he had been greatly insulted. He hesitated for 3 seconds, and when he was about to put away the sword and say something, Uchiha Yin suddenly rolled forward, picked up the samurai sword that fell on the ground, and chopped from bottom to top at Uchiha Fihi, who had relaxed his vigilance. Fortunately, Uchiha Fihi was an Uchiha who had been immersed in swordsmanship for many years. With his reflexes far beyond ordinary people, he pushed forward with his left hand's ribs and deflected Uchiha Yin's samurai sword, then jumped back with the force and adjusted his position. You actually used this tactic. Is it also part of swordsmanship? Showing weakness first and then attacking me when I let my guard down. This behavior damages the reputation of the Uchiha clan. It is definitely not taught to you by the clan leader. Uchiha Fihi looked at Uchiha Yin, who failed to win, and said in a deep voice, full of disdain. My lord, did you eat shit? Uchiha Yin explained with a serious expression, thinking to himself. I was warned by the system for actively admitting defeat. Just when Uchiha Yin threw down his samurai sword and admitted defeat, he did not hear the prompt of obtaining mental energy as he thought, but a system alarm. The host has been detected to have fake match behavior, and 10 points of mental energy will be deducted. The system has zero tolerance for fake match behavior. If the host has fake match behavior again, the system will take back the heart steel treasure box. Now the battle continues. The moment he heard the warning, Uchiha Yin only took 0.01 seconds to react, so he took the opportunity to fight back. Uchiha Jin was heartbroken for losing 10 points of mental energy, and his idea of fixing the bug was extinguished. It seems that we have to do everything in a proper way, and we can't touch the bug. Since he couldn't easily get mental energy points in this way, Uchiha Jin didn't pretend anymore. He seriously started the battle mode and was knocked to the ground by Uchiha Fihi in 3 moves, and the samurai sword in his hand almost fell out of his hand. That's it. Uchiha Fihi looked at Uchiha Jin, who was easily defeated, and asked in disbelief. You looked like you were sure of victory just now, why did you give up so quickly? The host failed, and gained 12 mental energy. After another battle, you can unlock the Heart Steel Treasure Box reward. Current accumulated mental energy, 13. It's actually 2 more points than the last time. Ahem, a really exciting battle. I, Uchiha Jin, would like to claim that I have the strongest swordsmanship in the Dream Swords. Uchiha Jin half knelt on the ground, supported himself with one hand, and extended his thumb with the other hand. He smiled and showed a shining tooth. Uchiha Fihi was speechless by this scene. He immediately put away his sword and walked away without looking back, as if he had been greatly insulted. I have benefited a lot from this battle. I hope I can fight again tomorrow after resting today. Cast a wide net to catch more fish. Uchiha Fihi is also a high-quality leek and must not be let go. Idiot. The taciturn Uchiha Fihi threw down 2 words from a distance. The two fought for a short time. The other people in the camp were also packed up. After cleaning up the traces, several people set out on their return journey. Uchiha Jin was still carrying the unconscious Senjuitama. After a day of trekking yesterday, he had basically adapted to traveling with a person, and today's journey was much easier. Fortunately, no enemies were encountered along the way. When it was almost night, Uchiha Fengguo, who was leading the way in front, stopped and ordered several people to set up camp and rest. Everyone set up a tent on the spot. Uchiha Jin had just set up a tent and was preparing to take a good rest. Brother, brother! At this time, Senjuitama, who had been unconscious for a day and a night, woke up slowly, mumbling and calling for his brother. Your brother is gone. Uchiha Jin squatted in his ear and whispered like a devil. Ah! Wuvuwu! By the way, your brother is gone too. Congratulations on becoming a cute girl who squats and pees. It's not that there was nothing in the first place. After being hit repeatedly, Senjuitama woke up completely. When he saw the curly-haired dead fish-eye in front of him, he remembered that he was captured. However, he just screamed twice and felt something stuffed in his mouth, choking him so much that tears flowed down. End of this chapter. Chapter 10 People Who Shouldn't Exist. Under the dark night, the pale moonlight shone on the face of the Uchiha clan who had captured him. With his evil smile, he looked very eerie, making the already timid Senjuitama shiver uncontrollably, and his mouth blocked by foreign objects could only make a whine. Little devil of the Senju family, if I were you, eat it now. The Uchiha devil in front of him looked at him and rolled his dead fish eyes and said. Hearing this, Senju Itama subconsciously licked the thing in his mouth with his tongue, and the tip of his tongue responded with a salty fragrance. Then he bit it hard and found that the thing could be bitten. After chewing it carefully for a few times, he found that what was stuffed in his mouth was actually dried meat. Senju Itama, who had not eaten for 2 days, did not care whether the food given to him by the enemy was poisonous or not, and chewed it in big mouthfuls, and in no time, he ate a large piece of dried meat into his stomach. After finishing the meal, he smacked his lips and asked with a lingering feeling, "Anything else?" Hearing that this captive was so shameless, Uchiha Jin's forehead was choked with anger, and then he slapped his black and white head. "Little brat, don't you understand the situation? The Senju clan will never be slaves. If you have the guts, just kill me, and my father and brother will avenge me." Senju Itama was also tough. Looking at the expression of the little brat in front of him who was ready to die, Uchiha Jin, who had wanted to tease him, suddenly felt bored. In his previous life, he also had brothers and sisters. A boy as old as Senju Itama probably watched cartoons and ate snacks every day, and lived a carefree and happy childhood. But in this era, such a young child has already killed or been killed on the battlefield. What a disgusting era! Uchiha Jin, who felt a little heavy, was moved. After all, he was a modern man with normal values a few days ago. It is impossible for him to be assimilated into this era all of a sudden. It is too strange for the protagonist who can adapt to the new rules just after crossing over. I tell you, I won't say a word about the family's information. Senju Itama, who guessed that the other party captured him to torture the information of the Senju clan, still said stubbornly, and his small face revealed the maturity that he should not have at his age. What a self-righteous brat! Uchiha Jin suddenly looked down at him, with a cold breath in his eyes. Senju Itama, who was stared at by him, felt scared, but the pride from the blood of the Senju clan made him look at the Uchiha in front of him stubbornly. "Very good eyes, we won't kill you for now, but don't think about running away. Of course don't think about committing suicide, because if you die, we can only catch your brother again." Looking at the biting eyes of the little ghost in front of him, Uchiha Yin slowly squatted down, got closer, and whispered in his ear. "Little ghost, you don't want your brother to be caught by us because of you, right?" Like the whisper of an ancient god, it made Senju Banjian feel confused for a while, and the resistance that had just risen was instantly disintegrated. "I hope you cooperate well. The royal Uchiha clan has always treated prisoners well, and maybe they will let you live in the end." Uchiha Yin continued to bewitch. "Can you promise?" Senju Banjian raised his head after a moment of silence, and his small face was full of determination. "I swear on the honor of the Uchiha ancestors." Anyway, the ancestor is now shrinking in the body of Uchiha Madara, and he swears that Uchiha Jin has no burden in his heart. Achoo! A hedgehog-headed boy who was practicing skipping stones by the river suddenly felt a chill on his back and sneezed violently. Beside him, a mushroom-headed boy was teaching him how to throw stones to the other side. Seeing that he suddenly sneezed loudly, he asked with concern, "Are you okay? Don't worry if you can't throw it over. You have to find the feeling of pulling up. It's all your fault that you, a weird guy, stood behind me. I have a super sensitive physique that makes people who stand behind me unable to pee. Sorry." The scolded mushroom-headed boy sat down on the ground depressed. The two entangled people, the encounter of fate, the era of ninjas also begins here. Senju Itama compromised. Now the other party is holding his weakness. The young boy can't analyze whether the other party's words are true or false like his precocious second brother Senju Tobirama. If Uchiha Jin had said that to Senju Tobirama, he probably wouldn't have seen the sun the next day. Because Senju Itama took the initiative to cooperate, Uchiha Jin removed the iron chain on him. After all, he had been carrying this kid on his back, and the iron chain weighing more than 10 pounds was a burden. Putting the scroll back in also greatly reduced the burden, and then simply tied Senjuitama's hands with a rope. The other party must not be allowed to sleep in the tent, so Uchiha-jin circled a piece of open space behind the tent and inserted a wooden stake, and tied Senjuitama to the stake like Heitake Wyukai tied Naruto when he first tested Class 7. After settling everything, Uchiha-jin was a little tired, and the next step was to go back to the tent to rest. While thinking about how to trick Uchiha Dalan into a battle with him tomorrow and get some mental energy from the Heart Steel treasure box, he stretched his body. Just as he was about to go back to the tent through the open space behind the tent, he suddenly found that the surrounding atmosphere stagnated and felt that someone was spying behind him. He subconsciously looked back at a glance. A figure stood silently on the stake where Senjuitama was tied. In the dark night, a figure stood on the stake silently, and Senjuitama, who was tied to the stake, had long disappeared. Enemy attack! Uchiha-jin's pupils were shocked. This mysterious man could actually appear in their camp silently, and was not discovered by Uchiha Fengguo with 3 Megatama. He wanted to shout a warning and call the surrounding Uchiha people at the first time, but a ray of moonlight sprinkled down, and the other party's figure was also revealed. Looking at the other party's veil slowly lifted from the night, Uchiha-jin wanted to shout out the words stuck in his throat. The person in front of him shocked Uchiha-jin, who had never been surprised since he traveled through time, as if he was struck by thunder. A cold current ran from his heels to his forehead. As the moonlight completely penetrated the black shadow, Uchiha-jin revealed the identity of the visitor with a dry mouth. It's impossible for Uchiha to fight 7 alone. It's impossible for you to exist in this era. Could it be the dragon vein? The black-haired young man in black and red cloud clothes stood there quietly with his eyes closed. There were 2 deep lines on his pale and handsome face. He wore a forehead protector that didn't belong to this era, and a scratch on it was clearly visible. Uchiha-jin, who had read and watched Naruto for many years, recognized him at a glance as the man who was indispensable to the life of the heroine, Nijiriko in the original work, Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha-jin was shocked, but he didn't forget to fill in his mind. Could it be that the Akatsuki organization also discovered the dragon vein deep in Lulin, and Uchiha Itachi was sent to this era by the dragon vein? Seeing that Uchiha Itachi didn't speak or move, Uchiha-jin was about to call Uchiha Fengguo and others. Just then, the young man on the wooden stake slowly opened his eyes, and a pair of shuriken-like shurinan emitted a faint light. A strange scene happened around Uchiha-jin, and the white moon in the sky seemed to disappear. A scarlet full moon rose in the sky, and then the whole space around him was filled with blood red, and an oppressive breath came to his face. In the moment of unconsciousness, Uchiha-jin felt as if he was hung high up by someone, and in the blink of an eye, he was tied to a cross. Blood moon, cross. Could it be? Uchiha-jin, who came back to his senses, was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He had seen all this in books, but it was the first time he experienced it in person. Illusion Tsukuyomi. Uchiha-jin looked up and looked around. One by one, Uchiha Itachi slowly appeared, each holding a samurai sword in his hand. One of them said expressionlessly, "In the world of Tsukuyomi, space, time, and mass are all under my control. In the next 72 hours, I will keep stabbing you with a knife." With the sound of the tip of the knife piercing into flesh and blood, the entire Tsukuyomi space was filled with Uchiha-jin's helpless and miserable screams. In his previous life, Uchiha-jin, who had mobilized a large force even for a scratch, was close to collapse. Even though he knew it was an illusion, the pain from the slashes on his body was real, and every stab made him tremble with pain. The characteristics of the illusion space prevented him from fainting from the pain, and he could only watch the blood hole that had just healed a second ago being stabbed with a sharp knife again. Uchiha-jin was in so much pain that he burst into tears and even lost control of his bowels and bladder. He didn't know how long it had been. When he thought the time was up, a ghostly voice came to his ears. "There are still 71 hours. Uchiha-jin's wailing continued. End of this chapter. Chapter 11 Nickname Tsukuyomi Space. After being stabbed for an unknown period of time, Uchiha-jin's body nerves had no feedback to the pain. He numbly watched the Uchiha attack eyes in front of him slash at him one by one. It's like chopping meat. Unable to break free, Uchiha-jin even began to have fun and teased Uchiha Itake, "Didn't you eat? Can you try harder? Don't just chop the front. If you can't do it, turn it over and chop it evenly. Don't be partial." The hard-working Uchiha Itake listened to Uchiha-jin's chattering. The originally set rhythm seemed to be wound up, and they moved twice as fast. x2 times speed. Hey, don't poke me, I'm still innocent. 24 years old, a student Uchiha-jin, who had been stabbed unconscious, had begun to talk nonsense. After an unknown amount of time, the movements of Uchiha Itake and his companions stopped at the same time. Uchiha-jin, who closed his eyes and enjoyed the sharp knife massage of Tsukuyomi, felt his hands being released. After falling, he knelt on one knee on the ground, and opened his eyelids with difficulty. Looking at the white crescent moon above his head, Uchiha-jin was so moved that tears flowed down his face. It was not easy. "MD, I finally made it through," Uchiha-jin said bitterly. "What's wrong with you?" The Senjuitama, who was tied to the pillar and lost and found again, looked at Uchiha-jin kneeling on the ground with a strange face. Just now, this guy tied him up and walked 2 steps and suddenly knelt on the ground. I was just about to see what he would do next. I never thought that he would cry in the next second, and he was still shouting something like "I made it through." What a strange guy. "Nothing, I just happened to think of something sad." Knowing the characteristics of Tsukuyomi, Uchiha-jin did not hesitate, stood up, wiped his tears and turned around. "Why are you sad? I should be the one who is sad, right?" Senjuitama, who was complaining, looked at Uchiha-jin, who turned around and said in surprise, "Why are you opening your Sharingan for no reason? Do you want to hypnotize and torture me? You are a born evil Uchiha." But Uchiha-jin, who was stunned by this sentence, found that his eyesight had become better and he could see things clearly in the dark. The chakra in his body was no longer blocked like before, and it slowly flowed to his eyes. This feeling was as comfortable as eating a bite of ice cream in the summer. But what? The happy Uchiha-jin did not care about Senjuitama's rude words. "You tortured me with a single megatama, and used illusion to hypnotize me." A violent hammer hit Senjuitama's head with a disdainful look, and a big bump was smashed. "Look at my physical hypnosis." Uchiha-jin, who was underestimated, did not leave a grudge overnight. "Ah!" The beaten Senjuitama screamed in pain. After dealing with Senjuitama, Uchiha-jin looked around and found that everything was normal. He checked the pillars and found no traces of people. Puzzled, he had to go back to the tent and took out a small mirror to look at his eyes. Sure enough, he really opened the Sharingan, although only a single megatama. After taking at Tsukuyomi, he only opened a single megatama. Isn't the original owner's talent a bit too poor? After suffering for so long, he only opened a single megatama in the end. Uchiha-jin felt deeply unworthy of himself, but he hadn't thought about who was the last person who ate Tsukuyomi and opened a single megatama in anger. The backyard refreshes a random skill illusion Tsukuyomi every day, and obtains Tsukuyomi fragment *1. The voice of the system, which he hadn't seen for a day, rang in his mind. It turned out to be this skill, a seemingly useless rule skill that Uchiha-jin got when he opened the purple magic ball last time. It turned out that the system assumed that the open space he enclosed behind the tent belonged to his backyard, so it refreshed at Tsukuyomi for him, and recalled the description of this skill. Random skill refreshed daily in the backyard. A skill is randomly refreshed in the backyard of the host's home every day. The skill is released by the NPC, and the host cannot control it, but the skill cannot kill the host. After the skill ends, there is a certain probability of dropping skills or fragments. You can learn the skill after collecting all the fragments. It can't kill me, but it can torture me. Uchiha Jin complained in his heart, but he seemed to be unharmed after this skill ended. Thinking back to the time when Heitake was 50-50 and lay still after taking a Tsukuyomi, this wave of his was a blessing in disguise. Tisk tisk tisk, am I lucky enough to get a Mangekyo skill on my first refresh? Then he tried to click on the Tsukuyomi fragments. Tsukuyomi fragments, 1/40th, if you collect 40 pieces, you can synthesize the illusion Tsukuyomi, and you can learn the skill Mangekyo Sharinon. 40 pieces? TMD, isn't it too bad? Seeing the bright, 1/40th, behind the fragments, Uchiha Jin felt very tired. I still have to take 39 Tsukuyomi, I won't buy it, give me back my money. This means that he has to meet Uchiha Itachi at least 39 times to get enough fragments of this skill. Thinking of this, the exhausted Uchiha Jin fell asleep. The next day, just as the sky was slightly bright, Uchiha Dalan, who was in charge of night watch, stayed hidden not far from the camp for half a night. Yawning and walking towards the camp, at this moment, Chang Yaejin suddenly appeared halfway. Looking at the person, Uchiha Dalan's honest face showed a puzzled expression. Uchiha Jin, what's the matter? The night watch is over, no need to change shifts. The visitor was Uchiha Jin, who had not slept well that night. He was tortured by Tsukuyomi for 72 hours. When he closed his eyes at night, a group of 1-on-7 people hacked at him, and many of them stabbed him in the lower body with knives. Although the system repaired his physical injuries, mental trauma is not so easy to heal. Uchiha Jin, who squinted for a while, had the same panda eyes as Gaara and waited on the road that Uchiha Dalan had to pass early in the morning. There was no other reason, he just wanted to open the treasure chest today. Brother Dalan, I heard from Captain Fengguo that your fire escape is superb, B-level fire escape is easy to use, and you have even begun to study A-level escape. I admire you very much. The usual routine, first came up with a wave of flattery. Uchiha Ryoichi and Uchiha Fihi obviously did not tell Uchiha Dalan about his challenge around him. When hearing Uchiha Jin's words of admiration, Uchiha Dalan's first reaction was to touch his head embarrassedly, and then said honestly, No, I just used everyone's rest time to practice fire escape, not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. I was once taught the experience of fire escape by the clan leader, and meeting Brother Dalan was like meeting a mountain and flowing water. I was delayed by the mission before, but fortunately now the mission has been completed, and I have let go of my obsession. Now I have only one last wish, which is to compete with the genius ninja Xiaohuo Dalan in the family, not for anything else, just to admire Brother Dalan's amazing ninjutsu. Xiaohuo Dalang is Uchiha Dalang's nickname in the clan. By the way, Uchiha Lianji is called Ghost Sword Lianji and Uchiha Fihi is called Double Blade Fihi. But, we are about to gather. Why not wait until the evening to rest and then communicate with you? Although Uchiha Dalang was flattered by Uchiha Yin, he always put the mission first. He was not in a hurry. He had to hurry today and couldn't waste his energy and chakra just for sparring. It's okay, we'll just. After rolling his dead fish eyes, a certain Uchiha was about to use the words that fooled Uchiha Fihi to do the same, when a voice suddenly sounded behind Uchiha Yin. What are you wasting time on? We're about to set off. At some point, Uchiha Fengguo appeared behind the two of them like a ghost, frowning and talking to them. Uchiha Yin and the other two were immediately shocked and broke out in cold sweats. They didn't even notice when Uchiha Fengguo appeared beside him, so they could only nod their heads repeatedly. On the way back, Uchiha Jin followed them, thinking it was a pity. It seems that we can only wait until night to find Uchiha Dalan, but Uchiha Fengguo's stealth skills are really amazing. He appeared behind us without feeling any chakra fluctuations from him. At this time, he remembered that Uchiha Fengguo also had a title, and this title was not only circulated in the clan, but also resounded throughout the warring states. God-hidden Fengguo. The man who practiced stealth to the extreme once sneaked into a medium-sized family when performing an assassination mission, bypassed hundreds of guards and assassinated the target of the mission. It was not until the next day that he was discovered. End of this chapter. Chapter 12 Important content that was not loaded. The three returned to the camp, and Uchiha Ryoichi and Uchiha Tsuru had cleaned up the traces and were waiting to set off. Seeing Uchiha Jin and Uchiha Dalan, the two looked at each other with strange expressions. While Uchiha Jin was taking the Senju boardroom, they found Uchiha Dalan. Did Uchiha Jin want to spar with you? Uchiha Ryoichi spoke first, and Uchiha Dalan, who was stunned by the question, answered puzzledly. Yes, how did you know? Did he also say what the clan leader taught him? Uchiha he also interrupted and said. Looking at Uchiha Dalan's surprised expression, the two were also sure that he was teased by Uchiha Jin with the same trick. That guy is just making fun of us, saying that he will admit defeat after a few moves. Not only that, he threw his sword on the ground when he was sparring with me. Anyway, he is just making fun of us. Uchiha Dalan, who was confused by the two's words, came to his senses after a while. You mean that Uchiha Jin said he wanted to learn from us, but he was actually teasing us? That's right. Uchiha Ryoichi and Uchiha Tsuru reached a consensus and replied in unison. Hearing this, Uchiha Dalan's honest face turned blue and red. Damn it! Then he became curious. What does he want by doing this? After asking, the three of them were silent. Maybe he is just bored. Uchiha Fengguo, who was eating melons on the side, said leisurely after hearing this. After all, that kid may only have a shell left. Uchiha Ryoichi and the other two were all confused. Just when they were about to ask again, Uchiha Jin came over carrying the tied-up Senjuitama, and the three of them stopped talking at the right time. Uchiha Ryoichi and Uchiha Tsuru looked up at the sky, as if something in the sky was attracting him, while Uchiha Tsuru lowered his head and counted the ants moving on the ground with his toes. Only Uchiha Dalan looked at him with an indignant look. Brother Dalan, I still have some doubts about the question just now. Humph. Uchiha Dalan walked away with an expression of shame for being in a dream. Oh. Uchiha Jin looked confused. Let's go. Uchiha Fengguo ignored the farce and ordered to set off directly. The territory that the Uchiha and Senju have been fighting for is located in the later Fire Country. The Senju clan is in the east, close to the sea. The Uchiha clan is located in the west, adjacent to their collateral relative, the Whirlpool Country. Uchiha Jin and his party are located in the east of the Fire Country and are now fleeing along the coastline in the southwest direction. The June sky is sunny, and because they are close to the coastline, the people on the road can feel a hint of coolness from the hot air. According to the map, Uchiha Fengguo inferred that they should be about to escape from the territory of the Senju clan. As long as they run out successfully, they can shake off the pursuers behind and enter the coast of the Whirlpool Country, and then they will be basically safe. Uchiha Jin, who was at the back of the team, was chatting with Senju Itama, who was being carried. Itama, kid, I heard that you have a good relationship with the Uzumaki clan in the Whirlpool Country. Of course, we are cousins. The head of the Uzumaki clan often comes to visit our Senju clan. Last time he came, he even said that he wanted to arrange a baby marriage with our family. Senju Itama knew that he could not escape or commit suicide, so he just gave up. Anyway, he would die if he arrived at the Uchiha clan, so he lived one day at a time. And after a few days of getting along, he also learned that he could live until now because of this Uchiha Jin in front of him. It was he who saved him when the other people wanted to kill him. Although he always felt that Uchiha Jin's purpose was not pure, he did not abuse him normally. When they quarreled, Uchiha Jin would punish him with an iron fist, but he would give him jerky afterwards, for fear that the boy would starve to death. He would also tell him some strange jokes, which he could not understand, but still make him laugh, keep a happy mood to live longer. During the days of traveling, he was always carrying him without any impatience, for fear that others would accidentally beat him to death. The young Senju Itama suddenly found that the other person's image overlapped with his most beloved elder and second brothers. It's so pitiful, stepping into the grave of love at such a young age. Uchiha-jin sighed when he heard this. Do you also want to marry a woman from the Uzumaki clan? I heard that their clan lives on an island filled with fog all year round. The women are all fair-skinned beauties, and with that fiery red hair, wow, don't say how tempting it is. Uchiha-jin teased the blushing Senju. Senju, who was shocked by such adult topics, turned his head to the side with a red face, and said with hot ears. I don't want women from the Uzumaki family, those guys are all violent. Oh, you are still shy, then do you have someone you like secretly, tell the truth. Seeing Senju like this, the bored Uchiha-jin became playful. No. I don't like Dahawa sister secretly. In a hurry, Senju actually uttered a strange name for the first time. Ha ha ha, you are really a little devil. Senju, who was exposed by himself, wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, but he was so easily tricked by the other party. You evil Uchiha! Senju barked helplessly, I will never talk to you again. After that, he closed his eyes and didn't speak any more. What a funny kid! Uchiha-jin smiled and shook his head, thinking about how to deal with the hot potato of Senju Banjian after completing the mission. Although he relied on jokes and used the excuse of the clan leader's hint at the beginning, once he returned to the Uchiha clan and the clan leader came out to confront him, the truth was revealed. This kid might really be skinned and torn apart by the angry Uchiha Tajima, and finally die without a complete body. The mission is to rescue Senju Banjian from Uchiha Fengguo and others. I should have rescued this kid now, why hasn't the mission been completed yet? The introduction of the first mission was very brief, and Uchiha-jin couldn't see any clues. Now he was like being roasted on both sides of the fire. On the one hand, he was afraid that he would still not be able to complete the mission when he returned to the clan, and he would die. On the other hand, he was afraid that if he secretly released this kid, he would not die when he returned to be held accountable by the clan leader, but the days to come would definitely be worse than death. Oh, how unlucky I am to have such an ancient treasure system. Other systems give novice gift packs that are either powerful ninjutsu or NB artifacts, or attribute points, which can make you soar. As for me, I was given a treasure chest for 4 days before I could open it. I finally accumulated a win and a loss, and was ready to lose in a row, but was sanctioned by the system and started all over again. I was almost scared to death when I was given a useless skill. I was beaten up by 1 against 7 for 72 hours in Tsukuyomi, and finally only got fragments. After that, I was told that I would be beaten up 39 more times. After so many days, my strength has not improved much, but the system has hung a sword of Damocles on my head. Is there any more miserable time traveler than him? System, when will my mission be completed? I have saved Senju. In desperation, Uchiha-jin tried to call the system in his mind again. The host's task completion rate is 60%. You still need to protect the task target Senju Banjian until he returns to the Senju clan. The task will be completed. The system that never responds actually answered his question for the first time. And %UN %at #UN and asterisk %and %. Uchiha-jin, who was immediately angry at the system and vomited blood, was spitting out fragrance in his mind. Uchiha-jin, who calmed down, asked. The task content at that time did not say to protect Senju Banjian to the Senju family. The system was still loading at that time, 80% of the content was not loaded, and the task data was missing. Now the task release module has been loaded. The task is as follows: save Senju Banjian from Uchiha Fengguo and others, protect him to return to the Senju clan, get points 10, random magic ball 1, Senju Banjian died, and the task failed. It seems that the sentence you didn't load is the most important. Insufficient traffic, please strengthen the host's strength. The system loading speed is linked to the host's strength. The system sent a cold prompt again. End of this chapter. Chapter 13. Uzumaki Mito has a dream of being a heroine. The activation speed of the system is actually linked to one's own strength, which gives Uchiha-jin the motivation to move forward. It seems that the reason why the system can load Senjuitama's tasks completely is all thanks to the single Megatama Sharingan that was accidentally activated in Tsukuyomi last night. The opening of the Sharingan has allowed his strength to evolve from a cannon fodder genin to an ordinary genin. There is still a little gap between him and the powerful 12 little strong men, but he should be able to fight Hinata on equal terms. Uchiha-jin, who covered his face with one hand, laughed strangely, causing Senjuitama, who was pretending to be dead behind him, to secretly open one eye. "What's wrong with you again?" Seeing Uchiha-jin transformed into the 4 laughing heroes, Senjuitama couldn't help but complain, and ended up receiving a slap from the other party. Senjuitama, who had a big bump on his head, pouted a little aggrievedly, but held back his tears. Uchiha, who adjusted his mentality yin, looked at this kid and found that he was not that annoying. He smiled and said something to Senjuitama that made his back cold. "Kid, maybe you will be reunited with your family soon. Don't even think about it." Senjuitama, who obviously misunderstood, began to bark helplessly again. Since the noise made by this guy might attract enemies, Uchiha-yin took out something without hesitation and stuffed his mouth. Feeling the salty smell of the object in his mouth, Senjuitama smelled it and fainted on the spot. The humidity at the seaside is heavy. My feet sweat in one day. Uchiha-yin withdrew his hand with satisfaction, looked at the smelly socks that had been stuffed into Senjuitama's mouth for several days without washing, and analyzed seriously. "We are about to enter the territory of the Uzumaki clan. Contain your chakra and don't let them sense it." The leader Uchiha Fengguo suddenly reminded, in addition to being good at sealing techniques, the Uzumaki clan also has first-class perception ability. "We are on a mission now, so don't make a fuss and provoke the Uzumaki clan. Is there a possibility that we have been discovered?" Uchiha-yin at the end of the team muttered. "The host has been detected to be in a battle, and the heart steel treasure box has begun to accumulate." A prompt sounded in the head, and enemies have appeared around. More than a dozen kilometers away, a red-haired figure opened his eyes, and his blood-red pupils revealed a hint of coldness. There are 5 ninjas in front, 5 of whom have extremely cold chakras, which may be from the Uchiha clan, and one has a chakra full of vitality. The red-haired and red-eyed man said to several red-haired men around him. "Can you confirm the one full of vitality?" A sturdy red-haired muscular man asked. "My Kagura's eyes have never been wrong," the red-eyed man replied. "That's them, let's go." The red-haired muscular man waved his hand, and the other people chased in the direction of Uchiha-jin and his team like arrows. Except for Uchiha-jin, Uchiha Fengguo and others who were still on the road did not notice that the enemy was approaching. Uchiha-jin deliberately slowed down his pace after hearing the prompt sound, and gradually hung far behind the team. The Uchiha people in the team were already accustomed to Uchiha-jin's departure from the team, so they didn't care. Anyway, he would catch up when they rested for a while. The Uchiha group shuttled through the forest, and Uchiha Fengguo, who was leading the front, suddenly felt that the chakra in his body was a little blocked. Before he could think about it, he felt a sense of crisis. His years of assassination experience made him stop immediately. There is an ambush. Uchiha Fengguo opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan and looked around vigilantly. Uchiha Ryoichi and the other 2 behind him did not dare to be careless and opened their own Sharingan immediately. Just then, several red-haired men flashed out from the woods. The leader was the red-haired muscular man just now. The other party looked at Uchiha Fengguo and others. Seeing that there were only 4 people, he seemed a little surprised. As expected of the Uchiha clan, they can actually detect the ceiling formation we set up. The red-haired muscular man crossed his chest and said seriously. Uchiha Fengguo, who was praised, did not feel honored. After looking at the red-haired muscular man, he said, "Our Uchiha clan has never had any conflicts with the Uzumaki clan. Why are you plotting against us for no reason? There are only 2 people. Where are the other 2? The red-haired muscular man did not speak. A red-haired and red-eyed man beside him asked back. Hearing this, Uchiha Fengguo's heart skipped a beat and thought to himself. It seems that the other party is coming for the kid from the Senju clan. Then he glanced at the back with a subtle look and found that Uchiha Yin had not caught up yet. He was anxious in his heart. Don't come over here, kid. I don't understand what you are talking about. We are just a 4-person team that is carrying out a mission. We are on the way now. Uchiha Fengguo said, but a hand behind him was signaling to the 3 people behind him. An ordinary team? An ordinary team needs the famous Shinin Fengguo to lead it. What is the mission? The red-haired muscular man opposite pointed out Uchiha Fengguo's identity and asked directly. Do it. Seeing that their identities had been exposed, the few people who had just transmitted information through secret codes suddenly jumped up at the same time, one by one with scarlet Sharinon, and rushed towards the Uzumaki clan. The battle was about to break out. In the back, Uchiha Jin, who had fallen behind for half a day, also encountered his enemy. Looking at the red-haired figure who suddenly emerged from the opposite woods, the prompt sound in Uchiha Jin's mind sounded again. It is detected that the host is in a battle, and the Heartsteel treasure box begins to accumulate. Really not giving me a chance to suffer a losing streak? Uzumaki Mito, the youngest daughter of Uzumaki Ashina, the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan, has shown a high talent for sealing since childhood. She is regarded as a jewel in the palm of the middle-aged Uzumaki Ashina and has been pampered since childhood. However, the spoiled Mito Uzumaki was extremely angry when she learned that her father had promised her to the faraway Senju clan. In a rage, she secretly took her father's treasures and boarded a cargo ship sailing out of the Whirlpool country, starting her journey to escape marriage. From today on, I will be a chivalrous and righteous female Ronin. On the ship, she listened to a storyteller from the Iron Country telling several stories about Ronin and chivalrous knights, and the innocent and passionate 10-year-old girl began her journey as a female knight. First, she used physical skills to beat up a group of rogues who bullied the people at the dock, which attracted cheers from the onlookers, and was very useful to Uzumaki Mito, who was dreaming of becoming a female knight. Then she used sealing techniques to deal with several wandering ninjas who relied on ninjutsu to oppress decent women. After sealing their chakras, they were all thrown into the mountains to mine and reform. After several operations, she won a lot of reputation, and the reputation of red-haired female knight spread like wildfire. Another peaceful day. The girl with a bun-like face ate the candy given to her by an old lady on the roadside, and patrolled the town she protected with a satisfied look on her face. It's called a town, but it's actually just a small fishing village near the coastline. The chaotic places have become peaceful and stable after being rectified by the girl. I remember the storyteller said that what a knight should pursue is to travel the world and make the 4 seas his home. Touching her little head, Uzumaki Mito decided to bid farewell to her first novice village and head towards a higher and farther world. There are still many people in need waiting for me to save them. Shaking her fair and tender little fist, Uzumaki Mito encouraged herself. After thinking it through, Uzumaki Mito bid farewell to the elders and villagers of the small fishing village. Although the elders and villagers were reluctant, they still waved goodbye to the girl and prepared a large bag of snacks and dry food for her before leaving. Heading towards the jungle deep in the coastline, Uzumaki Mito, who was showing off all the way, ate while walking, and suddenly she saw a black curly-haired man carrying a child on his back. She found that the man not only tied up the child behind him, but also gave the child a slap. What was even more outrageous was that he took out a smelly sock and stuffed it into the child's mouth. This must be the legendary human trafficker, but aren't the human traffickers my brother mentioned the black laborers in the north? Doubtful Uzumaki Mito followed him secretly. Uzumaki Mito, who had been following all the way, saw that the black curly-haired man's pace slowed down, so he sneaked over and prepared to give him a gorgeous opening to surprise this evil human trafficker. So the next scene is a red-haired girl with a bun on her back carrying a big bag, her cheeks stuffed. In her left hand, she held a half-eaten salted fish, and in her right hand, she held half a pancake. Her mouth was full of food, so her words were hard to hear. Kwu tiyan fangzi, fang xiala guo lan hai. Damn human traffickers, put that boy down. Carrot. End of this chapter. Chapter 14 Beast, what are you going to do? Ding. It is detected that the host has encountered a plot character, and the system task is being issued. Task starts, defeat Uzumaki Mito, who dreams of being a female hero, and let her know that the world is dangerous and people's hearts are unpredictable. Reward points 10, Random Magic Ball 1, the host's defeat means the task has failed. The naive girl in front of her has a fair little round face, big watery eyes, a cherry-like mouth, and her fiery red hair tied into two small balls, which makes her look very playful and cute. For Uchiha Yin, who was stunned after seeing her, he showed his sharp little tiger teeth like a little female beast, and his big eyes were full of dissatisfaction, like a kitten with bared teeth and claws. Uzumaki Mito, who felt looked down upon, was about to say something harsh, but she had not yet completely swallowed the pancake that had just been stuffed into her mouth. As the girl opened her mouth, air rushed in and squeezed the unchanged Eud food into her tiny esophagus, which immediately made her unable to breathe. A pair of small hands ignored the food in their hands, clenched into small fists and banged their airports, trying to swallow the food. Looking at the girl in front of her who wanted to say something but instantly beat her chest and stamped her feet, Uchiha-jin reluctantly took out his water bottle from his backpack, unscrewed it and handed it to her. The girl, who was choking and almost rolling her eyes, saw the water bottle as if she had seen a life-saving straw, took it and raised her head to drink it, and a gurgling sound was heard. The girl looked at the water bottle in her hand as if she had survived a disaster, and was about to say thank you to the kind person who sent the water. Looking up, she saw Uchiha-jin, who was smiling beside her, and jumped a few meters away with a strange cry, looking at him with a wary face. Is this how you treat your lifesaver? Uchiha-jin said with a sneer on his face. Although I am very grateful to you, you should just surrender, kind-hearted human trafficker. The girl frowned and thought for a moment before saying, are you talking about this kid? Uchiha-jin dragged the unconscious Senju to the front, it's okay to let him go, but you have to defeat me first. In order to complete the task, Uchiha-jin was ready to attack the cute little loli. Uzumaki Mito heard this and showed an expression as I expected. She put down the mountain-like bag on her back, and then started to do warm-up exercises, stretching her arms and legs as slender and tender as lotus roots, posing a cute starting posture, and said seriously, please teach me. Uchiha-jin kicked away the troublesome Senju Banjian beside him, and the kid rolled away like a rolling gourd. He was still unconscious and screamed ahh. Come on. Uchiha-jin hooked his finger provocatively. I don't even need to use weapons to deal with the anger of the mysterious Anku. He put the samurai sword on his waist aside. At Uchiha-jin's contemptuous behavior, Uzumaki Mito was angry and a flame of anger rose behind her. She kicked her legs hard and rushed over like a cannonball. The speed was so fast that Uchiha-jin's eyelids jumped. Take my punch? The girl punched Uchiha-jin vertically with anger. He crossed his arms and prepared to take the blow without dodge. Unexpectedly, the impact from his arms made his hands numb. He leaned back and did a backflip in the air and landed. Shaking his slightly trembling forearms, Uchiha-jin was horrified. As expected, he is the future Ninetales Jinchuriki. He has such strength at such a young age. Uzumaki Mito looked at her delicate little fist in surprise. The trafficker opposite her could actually withstand her punch. You should know that she has an amazing talent for physical skills since she was a child. She awakened a rare talent for strange strength when she was 5 years old. Ordinary Chunin couldn't withstand her full-strength attack, but the opponent only took a few steps back. Thinking of this, the girl put away her contempt and a competitive fire ignited in her eyes. Come again. Uzumaki Mito mobilized the chakra in her body and gathered it on her hands. In an instant, a light blue light appeared on the girl's white and tender palms. Looking at the small fists, Uchiha-jin, who had not yet recovered, felt his scalp tingling. Isn't this Tsunade's strange power? Imagining the consequences of being hit in the chest by this pair of small fists, Uchiha-jin's heart was half cold. He originally wanted to bully the weak, but he didn't expect that this time he would hit a wall. Seeing that the girl had raised her fist, Uchiha-jin immediately retreated and opened his newly awakened Sharingan at the same time. The single Megatama Sharingan can only be used for insight. With the blessing of the single Megatama, Uchiha-jin can barely see the girl's movements and can barely dodge the physical moves. The slightly rotating Megatama allowed him to slowly adapt to the girl's speed. The moment the other party raised her hand, it seemed as if he could see her next move. With such cheating eyes, it's no wonder that he will be coveted in the future. Admiring the ability of the Sharingan, Uchiha-jin dodged the girl's punch with ease. Looking at the lotus arm that passed by his face, Uchiha-jin began to consider how to fight back. Uchiha-jin really couldn't use a sword on a child, not to say that he was a saint. For real threats, he would not be merciful, but the bun-headed man in front of him, who was already exhausted and panting, had no intention of killing him from beginning to end. We can only outsmart him. The wrist turned slightly, and a transparent thin line was thrown by Uchiha-jin with hidden power to the side of the samurai sword stuck on the ground. The body deliberately began to circle around the girl with the girl's random punches, and the girl who was led by the nose was unaware. The blood of the Uzumaki clan gave her a strong vitality. Like the Senju clan, she was very good at protracted battles. You are as slippery as a loach, what a coward, fight me if you dare, what kind of man are you hiding? Uzumaki Mito, who had been missing, said angrily. Okay. Uchiha-jin, who had been circling, suddenly stopped and nodded seriously not far from the girl. Take it. The girl, who saw the opportunity, gathered strength with both fists and took a step forward. Uchiha-jin on the opposite side saw that the time was right and pulled his wrist hard, and saw a bunch of grass and trees around the girl, and transparent silk threads surrounded the girl in an instant. The next moment, the girl, who had no time to dodge, was tightly entangled by the silk thread. Her petite body struggled hard. After a few times, she desperately found that the more she struggled, the tighter the silk thread tied her. I suggest you stop struggling. The harder you push, the tighter the thread will be. Your thin cloth will be cut easily. As Uchiha-jin finished speaking, there was a tearing sound, and the girl's thin clothes were cut in several places, exposing the girl's fair skin. The white jade-like skin was left with red marks by the thread, making Uzumaki Mito, who was still struggling, blush and steam, and turned into a steam princess. Damn guy, let me go. Uzumaki Mito, who suffered such humiliation for the first time, had tears in her eyes and looked very touching. She didn't have the arrogance she had just chased people and hammered them. Then you admit defeat first. Uchiha-jin looked at Uzumaki Mito, who looked like a female ninja with no mercy, and was not shaken at all. Of course, if the other party was 7 or 8 years older, he might not be able to control himself. You'll let me go if I admit defeat. The aggrieved Uzumaki Mito looked at the trafficker in front of her with some disbelief. According to her idea, the other party should also tie her up and then sell her to a place where people listen to music. I swear on the honor of the Uchiha ancestors. Uchiha-jin swore on his ancestors again. Achoo! The hedgehog head felt a chill on his back after a few days of sparring with the melon-headed boy. Madara, are you okay? The melon-headed boy asked with concern. Looking at Uchiha-jin's firm words, the girl compromised and said, I admit defeat. Ding! The host defeated Uzumaki Mito, the mission is completed, points +10, and blue magic ball *1 is obtained. Uchiha-jin was so excited that tears were about to flow down. After traveling for so long, he finally completed a mission. Then he observed his reward in his mind. When he turned on the system again, Uchiha-jin found that his mind was no longer an empty and monotonous space, but instead there was a chessboard-like arena. He also had a physical body. Following the guidance, he walked onto the chessboard. He found that the heart steel treasure chest he had obtained from the mission was placed on the left, and a row of numbers were rolling on the treasure chest. Host succeeded, obtained heart energy *1, and the heart steel treasure chest reward has been unlocked. Current accumulated heart energy, 14. With a belated reminder sound, Uchiha saw that the number above the heart steel treasure chest on the chessboard stopped rolling. 14 to be opened. 1 plus 10-10 plus 12 plus 1 equals 14. Due to a wave of bug penalties in the middle of Uchiha, the number of heart steel layers was only 14 layers in the end. Great force makes miracles happen. Uchiha clicked to open it, and saw the heart steel treasure chest jumping for a while. With the magical BGM, 2 colorful magic balls with the heart steel logo fell out. With a nervous mood, Uchiha clicked on one of them. With a flash of light, a gold bar appeared in his hand. Gold brick *1 universal currency, can be used for real-life consumption. Can it actually explode money? Uchiha weighed the heavy gold in his hand in surprise. This piece of gold in his hand was enough to cause a big dispute. Then he looked at another magic ball. Is it gold? Thinking so, Uchiha clicked on the remaining magic balls. Uzumaki clan constitution *1 after using, you will gain a trace amount of Uzumaki clan bloodline, and the attributes will be slightly improved. The second magic ball actually exploded bloodline. Uchiha couldn't stay calm when he saw the word Uzumaki. Several important characters in the play are orphans of the Uzumaki clan. Nagato, the behind-the-scenes boss of the Akatsuki organization, relied on the Uzumaki clan's bloodline to get Madara's Samsara Eye. He first killed the Toad Sage and then flattened Konoha with one move. He was definitely the ceiling of midterm combat power. Not to mention the prince. Even if he didn't rely on the Nine Tails, he was also a Shitanla player, and his physical recovery ability was first class. Attributes. Although the blood is seductive, the attributes are also curious in the back of the memory. Kin, ordinary sports, holy fireball, Uchiha's entry sword method, intermediate sword technique. A warm current extends from the heart to the whole body. The chakra that was originally blocked like a dripping water turned into a rushing stream. The warm chakra made Uchiha feel comfortable, and at the same time he felt that he had endless energy all over his body. After feeling his body reborn, Uchiha suddenly remembered the small increase in attributes mentioned after the reward, and looked up at his attribute panel again. Host, Uchiha. Ninja, 7. Body, 8. Wisdom, 9. Energy, 6. Charm, 1. Pupil, 5. Skills, ordinary physical skills, great fireball technique, Uchiha entry-level swordsmanship, intermediate shuriken technique. Overall evaluation, a smart single Magatama Uchiha who deserves a beating. The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan is mainly reflected in ninja, body, and essence. Among them, body and essence have doubled, and the corresponding ones should be physique and chakra. The attribute research is almost the same, and Uchiha found another strange device on the right side of the chessboard. Similar to the game console he played in the arcade in his previous life, he tried to click on the power on button. As the game console screen started up, a big 10 came into view and then the description of this game console popped up. Mall game console, accumulate points to unlock the grand prize. Besides that, there was no other explanation. After tinkering with it to no avail, Uchiha had to give up on this game console and curiously asked the system. Why did so many things appear this time? Because the host completed a pre-task, the system load plus 10%. Isn't this all the scenes of the system? Uchiha looked at the luxurious system space and asked in disbelief. The system is still loading, and there is no answer. It seems that there are still many functions of his system that have not been unlocked. Uchiha's confidence in surviving until the founding of Konoha has increased several times. Maybe I can survive until Boruto. Uchiha entered fantasy time. Hey, you said you would let me go? You can't go back on your word. Uzumaki Mito, who had just admitted defeat, saw that the other party was actually in a daze, and couldn't help but shout loudly. The next moment after he finished speaking, Uchiha Jin's eyes regained their spirit. The long time just passed in the system was just a moment outside. Okay, I'll untie you now. Uchiha Jin, who had gained a lot, looked at the great hero in front of him, his mouth almost grinning to the sky. Hey, why are you laughing so disgustingly? Uzumaki Mito looked at Uchiha Jin with a silver smile on his face, and twisted him around. This kind of silk thread cannot be cut with ordinary sharp weapons, only he couldn't stop until he found the head. Uchiha Jin didn't care and started to search Uzumaki Mito's body. Of course, as a gentleman, a certain Uchiha searched without any distractions. But when he felt a pair of big hands with a familiar breath passing behind him, Uzumaki Mito's small body couldn't help trembling. What's the matter? I want to go to the toilet. You hold it for a while. I'll find it soon. The misunderstood Uchiha Jin immediately sped up. Why do I feel a familiar breath from this guy? Uzumaki Mito, who was touched by Uchiha Jin, began to have wild thoughts, but it was true that Uchiha Jin had just merged the blood of the Uzumaki clan, and the same blood naturally had an innate attraction. Just as Uchiha Jin was looking for the thread, a talisman on the chest of Uzumaki Mito caught his attention. Looking at the talisman in the shape of a ghost face, Uchiha Jin asked curiously. Your talisman is quite unique. Uzumaki Mito was still dizzy when she was asked, and she explained subconsciously. This is my father's concealing talisman, which has a sealing technique written in it. Wearing it can hide chakra. When I ran away, I relied on this thing to avoid the family's search. Really amazing, worthy of being a member of the Uzumaki clan. Uchiha Jin praised sincerely. It's not as good as you said. Hey, I finally found it. After searching for a long time, he finally found the thread at Uzumaki Mito's waist, and Uchiha Jin reached out to touch it. Beast, what are you going to do? With a roar, a figure with red light all over his body fell from the sky. Slow burning rhythm. End of this chapter. Chapter 15 Trust of Uzumaki Mito. The sun shines on the lush branches, casting mottled reflections on the ground. Occasionally, cicadas and birds chirp in the distance, and the light and slightly salty sea breeze blows across the face. Everything is so comfortable. In the distance, a man and a woman snuggle together. The older man drags the girl's back with his left hand and reaches for the girl's belt with his right hand. The girl has no intention of resisting. Her beautiful eyes contain spring light. She leans on the man obediently and lets him do whatever he wants. There is a charming and ambiguous atmosphere between the two. The above is the scene witnessed by Uzumaki Hanamichi. Beast, what are you going to do? Uzumaki Hanamichi's anger is like a volcano about to erupt. The boiling magma surges in his heart, making his whole body tremble slightly because of anger. The two people who were startled by the thunderbolt raised their heads and saw a red-haired man with delicate appearance but strong muscles like steel. When Uchiha Jin saw him for the first time, a sentence popped up in his head. Strong and handsome, with a handsome face. After listening to the other party's words, Uchiha Jin realized that his current actions seemed very indecent, and the little lowly Uzumaki Mito in his arms blushed, and a puff of steam came out of her head, and then her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Uchiha Jin, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, hugged the fainted Uzumaki Mito, but the movement was too big, and the girl's already torn clothes were damaged more thoroughly. With a few hissing sounds, the girl's armor was directly broken, and only a few pieces of cloth were left on her original coat. The exposed white and tender skin was crystal clear like mutton fat jade under the sunlight. Feeling the soft and warm touch in his hands, Uchiha Jin was silent. After a moment, he raised his head, his eyes clear as a saint. If I say that all this is a misunderstanding, you won't disbelieve it, right? Hearing that the Uchiha clan member caught in the act still wanted to quibble, Uzumaki Hanamichi cracked his hands. Bright red chakras shone through his body, like a blazing flame, and his eyes emitted a devouring light. Uchiha Jin, who felt the opponent's pressure from afar, cried out in his heart that it was not good. Even if he was slow, he could see that the opponent's strength was not inferior to Uchiha Fengguo, and even more oppressive than Uchiha Fengguo. For now, only your blood can wash away the shame of Xiao Mito. Uzumaki Hanamichi said, approaching Uchiha Jin step by step. In a hurry, Uchiha Jin shook the Uzumaki Mito who was lying on him. Seeing that the other party did not react at all, he directly hit the girl between her two balls with a violent hammer. Wake up and explain to me, otherwise I will be killed. Under the heavy blow, the unconscious Uzumaki Mito was awakened and looked at the anxious Uchiha Jin beside him in a daze. When she was about to say something with her mouth slightly opened, she caught a glimpse of the muscular man walking slowly. Her eyes were instantly filled with fear. She did not care about the difference between men and women, pulled down Uchiha Jin's head, and whispered in his ear. Hold me hostage quickly, and don't let brother Hanamichi take me back. The girl's head was pressed against his cheek, and the unique fragrance of the girl made Uchiha Jin's nose itch, and he almost sneezed. The little mouth next to his ear opened slightly, and the warm breath reached his ears, making him feel numb. Then he thought of the girl's age, and Uchiha Jin immediately stopped the restlessness in his heart. Umitba, I'm not a Lolita control, I'm not a Lolita control. Saving his life was important. Uchiha Jin strangled Uzumaki Mito's neck with one hand, and with the other hand he took out a sharp kunao from behind, changed his ferocious expression, and held the kunao in front of the girl, said sinisterly. He, you don't want this guy to get hurt, do you? Seeing the Uchiha clan opposite revealing their true colors, Uzumaki Hanamichi stopped and said in a deep voice with struggle. Despicable Uchiha, what do you want to let my sister go? He clenched his fists, and the nails of his fingertips dug into the flesh. Uzumaki Hanamichi, the eldest son of Uzumaki Ashina, perfectly inherited the talents of the Uzumaki clan. All 4 items of ninja fantasy spirit body are maxed out, and he is known as the strongest genius of the Uzumaki clan in the past 100 years. At the age of a teenager, he has the strength that is not inferior to that of the elders of the Uzumaki clan. Not long ago, the little princess of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Mito, disappeared. Uzumaki Hanamichi, who usually loves his sister, led his men to search for her immediately. What should I say? Uchiha Jin, who hid his head behind Uzumaki Mito, asked quietly. The girl felt dizzy after feeling a masculine scent, but the situation did not wait for anyone, so she gritted her teeth and said to the man behind her. Aren't you a professional human trafficker? Do you still need me to teach you? Uzumaki Mito asked curiously. When did I say I was a human trafficker? It seems that I still haven't figured out my identity. Hi. Seeing that the unworthy Uchiha dared to get close to her precious sister's neck and move her mouth, Uzumaki Hanamichi felt like a knife was twisting her heart, and she wished she could tear him into pieces and scatter his bones to ashes. Just when the two sides were deadlocked, a sound of fighting came from the woods. As the sound got closer and closer, several figures appeared in front of Uchiha Jin in a mess. It turned out to be the Uchiha Fengguo who had separated not long ago. Now these guys were covered in dust, especially Uchiha Ryoichi, whose arms were bent and hung weakly beside him, and his other hand kept throwing shurikens. The moment Uchiha Fengguo saw Uchiha Jin, he shouted. Uchiha Jin, take that brat away quickly, the Uzumaki clan is targeting that brat. Ball? Looking at the unconscious Senjuitama who was kicked more than 10 meters away by him, and then looking at Uzumaki Mito who was temporarily cooperating with him, Uchiha Jin suddenly felt overwhelmed. Now he couldn't wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Hearing Uchiha Fengguo's words, Uzumaki Hanamichi, who was controlled by others, stared with his eyes wide open. You still say it's a misunderstanding? You despicable Uchiha! Is there no way to solve it peacefully? Uchiha Jin asked Uzumaki Mito in his hand. Run quickly! Uzumaki Mito, who didn't want to go home at all, urged. It was said lightly, the strength of the Uzumaki clan members on the opposite side should not be underestimated. The strongest Uzumaki Hanamichi hadn't made a move yet, but Uchiha Fengguo and others were already unable to resist. With his strength, how could he escape? Otherwise, you can tell your brother that this is a misunderstanding. It would be a good thing if we can turn hostility into friendship. Uchiha Jin tried to persuade the girl. No. If you don't take me away, I will tell my brother that you bullied me. Uzumaki Mito looked at the somewhat shaken Uchiha Jin and threatened with a pout. How can you say such cold words with your 36-degree mouth? Only villains and women are difficult to raise. At this point, it is no longer a matter of handing Uzumaki Mito over to the other party. The existence of Senju Itama is destined to be discovered by the Uzumaki clan. As a high-level member of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Hanamichi may have seen Senju Itama. As a loyal ally of the Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan will certainly not turn a blind eye to him. Senju Itama is related to his mission. Before he succeeds, he must not let this kid out of his sight. Uchiha Fengguo, who had distanced himself from a member of the Uzumaki clan, flashed in front of Uchiha Jin. Seeing Uzumaki Mito tied in his hand, he was stunned at first, but the situation was urgent and he had no time to ask. Where is the kid from the Senju clan? Uchiha Jin pouted at the unconscious Senju Itama next to him. I'll cover him, you take him away first. Without thinking too much, Uchiha Fengguo said. Why let the weakest one evacuate first? Uchiha Jin was a little confused. Was it just because he was the nephew of the clan leader? But there was no time to think about it. Uchiha Fengguo had thrown Senju Itama on his back. Now Uchiha Jin was carrying a small one on his back and a big one in front of him, just like a nanny. After giving instructions, Uchiha Fengguo took a deep look at him, and then entered the battlefield again to fight with the two members of the Uzumaki clan on the opposite side, buying time for Uchiha Jin to retreat. Looking at the captain's back, Uchiha Jin was suddenly moved. Although Uchiha Fengguo usually didn't have a good face for him, he chose to cover his evacuation at this moment. Without being pretentious, Uchiha Jin turned around and fled to the west. Jin, your child has grown up so big. Uchiha Fengguo sighed in his heart when he saw Uchiha Jin leaving. It's just too weak, not like you at all. Don't even think about escaping. Uzumaki Hanamichi saw Uchiha Jin running away with his sister, and he was anxious. He kicked hard with his feet and prepared to chase after the fleeing Uchiha Jin, but as soon as he stood up, he saw a pair of cold Sharingan in front of him, and 3 Megatama were slightly rotating inside, emitting a bewitching light. If you want to get through, you have to get through me first. At some point, Uchiha Fengguo knocked down his 2 men and blocked him. Looking for death. Uzumaki Hanamichi had amazing explosive power, and the punch he threw was like a force of 10,000 kilograms, and the wind pressure hit Uchiha Fengguo's face painfully. You've already made eye contact with me. Magical shackle technique, one of the signature illusions of the Uchiha clan, and later a ninjutsu that Uchiha Itachi often used to pretend to be cool. Using the Sharingan to pull the opponent into the illusion space, the Sharingan holder will use the large iron nails formed by the illusion to insert into the opponent's body to make it unable to move. The careless Uzumaki Hanamichi was hit. As the scene turned, he had entered a sea of blood. Several huge steel nails nailed him in place and he couldn't move. Uchiha Fengguo, who was a little exhausted in the real world, covered his eyes. The sour feeling was too strong, so he immediately closed the Sharingan. Sure enough, it's still a bit difficult to use it against opponents of this level. Looking at Uzumaki Hanamichi trapped in the illusion, Uchiha Fengguo turned around to help Uchiha Ryoichi and others. The 3 of them were besieging the long-haired Uzumaki clan member, and the other weaker Uzumaki clan members had already been knocked to the ground. At this moment, Uchiha Fengguo heard the voice of Uzumaki Hanamichi. I almost fell into your trap. Turning his head, he looked at the man who had regained consciousness in disbelief. He had prepared the illusion for a long time, and just a glance had drained most of his pupil power. Fortunately, there is a sealing technique prepared by my father, which can allow me to resist a mental attack. Uzumaki Hanamichi said, revealing the symbols composed of tadpole-like characters on his chest, which were gradually fading. Thinking of the sealing technique that his father had planted on him before he left, Uzumaki Hanamichi felt fortunate. Tisk, what a trouble! Uchiha Fengguo remembered the sealing technique that the Uzumaki clan was best at, and had no choice but to open the Sharingan again, and the second round of the two began. On the other side, Uchiha Jin, who had been running all the way, suddenly stopped. Under the puzzled eyes of Uzumaki Mito, he put down the two people on his body and checked his ninja tool bag. What do you want to do? The girl pulled the corner of Uchiha Jin's clothes and asked. You are free now. If I can't come back, you can help me send this kid back to the Senju clan. Uchiha Jin lowered his head and said to Uzumaki Mito. You want to go back and die? My brother is very strong. You can't take a punch from him. The girl saw that the other party wanted to die and hurried to stop him. I want to live too. I want to live to see Konoha, Uchiha Jin said with a sigh. Thinking of the arrogant Uchiha Ryoichi, the cold-faced and warm-hearted Uchiha Tsuru, the honest and simple Uchiha Dalan, and the Uchiha Fengguo who seemed to have special care for him. Although he had only traveled through time for a few days, the few days of getting along with them had made him have a deep bond with them. I really can't bear to be cruel. Then his eyes became firm, he pulled away Uzumaki Mito's hand, and stood up to leave. Wait. Uzumaki Mito seemed to be hesitant to speak. Why, are you afraid that I will defeat your brother? Uchiha Jin couldn't help but tease her when he saw her like that. Not at all, you can't be my brother's opponent. No one in the clan can defeat my brother head-on except my father. Uzumaki Mito said with lingering fear. After that, the girl, who hesitated again and again, took out a black bead from her bag and handed it to Uchiha Jin. Looking at the thing the girl gave him curiously, Uchiha Jin took it up and looked at it carefully, and found that it was a pearl, and the ink-colored pattern on the black surface was slowly flowing. Be careful, this is my father's self-defense bead for me. There is a sealing technique written in the bead. It can temporarily trap my brother after activating it with chakra. You can take the opportunity to escape then. Aren't you afraid that I will trap your brother with this thing and then kill him? Uchiha Yin, holding the bead, looked at the girl in front of him and asked tentatively. You won't? The girl said seriously, her big eyes full of trust in him. Why are you so sure I won't? He was a little confused by the girl's strange sense of trust. I was born with a talent that can sense the good and evil of the people around me. The girl explained, from the first time I saw you, I didn't feel any malice from you. You are a good person. The girl concluded. Uchiha Yin, who was confusedly given a good person card, curled his lips, accepted the bead, and patted the girl's bun. What a convenient ability, thank you. The abilities of the descendants of Otsutsuki are really bizarre. No wonder the girl trusts him so much. It turns out that he has the ability to perceive good and evil similar to the future Prince Julama mode. After thanking him, Uchiha Jin ran to the place where he had just fought. System, is there any way to help me get through the difficulties in front of me? Feeling the gap in strength, Uchiha Jin couldn't help but try to ask the system. After a moment of silence. The system has not been fully activated and cannot provide help to the host. Flying system, what's the use of you? Uchiha Jin's disgust became stronger and stronger. He originally thought that after activating the system, he could soar into the sky, and then he could live a good life of stepping on Kaguya and punching aliens. Unexpectedly, this semi-finished medieval system not only has an erasure mechanism, but also rewards like squeezing toothpaste. The novice gift package was given to the defense. He had to accumulate fragments to synthesize a skill. Not to mention taking off, the experience of the past few days alone made him it's terrible. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have activated this medieval system. With my ability to know a little about the plot, I could have survived until the founding of Konoha, and then took advantage of the honeymoon period between the Uchiha clan and Konoha to sneak out and hide in a remote small country to enjoy my old age. Wouldn't it be wonderful? What a pitfall system! Uchiha-jin complained angrily. Ding! The host's strong dissatisfaction is detected, and the system has issued a challenge task: save Uchiha. Save the Uchiha fire sealing team in desperate situation, complete the task points *50, random magic balls *4, and the death of any task target will result in failure. Seeing Uchiha-jin suddenly pop up a task in his mind, he couldn't help but have a guess. Does this system need to be scolded before it can give feedback? Then can I? It is detected that the host has bad thoughts. The difficulty of the task has increased. You need to defeat Uzumaki Hanamichi to complete the subsequent tasks. I heard that. I thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 Super Giant Fireball. Uchiha Fengguo's hand holding the knife trembled slightly, and a pair of scarlet pupils exuded a greyish-white breath. The Uzumaki clan in front of him was as strong as a monster. His physical skills were not too bad, but he could only be suppressed after a few rounds with the opponent. Uzumaki Hanamichi's powerful fist could even resist the katana made of fine iron in his hand. Not only that, his chakra volume far exceeded his own, and the chakra around his body had not decayed at all after being released for so long. The opponent had not used his most powerful ability yet, and fighting with him seemed like playing with children. Uzumaki Hanamichi yawned with little interest, and the famous Shinen Fengguo was opposite. He had been looking forward to it, but he didn't expect that the warm-up was almost over, and that illusion posed a threat to him. It's so boring. If you are only this level, get out of the way. I'm going to find Mito-chan. Uzumaki Hanamichi waved his hand without raising his eyelids to knock away several shurikens thrown by Uchiha Fengguo, and saw that the shurikens he threw were easily knocked away by the opponent. Uchiha Fengguo was not depressed, but had an expression of a plan. He swung his hands forward fiercely, and the shurikens that were knocked away actually changed their paths collectively as if they were manipulated and attacked Uzumaki Hanamichi, who was standing still. In an instant, the shuriken circled Uzumaki Hanamichi several times, perfectly missing all the vital points. Is this the accuracy of the Uchiha clan's throwing technique? Uzumaki Hanamichi, who was still indifferent, mocked, and the next moment he felt his whole body tighten. Shuriken Jutsu. Uchiha Fengguo, with his 10 fingers wrapped around the Uchiha silver-like silk thread, let Uzumaki Hanamichi experience the same bondage play as her sister, but it was not over yet. Fire Style, Dragon Fire Jutsu. Uchiha Fengguo brewed a hot flame in his mouth, and a fire dragon gushed out of his mouth, along the silk thread in his hand, and rolled towards the bound Uzumaki Hanamichi with a soaring momentum, and was swallowed by the flames in an instant. Seeing the other party being burned into a fire-man, Uchiha Fengguo did not take it lightly, and raised the samurai sword in his hand to cut Uzumaki Hanamichi, who was wrapped in flames. As the blade approached the other party's head little by little, Uchiha Fengguo felt the joy of victory in his heart. But the next second, a terrifying scene appeared. An arm with flames firmly grasped his blade, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free. Combination technique? It's really rare. Uzumaki Hanamichi's leisurely voice came out. At this time, Uchiha Fengguo realized that the opponent was clearly wrapped in a raging fire, but he didn't even make a wail. Bang! As the breath around Uzumaki Hanamichi tightened, the bound silk threads and the burning flames attached to his body were all shaken off, revealing his intact body. Shaking off the slight fever on his head, Uzumaki Hanamichi praised. As expected of the Uchiha of the round fan, the trick of playing with fire is really gorgeous. With dry eyes, Uchiha Fengguo swallowed hard. The body of this Uzumaki clan guy was too BT. A breath of despair instantly surged into his heart. Uchiha Ryoichi and others on the other side of the battlefield were still fighting. The long-haired Uzumaki clan on the opposite side had an expression of ease. It seemed that defeat was only a matter of time. Is it really going to end here? Uchiha Fengguo thought that he had been fighting all his life, and finally died in such a mission, and he couldn't help but sigh. Feeling that his chakra was about to run out, the Sharingan in his eyes was unable to support him. He raised his head and looked at the sky with difficulty. The deeds of the first half of his life flashed back like a revolving lantern. The picture finally stopped at a curly-haired man with a warm smile. Uchiha Fengguo's eyes showed a trace of nostalgia, and then he thought of something, and his eyes became more determined. I haven't burned out yet. As long as I can hold you back for a while, the kid's chance of survival will be higher. Thinking so, Uchiha Fengguo's body surged with power again, and the Sharingan that was originally closed quietly opened. With this emotion, the three Megatama in his eyes began to rotate rapidly, and there was a tendency to gradually connect together. Frowning, Uzumaki Hanamichi, relying on the powerful perception of the Uzumaki clan, found that the Uchiha clan, who should have been exhausted, actually burst out with strong chakra, and a gloomy breath came to his face. What is this? Uzumaki Hanamichi had seen enemies who burned their vitality in desperate situations in an attempt to die together, but the Uchiha clan didn't seem to have such means, or were they just bluffing? Uzumaki Hanamichi distracted attention while thinking. A strange chakra rose from behind Uchiha Fengguo, and slowly condensed into a strange shape. Just when the breath was about to condense into shape, a figure flashed in front of Uchiha Fengguo, holding a ryuku in one hand, and Uchiha Yin landed in a self-proclaimed handsome posture. Am I late? After saying that, he showed a self-proclaimed handsome smile. With the sudden appearance of Uchiha Yin, the changes in Uchiha Fengguo came to an abrupt end, and he looked at the person in front of him in disbelief. What the hell? And %, Yuan %. Uchiha Fengguo was furious. He was finally ready to sacrifice himself to give Uchiha Yinbo a way out, but he didn't expect this kid to come back to die again. Are you crying? Uchiha Yin was a little confused after being scolded. He came back to save the situation and was scolded. He was immediately unhappy. You're here. After being angry, Uchiha Fengguo sighed. I'm here. You shouldn't have come. But I'm here anyway. Are you two done yet? Why are you still counting words? Having been ignored by the two for a long time, Uzumaki Hanamichi's head was swollen and veins popped out. Oh my, I'm so sorry. Uchiha Jin, who was a little distracted, scratched his head embarrassedly and apologized perfunctorily with his dead eyes rolled up. Despicable Uchiha, you dare to come back, where did you hide Mito? Seeing that the person who came was the wretched Uchiha who made a move on his precious sister, Uzumaki Hanamichi tightened his fist, which made a crackling sound for a while. Staring at the sandbag-sized fist of brother Uzumaki, Uchiha Jin swallowed his saliva and touched the artifact given by Uzumaki Mito in his arms. I hope the stuff that little girl Uzumaki Mito gave me is more powerful. Uchiha Jin, why didn't you listen to the captain's orders? Uchiha Fengguo, who had calmed down, asked in a deep voice. He was anxious. What did this kid come back for? Captain, stop talking nonsense and focus on defending the enemy. Uchiha Jin did not answer his question, but drew out the samurai sword behind him. You don't even have a Sharingan. When did you open your eyes? He was speechless about Uchiha Jin, who overestimated his own abilities. Doesn't this kid know his own strength? What's the use of having another Uchiha Jin when he can't beat him? But the next moment, he saw the Megatama spinning in Uchiha Jin's familiar dead fish eyes. He was stunned, and a familiar figure appeared in front of him and overlapped with Uchiha Jin. What's the use of this one Megatama? The opponent is a strong physical player. You are born with a weak physique. If you face such an opponent, you will die. Although he was happy that Uchiha Jin could open his eyes, the current situation could not be reversed by a single Megatama. Don't challenge my patience, despicable Uchiha. If you hand over Mito, I will consider leaving you a whole body. Uzumaki Hanamichi, with a red chakra coat rising from his body, said coldly, with a pair of sword eyebrows raised on his handsome face, like a lion out of a cage. Although I want to say that this is all a misunderstanding, it seems that this misunderstanding cannot be easily resolved now. Uchiha-jin felt the opponent's powerful chakra, as if he was stared at by a beast, and his muscles instantly stiffened and tightened. At this point, what misunderstandings are you talking about? I'll break your limbs and make you tell the truth. After saying that, Uzumaki Hanamichi rushed to Uchiha-jin and punched him on the arm. With a blow like the power of thunder, Uchiha-jin's Sharingan began to spin rapidly as the owner's adrenaline was secreted rapidly. When the punch was about to hit him, the Megatama in Uchiha-jin's eyes turned into two, and he raised the knife at a tricky angle and stabbed Uzumaki Hanamichi's open armpit. Uzumaki Hanamichi, who had super perception, knew that both sides would lose one hand if he hit him. He immediately twisted his body and punched the giant tree next to him. The tree that three people hugged was instantly pierced by the punch, and then it fell down. As the smoke dissipated, Uzumaki Hanamichi looked at the small wound on his lower ribs with lingering fear. The wound had already begun to heal under the Uzumaki clan's BT physique, but he was still shocked by the opponent's ruthlessness and decisiveness. On the other side, Uchiha-jin was not feeling well either. He touched his right arm, although Uzumaki Hanamichi was afraid of his injury-for-injury blow and changed the direction of his punch. But even the wind from his fist rolled up the skin and flesh on the outside of his right arm, and the blood flowed immediately. But the magical thing was that within a few breaths, the wound began to sprout, and the bleeding slowly stopped. Moreover, he found that the world in his eyes was clearer. The recovery ability of the Uzumaki clan is really amazing. I have only absorbed a small amount of Uzumaki bloodline, but I have such a strong recovery ability. About 10 breaths later, Uchiha-jin's wound had miraculously recovered. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha-jin, whose arm was normal, used ninjutsu for the first time. This was the only long-range ninjutsu that the original owner could use. In the original work, this ninjutsu the technique is also known as the compassion technique, and its actual hit rate is pitifully low. Feeling the heat brewing in his mouth, Uchiha-jin felt like he had to spit it out. He took a deep breath, puffed up his cheeks, and suddenly sprayed the fire attribute chakra condensed in his mouth towards Uzumaki Hanamichi not far away. Looking at the huge fireball rushing in front of him, Uzumaki Hanamichi's eyes almost stared up to the sky, and he raised his head in surprise. Is this a huge fireball? The huge fireballs used by the Uchiha clan members are generally only about 10 cubic meters, and the damage range is about 10 meters. Uzumaki Hanamichi is very familiar with this move, but he has never seen this fireball of dozens of cubic meters in front of him. And this huge fireball is not the kind of thing that is just for show. Uzumaki Hanamichi, who has super perception, can clearly perceive the powerful destructive power contained in this huge fireball in front of him. Unlike the weak dragon fire technique of the Uchiha just now, his body may not be able to withstand this great fireball, so he can only hide away quickly and embarrassedly. Actually, there is no difference between high and low in any escape technique, and it is all determined by the strength of the caster. The B-level fire escape Great Fire Extinguishment and Great Fire Extinguishment released by Uchiha Madara have a destructive power that can be called the destruction of the world. Uchiha-jin, who closed his eyes and compressed all the air in his lungs, stopped the ninjutsu in his hand and took a deep breath to give his dry lungs a burst of vitality. At this time, the chakra in his body was squeezed to the bottom of the bottle. He opened his eyes and watched the forest in front of him burned into an open space the size of a football field. He wiped his dead fish eyes in disbelief. Am I under an illusion? The tone was a little uncertain. The expression of Uchiha Fengguo, who had been offline behind him, was exactly the same as that of Uzumaki Hanamichi just now, and his two Sharinans were about to pop out. Uchiha Fengguo swore that he had never seen such a terrifying ninjutsu since he could remember. Even Uchiha Tajima, the strongest man in the clan, had never used a fireball of this scale. Although he was in the aftermath of the fire escape, the terrifying residual heat still brought him some heat. The moisture in the air was evaporated, making people feel uncomfortable breathing. What kind of jutsu is this? Uchiha Fengguo pulled back Uchiha Jin, who was still thinking. Looking at the miserable situation in front of him, the other party scratched his curly hair uncertainly. Probably, a fireball. Although the seal method was in memory, Uchiha Jin himself was not sure if something went wrong just now. After all, the fireball in front of him was really too exaggerated, more than 10 times larger than the one the original owner had used. Could it be the blood of the Uzumaki clan? Uchiha Jin suspected that it was the Uzumaki clan blood that he had integrated into that made his chakras surge, so he could release such a destructive ninjutsu. But then he thought about it and it was not right. He had only integrated a small amount of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. According to the bonus on the system panel, his chakra was only twice as strong as before. He had no strength to cast this giant fireball. If the chakra could increase the ninjutsu to this extent just because of the large amount of chakra, then the Uzumaki clan, who were full of chakra, would have dominated the warring states and unified the ninja world long ago. System, what's going on? Uchiha Jin, who couldn't find the reason for himself, simply tried to ask the system, but got no answer. Anyway, the time flow rate outside and inside the system was different, so he chose to enter the system space the next second. It was still the familiar arena, and the furnishings on it had not changed. The heart steel treasure box was still lying there quietly, and the number of floors was reset to 0, waiting for tomorrow's refresh. Turning his head to look at the unknown game console on the right, Uchiha Jin found a clue. The game console that once had the word 10 on the screen now no longer displays the number 10 but a row of asterisk. Where did the 10 points that I worked so hard to save go? Hello, is the system brother here? Can you reply? Uchiha Jin, who felt something was fishy, turned around and started calling the system. The system is loading. After a few seconds, the emotionless voice of the system came from the void. Where are my points? And what happened to my ninjutsu? Hearing the voice of the system, Uchiha Jin couldn't wait to ask again and again. The host's strength has been detected to be enhanced. The system loading speed is plus 10%. Please wait while it is being updated. Strength has been enhanced? Has he become stronger again? Uchiha Jin recalled everything that happened just now. It seemed that when he was confronting Uzumaki Hanamichi, he could see the other party's movements more clearly. Could it be that the Sharingan has become stronger again? Ding! Update completed. With the prompt of the system, the asterisk on the game console screen just now slowly disappeared and then turned into 0. Ah! Where did my 10 points go? 1 and 1 0. Uchiha Jin stared with dead eyes, spread his hands and pointed at the game console, questioning. End of this chapter. Chapter 17 Game Console Update completed. My name is Uchiha Jin. Since I got this old system, I have never had a good day. Not only do I have to complete the special tasks it assigns, but I also have to fool people every day and get beaten. Finally, I go home at night and get attacked by the skills of the system in my yard. Now, the hard-earned points I got by completing the tasks have also been swallowed up by the system. It's so hard for me. Ding, the game console is loaded, please understand it yourself. As the system prompt sound appeared again, the originally ordinary game console emitted a strong light, which made Uchiha Jin close his eyes. After a moment, the light faded, and a brand new blue slot machine appeared in front of him. The slot machine was no different from the one in the arcade in his previous life. There was a screen on the top to record the points, and below it were 3 classic glass frames. In the frame, a few words were slowly scrolling instead of the patterns commonly used in his previous life. Uchiha Jin leaned over to take a closer look and found that the words scrolling on it were ninjutsu, tai, and jing respectively, and there was a combination description in the middle. Ninjutsu plus equals double the effect of ninjutsu. Ninjutsu plus ninjutsu equals ninjutsu effect asterisk 10. Tai plus taijutsu plus equals double the effect of taijutsu. Tai plus taijutsu equals taijutsu effect asterisk 10. Jinjutsu plus equals double the amount of chakra. Jinjutsu plus jinjutsu equals chakra amount asterisk 10. Plus equals double the random effect. Each draw costs points asterisk 10, and the reward can be selected as immediate settlement or accumulation. P.S. Immediate settlement means that the host will get a bonus the next time he uses the specified skill, and the accumulated rewards can be exchanged for corresponding attribute points at a 1:1 ratio. After patiently reading the instructions of this game console and looking at his empty score sheet, Uchiha-jin asked in confusion. Will my points be drawn for me? Congratulations to the host for his good fortune. Unlock the function and get a bonus of plus 100% luck, a critical hit combination will definitely appear in the lottery. So you drew it for me? Uchiha-jin asked expressionlessly with dead fish eyes. System, is there any way for me to get through this difficult time? A projection suddenly appeared in the void, showing the scene when Uchiha-jin, who was on his way, asked the system. The system detected the host's request and executed emergency hedging. Since the host only has points to use, the system automatically helps to draw the lottery. The system's prompt sounded, and for some reason, Uchiha-jin heard a hint of gloating from this system prompt sound that had always been emotionless. Congratulations to the host for getting the combination of ninja plus ninja, ninjutsu effect asterisk 10/ninjutsu plus 10. The host's selection has timed out, and the system randomly obtains it, ninjutsu effect asterisk 10. The belated reminder sounds came one after another. Hang up? I'll give you the phone, you can play it, I won't play anymore. This system not only blocks the client, but also makes a lottery for him on its own initiative, which is really far from the world. Now I finally figured out where that exaggerated giant fireball came from. Uchiha-jin is heartbroken. Attribute points plus 10, you know, his attribute points are still in the single digits now, and he called out his panel. Host, Uchiha-jin. Ninja, 7. Body, 8. Wisdom, 9. Energy, 6. Charm, 1. Pupil, 10. Skills, ordinary physical skills, fireball technique, Uchiha entry-level swordsmanship, intermediate shuriken technique. Overall evaluation, a clever Uchiha-jin with 2 Megatama who deserves a beating. If he adds 10 points of ninja attribute points, with his own 17 points of ninja, he might be able to increase the strength of his ninjutsu to that of a special jonin. Just when he was calculating the attribute points, he suddenly found a blind spot. Why the slot machine only shakes out ninja, body, spirit, and succession. The corresponding attribute points are easy to understand, but why there is no wisdom and charm? Because the host's IQ and appearance are too amazing, the system cannot change. The system seemed to have heard his voice and explained suddenly. IQ 9, appearance 1, no, everyone should not live, destroy it. Uchiha-jin, who had been cursing for a long time, took a breath and looked at his hands as if he had accepted his fate. The crisis outside has not been resolved yet. Uzumaki Hanamichi is difficult to defeat with his current self, unless the thing given by Uzumaki Mito is really useful. Shrinking in the system is not a solution, go out and try. Thinking of this, Uchiha-jin exited the system and came back to his senses. The time outside was only a moment. Uchiha Fengguo next to him still had a shocked expression, and Uzumaki Hanamichi flashed out from the side. He was obviously stunned by the fireball just now. He didn't rush forward when he saw Uchiha-jin, but pulled away and used perception to sense Uchiha-jin's situation. Strange, this guy does have a lot of chakra, but it's not that exaggerated. How did he use such a terrifying fireball? Uzumaki Hanamichi, who used super perception, glanced at Uchiha-jin in confusion, feeling that his body had a more powerful chakra than the average Uchiha. He couldn't see any clues and was hesitant for a while. Not only that, he actually felt a kind of energy in the body of this despicable Uchiha in front of him, which made him confused for a while. Is this kid a mixed blood? Uzumaki Hanamichi guessed. Then he looked at the other person's face. Uchiha Jin was glanced at by Uzumaki Hanamichi for a few times. He felt like he was being stripped naked and peeped at. He was shocked to see that the other person was staring at his face. This boy has a handsome face and a strong body. Could he be Nantung? Uchiha Jin, who was frightened by being looked at, couldn't help but feel his anus tighten. Jin, I don't know how you burst out that kind of potential, but it's useless for this battle. You run away first, and don't come back this time. Uchiha Fengguo, who had recovered for a while, stood up and walked to Uchiha Jin, who was still sweating. Looking at his expression of pain and tightness, he said with a because he was afraid, he comforted him. Captain, I think the other party may only target me, so let me hold him back. You go to support Lianji and the others first. After we deal with the Uzumaki clan, you can come together to help me. Uchiha Jin just had no excuse to get his captain away. Seeing that Uzumaki Hanamichi kept staring at him and ignoring Uchiha Fengguo, he suggested. But your strength. Uchiha Fengguo hesitated to speak, and his intention was clear, with the words "you are too weak" all over his face. Captain, don't worry, I have been reborn now. Isn't there a saying in the clan that Uchiha can only awaken true power in desperate situations? Uchiha Jin, with a pair of scarlet Sharingan in his eyes, turned and looked at Uchiha Fengguo, with two tadpole-like Megatama in his eyes spinning quietly. You actually opened the double Megatama, is it the so-called accumulation of strength for a breakthrough? Witnessing Uchiha Jin awakening the Sharingan in just a few days and upgrading to the double Megatama that most clan members cannot reach, Uchiha Fengguo sighed. Although there are many members in the Uchiha clan, only 1/10 of the combatants can really open the Sharingan, and some clan members cannot open their eyes in their entire lives. Uchiha Jin opened his eyes at the advanced age of 24, and after a battle, his single Megatama was quickly upgraded to double Megatama, forcing Uchiha Fengguo to find an excuse for himself to accumulate strength for a breakthrough. Then be careful, I will resolve the battle over there as soon as possible. Before leaving, Uchiha Fengguo took another deep look at Uchiha Jin, as if to engrave his appearance in his heart. Why show that expression? I'm not really looking for death. Seeing Uchiha Fengguo's expression, Uchiha Jin was powerless to complain. Actually, it was not the case. The moment Uchiha Fengguo turned his head, he said silently in his heart. You are indeed your child. I believe he will create miracles like you. The troublesome person finally left. I have no interest in him anyway. Glancing at Uchiha Fengguo who was leaving, Uzumaki Hanamichi shrugged his steel-like shoulders and said easily. Hearing the other party say sexual interest, Uchiha Jin's face turned green. Is it really Nantung? Although I am handsome, I am not Xiao Nan Liang. End of this chapter. Chapter 18 Sealing Uzumaki Hanamichi. Touching the bead in his arms, Uchiha Jin remembered Uzumaki Mito's words. The sealing technique of this bead can only be released at close range, and only when the other party lets down their guard. Uzumaki Mito, who had a cute bun, puffed up her chubby face and gave Uchiha Jin instructions. Your brother is such a strong taijutsu ninja. If I get close to him like this, I'll probably be beaten to death halfway before I get close to him. Uchiha Jin, who took the beads, said dejectedly. Stupid, you don't use your brain. Who told you to fight him head-on? Uzumaki Mito said with a look of disappointment. Then I can only act according to circumstances. Uchiha Jin, who had not yet made up his mind, put the beads close to his body and said goodbye to Uzumaki Mito, who looked worried. Memories came to an abrupt end. Looking at the Uzumaki Hanamichi who was emitting red chakra on the opposite side, Uchiha Jin could only sigh in his heart and had to go hard. He took the lead and walked towards Uzumaki Hanamichi. Looking at Uchiha Jin who was boldly approaching him, Uzumaki Hanamichi said vigilantly. What are you doing? The giant fireball just now left him with a big shadow, and he was afraid that the other party would hit him again. Hearing the other party's scolding, Uchiha-jin stuck his samurai sword into the ground, and then raised his hands to show that he had no ill intentions. This scene made Uzumaki Hanamichi confused. He thought that the other party would fight him to the death, but it seems that the situation is quite different from what he thought. Is the young patriarch of the Uzumaki clan still afraid of an ordinary Uchiha like me? Uchiha-jin raised his hand and said calmly, his words full of provocation. I would be afraid of you? Ridiculous. Uzumaki Hanamichi, who was easily provoked, immediately flashed in front of Uchiha-jin and looked down at him. Uchiha-jin was about 1.8 meters tall, which was considered superior in the Uchiha clan, but in front of Uzumaki Hanamichi, who was just over 2 meters tall, he still looked a little small. At a close distance, Uchiha-jin took a close look at the young patriarch of the Uzumaki clan for the first time. The handsome face of a boy of 18 or 19 years old, but with a body like Schwarzenegger, the strong contrast made people feel as if their eyes were black. Without paying attention to Uchiha-jin's strange expression, Uzumaki Hanamichi spoke first. Despicable Uchiha, where did you hide my sister? Tell me now, as long as you ensure that my sister is intact, I can consider sparing your life. The powerful Uzumaki Hanamichi was not too wary of the weak. After all, in his opinion, even Uchiha-jin, who had activated the double Megatama, was just a toy that he could manipulate at will. The giant fireball just now should have been released by the opponent after draining his vitality. This method is somewhat similar to their clan. Holding this question, Uzumaki Hanamichi did not immediately break Uchiha-jin's limbs, but chose to stand and talk with him. As long as the young clan leader is willing to let us go, I promise that your sister will not lose a hair. Uchiha-jin behaved very obediently. Just letting you go is my limit. Don't think about bargaining with me. Uchiha-jin might be a member of their Uzumaki clan. The descendants of the Uchiha clan, even if they are tainted by the Uchiha bloodline, must be brought back to the clan to wait for their father's decision. A trace of struggle flashed across Uchiha-jin's face, as if he was struggling with something, and finally he said as if he had figured it out. Well, please promise that you won't hurt me, and I'll take you to meet your sister right away. You're smart. Hearing the answer he wanted, Uzumaki Hanamichi held his head high, and his head high seemed to show his pride to the world. Then we're settled. As he said this, Uchiha-jin stretched out a fist. What do you mean? Uzumaki Hanamichi frowned and said. Fist bump, this is learned from the country in the north, indicating that the two have reached an agreement. Uchiha-jin raised his fist and said seriously. What a weird custom. Although it was strange, the conceited Uzumaki Hanamichi still stretched out his sandbag-sized fist and gently touched it. At the moment when their fists touched, Uchiha-jin's serious face showed an expression of success. Seeing the other party showing this expression, Uzumaki Hanamichi's heart couldn't help but tighten. Just when he was about to use super perception, the chakra in his body stagnated, like dead water. At the same time, he felt a strong suction force coming from his outstretched fist, as if a black hole locked him tightly. Looking closely, Uchiha-jin's fist-touching hand was already open, and a familiar bead was lying quietly on it. At this time, several black shadows stretched out from the bead, tightly wrapping his hand, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. 4-symbol sealing bead. How could this thing be in your hand? Uzumaki Hanamichi shouted in surprise. His father only made one of this bead and gave it to Uzumaki Mito for self-defense. There is a 4-symbol sealing technique written in the bead. Using this bead will seal the enemy into the bead, and only Uzumaki Ashina can remove the seal. Without answering the other party's question, Uchiha-jin used his chakra to the utmost, controlling the black shadows from the beads to wrap up the immobile Uzumaki flower road layer by layer. Until the end, he was completely trapped in a black shadow, and then the beads in his hand generated a strong suction force, twisting and rotating the 2-meter-high Uzumaki flower road and slowly sucking it in. As the last trace of black shadow was sucked into the beads, Uchiha-jin lost his strength and sat down on the grass. He panted heavily, looking at the trembling black and red beads in his hand in surprise, and exclaimed, "Sealing technique is worthy of being the most mysterious skill in the original work, it's too scary." If the Uzumaki clan hadn't been destroyed, the sealing technique alone would have been enough to kill gods and Buddhas, but it was a pity that he was killed by the plot. Ding! Uzumaki Flower Road has been defeated. Mission: save the Uchiha fire sealing team in desperate situation, completion rate 80%. The system's prompt sound was so pleasant for the first time. After simply packing up his equipment, Uchiha-jin, who relied on his Uzumaki physique, had recovered most of his chakra. Now only Uchiha Ryoichi and others had not finished fighting, but before that he had to meet someone first. In a cave a few miles away, Senju Itama, who was stuffed with smelly socks, woke up slowly. Instead of seeing the hateful Uchiha clan, he saw a girl with a bald head in a daze with her face in front of him. An ray of hope burst out of her eyes. Also ignoring the sour and stinky smell in her mouth, she made a humming sound. Hum. Ah. The strange sound instantly disrupted the girl's thinking, and she turned her head to look at the child who had been tied up by the Uchiha traffickers. Abie abie. Seeing the girl noticed him, Senju Itama twisted his body more vigorously, and the humming in his mouth became louder. Seeing Senju Itama's appearance, Uzumaki Mito thought for a while and asked, "Do you have something to say to me?" After receiving the response, Senju Itama nodded frantically, while the girl who loved cleanliness was a little disgusted. She stood up and fumbled for a long time to find a branch. After picking it up, she picked the socks in the kid's mouth, but it was too smelly. Uzumaki Mito had to pinch her delicate little nose with one hand. However, because she hid too far away, the socks were not picked out, but instead backfired, and were pushed deep into the girl's mouth with brute force. Feeling that the socks not only did not come out but were almost pushed to his throat, Senju Itama shook his head repeatedly in pain. Uzumaki Mito turned his head to one side for fear of dirtying his eyes, and ignored the kid whose eyes were widened by being poked, and continued to fiddle with the branch. "Hey, hey, hey, what kind of weird play is this? If you keep poking this kid, he'll really die." End of this chapter. Chapter 19 Farewell is for a better encounter. Uchiha-jin, who came over, looked at the two kids' actions with a strange look on his face, and didn't remind them until the Senju Banjian was almost overturned. If Uzumaki Mito plays this Senju kid to death, he will die too. "Ah! You're back? How's my brother?" Seeing that the person coming was Uchiha-jin, the girl threw the branch in her hand, circled around him twice, and then reached out to touch him all over. "You're not hurt, didn't you go?" Uchiha-jin stretched out a finger and hit the chattering girl on the forehead. "Hey, what are you doing?" Holding her swollen forehead, Uzumaki Mito said with tears in her eyes. Men and women should not touch each other, except for the queen's black silk stockings. Ignoring the girl's words, Kunya took out the trembling black and red bead and handed it over. The girl with tears in her eyes was dumbfounded when she saw it, and she couldn't speak clearly. Mei Chiao Yu Hui Ping Sun Alpha Play June. Even if Uzumaki Mito didn't use her perception, she could tell from the breath coming from the bead that her elder brother Uzumaki Hanamichi was sealed inside. "How are you going to deal with him?" the girl asked nervously with a pursed mouth. She really didn't expect that her brother would actually lose to the unreliable Uchiha in front of her. Although her talent could sense that the other party was definitely not an evil person, sometimes the contradictions of the camp were above human nature. With narrowed eyes, Uchiha-jin rubbed the bead in his hand for a few times, and without thinking, he threw the bead in his hand to the girl in the face of her worried expression. "Hi!" Uzumaki Mito hurriedly took the bead and looked at Uchiha-jin with disbelief. "You are so casual to give it back to me? My brother is an important figure in the Uzumaki clan. If you hand him over to your clan, you will definitely get a generous reward. You are a little devil." Uchiha-jin looked at the girl in front of him. Although he would definitely be arranged by the clan leader if he followed her advice, he would have an irreconcilable feud with the Uzumaki clan. As the saying goes, more friends, more roads, more enemies, more walls. If I can't make it in Uchiha in the future, I can still ask you to take me in. Uchiha-jin rolled his dead eyes and said indifferently. After hearing this, Uzumaki Mito looked at him with a strange expression, first put the beads back into the bag, then walked to Uchiha-jin and pulled his left hand. Uchiha-jin was a little surprised when the girl grabbed one hand, and found that the other's hands holding him were emitting blue light. Just when he wanted to pull out, the girl stopped him. Don't move, I will use the secret technique of the Uzumaki clan to make a chakram mark for you. If you are really homeless at that time, you can use this mark to seek help from the Uzumaki clan. Just when the girl was seriously performing the spell, she was caught off guard and bounced away by a strong red light. What's going on? How could it fail? The girl, who was interrupted by the strange power, came over again, grabbed Uchiha-jin's left hand and checked it repeatedly, but even with her perception, she couldn't find any clues. It actually failed? Uchiha-jin took his left hand and tested it repeatedly by clenching and releasing it. He didn't feel any discomfort. Maybe the girl was not proficient in using the secret technique. If it doesn't work, change your hand? Or your foot? Uchiha-jin pretended to stretch out a foot, which scared Uzumaki Mito so much that he grabbed his right hand and scored twice. This time it was very smooth. As a cool feeling passed into his left hand, Uchiha-jin saw a vortex-shaped mark on the back of his right hand. It was the family emblem of the Uzumaki clan, which disappeared after a few seconds. What are your plans next? Uchiha-jin, who was branded with the mark of the Uzumaki clan, lowered his head and stared at the two shaking buns of the girl and asked. Only my father can untie my brother's seal. I have escaped and played for so long, and it's time to go back. Knowing the importance of his brother to the family, even if he wanted to venture into the world again, he couldn't stay outside any longer. Then let's say goodbye. Uchiha-jin raised his eyebrows and said. When you are in the world, you can't help yourself. Uzumaki Mito sighed seriously with a big face. Well, as long as you are happy. Uchiha-jin, with a frown on his face, waved goodbye to Uzumaki Mito, who was carrying a huge bag again. Before leaving, the girl stopped after walking a few steps, tilted her head at a 45-degree posture like a bridal chamber, and said with wandering eyes. Mr. Human Trafficker, we will meet again. Definitely. Uchiha-jin, who knew the future fate of the girl, nodded without hesitation. Oh! Hearing this, the girl turned her head, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and walked towards home with joyful steps. Watching the back of Uzumaki Mito going away, Uchiha-jin turned back to the cave and kicked his unlucky little brother Senjuitama, who was lying on the ground with his eyes closed. Don't pretend to be dead, little brother. We should leave too. The exposed Senjuitama opened his eyes helplessly, his eyes full of pleading. Just promise not to talk nonsense to me on the way, and I will take out the socks. Uchiha-jin understood what he meant and said. The kid nodded repeatedly, tears almost coming out. After taking out the stinky socks from his mouth, Senjuitama greedily breathed in the fresh air, and then he rolled up and retched like crazy as if he remembered something terrible. When the kid vomited until the bile was almost gone, Uchiha-jin picked him up and started to join Uchiha Ryoichi and others on the battlefield. He walked briskly along the way, and was completely different from when he was panting with exhaustion while carrying the kid. The blood of the Uzumaki clan is really practical. They are worthy of being the clan that inherited the immortal body in the original work. Feeling the explosive power and the vast chakra contained in his body, Uchiha-jin sighed in his heart. Ding! The host successfully saved the Uchiha fire sealing team from desperate situation, and obtained points 50 and random magic balls 4. Sudden reminder sound made Uchiha-jin, who had not yet arrived, pause. How could the mission be completed before he arrived? Without stopping, he rushed to the battlefield like the wind. When Uchiha Jin arrived with Senju Itama on his back, only the Uchiha team was left at the scene. Uchiha Fengguo was on guard. He was bandaging Uchiha Ryoichi's injured arm, and Uchiha Dalan did not have too serious skin injuries and was meditating to restore chakra. Uchiha Jin, are you still alive? Uchiha Ryoichi, who learned from Uchiha Fengguo that Uchiha Jin chose to hold Uzumaki Hanamichi, saw that the other party appeared in front of them intact, and couldn't help but open his Sharingan to scan. It was just a fluke. Uchiha Jin replied. Now he was also very curious about how the battle ended. There was no Uzumaki clan corpse at the scene. Where are the Uzumaki clan members? The long-haired Uzumaki clan member seemed to sense something during the battle and suddenly burst out with strange abilities. Uchiha Dalan opened his eyes and explained. What's strange? He was a little curious. He suddenly jumped up, and a lot of chakra emerged from his body to form chains. It was very difficult to deal with, but the opponent didn't seem to want to fight, so he took the opportunity to roll up the injured Uzumaki clan members and escaped. Uchiha Fengguo walked over and continued to explain. Jin, how did you escape? Uchiha Fengguo, who had fought head-on with Uzumaki Hanamichi, knew very well that with Uchiha Jin's strength, he would be blasted into pieces by the opponent in one encounter. But looking at Uchiha Jin, who was not only intact but also in excellent condition, in addition to being grateful, he was more puzzled. That Uzumaki clan didn't want to kill me. His main goal was his sister. It just so happened that the girl I caught was his sister. I told him that I hid his sister in a secluded place when I escaped for the first time, and cast an illusion on her. If she didn't say the corresponding code, she would die on the spot. Uchiha Yin calmly said the excuse he had thought of on the way. Then he let you go. That's right. The Uzumaki clan is really as stubborn as the legend says. Uchiha Fengguo thought of the reputation of the Uzumaki clan and couldn't help complaining. Okay, start now, hurry up and try to reach the clan's place tomorrow. Uchiha Fengguo waved his hand and ordered. End of this chapter. Chapter 20 Skill Refresh, Beauty Falling from the Sky. Under the moonlight, the Uchiha team is still speeding westward. The daytime battle has wasted too much of their time. Originally, they wanted to take a detour, but Uchiha Fengguo immediately chose a direct route. The remaining few people had no objection. The direct shortcut could save more than half of the time. They did not encounter any obstruction from the Senju clan along the way. It seems that the Senju clan is already overwhelmed and unable to send people to chase them. Okay, let's camp here tonight. Seeing the increasingly familiar road in front of him, Uchiha Fengguo ordered the team to rest. Hoo! Uchiha Ryoichi and the other two had just gone through a hard battle during the day, and coupled with the high-intensity journey, they were already exhausted. The three people who collapsed on the ground suddenly found that Uchiha Yin, who was originally the weakest, was still in high spirits. Not only did he not breathe heavily, but he was also not covered with dust. Sensing the strange looks of the three people, Uchiha Jin thought to himself that it was not good, and immediately threw Senju Banjian behind him. He lay on the ground, forced himself to sweat, and stuck out his tongue to show exhaustion, which made the three people reassure and withdraw their attention. I will go to guard first, you guys take a break. Uchiha Fengguo, who was good at hiding, was in good condition and took the initiative to take the task of guarding and let the others rest. After a short rest, the few people got up one after another and started to set up the tent. Seeing the few people walking away, Uchiha Jin also got up and took out the tent, but thinking that he still had a strange skill, he immediately gave up camping on the spot and chose a more remote corner. After setting up the tent, he did not choose to tie Senju Banjian outside this time, but chose to throw him into the tent, then went around to the back and circled out an empty piece of land like last time. I hope I can get some useful skills tonight. Thinking of last night's Tsukuyomi, Uchiha Jin felt a pain in his balls and anus again. Although Tsukuyomi smells good, being caught and tortured for 2 consecutive days is unbearable for anyone. Praying that Tsukuyomi will not appear, Uchiha-jin sat cross-legged on the ground, waiting for the skill to refresh. But before that, he hadn't opened the reward for the day's task, so he decided to go and see what the reward was, and then sank into his mind. Standing on the chessboard, Uchiha-jin saw that the score count on the game console that was cleared during the day had turned into 50. He suppressed the restlessness of the lottery in his heart and turned his eyes to the 5 floating magic balls. The task only gave 4, so why was there one more? The task reward for defeating Uzumaki Mito. The system prompted at the right time. Gan, why didn't you open this magic ball when you were in emergency and use my points? Uchiha-jin, who recalled the reason for the extra magic ball, asked angrily. Only the host can open the mission orb, the system has no right to handle it. Got it, the points are equivalent to the money he earns, the system will of course spend it on me, the magic orb is a reward given by the system. It is essentially the system's inventory, so it will not be used easily. What a profiteer! Ignoring this dog system, Uchiha-jin began to look at the magic orbs in front of him, 2 blue and 3 white. Except for the fixed blue magic orb given by the girl's task, the 4 magic orbs given by the task of saving Uchiha Fengguo and others actually only have 1 blue one, no purple or gold. I am not a chief. I casually clicked on the first white magic orb, and a faint white light flashed. Gold brick *1 universal currency, can be used for real consumption. It explodes gold coins, no loss. The second one. Gold brick *1 universal currency, can be used for real consumption. It is still gold coins, no loss. The third one. Gold brick *1 universal currency, can be used for real consumption. What does 3 consecutive gold bars mean? So the most useless thing about magic orbs is to explode gold coins. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Uchiha-jin clicked on the first blue magic ball. Gold brick *5 universal currency, can be used for real consumption. Hashtag @ %UN %@ %UN hashtag UN % and *@ Uchiha-jin wanted to jump up and slap the system twice. At this moment, he seemed like a non-African who had drawn all our cards 10 times in a row, and was furious. After venting, Uchiha-jin stretched out his trembling fingers and closed his eyes to click on the last magic ball. Flying Thunder God Kunao *1 the weapon used by Minato Namikaze, which contains a trace amount of time and space power. Note, wearing it can accelerate the comprehension of time and space ninjutsu. Looking at the trident-shaped weapon in his hand, a yellow figure appeared in Uchiha-jin's mind. This Kunao, a special weapon for the 4th generation, is marked with a special Flying Thunder God technique. With the time and space ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God can achieve long-distance teleportation. Wearing it can accelerate the comprehension of space-time skills. After trying to swing the kunao in his hand a few times, he found that it was quite handy. Even if he couldn't fly the Thunder God, this weapon could be used daily. Putting away the hard-earned kunao and the 8 gold bricks scattered on the ground, Uchiha-jin walked to the game console. Looking at the pitiful 50 blood and sweat points, he gritted his teeth and pulled the joystick of the slot machine. With a gamble, the bicycle turned into a motorcycle. With a classic slot machine BGM, the 3 words on the panel began to flash rapidly. Uchiha-jin held his breath and stared at the changes in the pattern. The first word, body. A few seconds later, the second word also stopped at body. Seeing this scene, Uchiha-jin couldn't help breathing quickly. Could it be that he was going to turn from a chief to an European? Body, body, body. He couldn't help but shout out. As Uchiha-jin's voice fell, the last word stopped at ninjutsu. Congratulations to the host for getting the combination of physical plus ninjutsu. The physical skill effect is doubled/physical +1. I choose physical +1. Fearing that the system would settle the account too quickly, Uchiha-jin chose it first. Strike while the iron is hot. Uchiha-jin continued to roll the slot machine, and the next 4 times did not produce a critical hit, all of which were small combinations. Final settlement. Physical +2, Ninjutsu +2, Spirit +1. Host, Uchiha Jin. Ninjutsu, 9. Physical, 10. Intelligence, 9. Spirit, 7. Charm, 1. 10. Skills, ordinary physical skills, great fireball technique, Uchiha entry-level swordsmanship, intermediate shuriken technique. Comprehensive evaluation, a well-balanced Uchiha Chunin who deserves a beating. After adding points, he felt that his strength had improved significantly. In a horizontal comparison, he should be on par with Uchiha Ryoichi and the other two. After counting the spoils, Uchiha Jin exited the system space. When he opened his eyes, he still saw darkness. Only the flying thunder god Kunao in his hand gave him a sense of reality. He frowned. Why haven't the skills been refreshed today? Uchiha Jin whispered to himself. Before he finished speaking, the aura around him suddenly stagnated, and a light curtain with water ripples quietly emerged above his head. Then a figure fell from the sky and kicked Uchiha Jin, who was still sitting cross-legged. Although he had some perception of the Uzumaki clan and foresaw the danger in advance, he still couldn't avoid this swift attack. The opponent's powerful kick hit him hard on the back, and the brutal force penetrated his body. Uchiha Jin immediately fell to the ground and vomited blood. As the smoke dissipated, a tall figure appeared in front of him. The person's light yellow long hair was tied into a big ponytail, light yellow thin eyebrows, bright brown pupils, and bright red nail polish on his clenched hands. The moonlight sprinkled down, shining a faint light on the white and tender skin. He wore a tea-green long gown with black edges, a loose sleeveless top similar to a kimono, a black cloth belt around his waist, and dark blue cropped pants. But these are not the main points. He was spitting blood and all his attention was focused on the other party's two magnificent mountains. At this time, Uchiha Yin felt a hot current in his nose. Before he could come to his senses, the person threw another simple straight punch at him. Uchiha Yin, who had no time to react, immediately opened his Sharingan and simulated the opponent's punching path, trying to turn around and dodge this devastating blow. But before he turned around, he found that he couldn't move his body, and at the same time, he felt a sharp pain in his right arm. At some point Fang first grabbed his right arm with his other hand, and the whole right arm was easily broken by the opponent like a dead branch. Ignoring the pain, Uchiha Yin, who tried to break free, was horrified to find that a delicate white fist had rushed over with the force of thunder. The nail polish is pretty. This was the last thought of Uchiha Yin before he fainted. Please collect it. End of this chapter. Chapter 21 Weird Dreams and Weird Power. Uchiha Yin had a dream, and the dream was like opening a dynamic comic book. In the first picture, a boy held the hand of a crying girl and said something. In the second picture, the boy knelt in the sea of fire in despair, and in front of him were the broken bodies of the old, weak, women and children. In the third picture, the boy kneeling on the ground was surrounded by hideous black shadows, and the background was a red moon rising slowly. In the fourth picture, the flames surrounding the boy were printed into a strange black by the red moon. In the fifth scene, the boy's eyes became two blood holes, blood kept flowing, but his mouth was filled with a bright smile. Just as he was about to turn the page, Uchiha Jin felt a sharp pain in his head, and the dream stopped abruptly. He raised his eyelids with difficulty. The full moon was still hanging in the sky, and the surrounding scene had not changed. The vague mumbling of Senjo Banjian in his dream came from the tent in front of him, making everything seem more real. When he wanted to get up, he found that his whole body seemed to be falling apart, especially his back and head, as if he had been hit head-on by a train. This feeling was just like when he just crossed over. Uchiha Jin raised his arm to check if he had any signs of injury, but found that his right arm, which was easily broken by the woman before he fainted, was intact. It seems that this wave of skills has survived. If his injuries have recovered, it means that the skills refreshed tonight have been released. The backyard refreshes a random skill super strength every day, and gains super strength *1. The system prompt sounded. Ignoring the psychological pain, Uchiha Jin stood up and examined his thin and white hands. He tried to clench his fists, and then felt a special warm current coming from his heart and gathering on his hands. A violent force seemed to burst out of his body. Staring at a huge rock on the side, Uchiha Jin raised a fist and smashed it hard. The moment the two came into contact, the hard rock was wrapped in a majestic airflow by his seemingly weak fist and hit a huge deep pit. The spider web-like cracks extended from the fist to the entire rock. Looking at his own achievements in disbelief, Uchiha Jin couldn't help but feel dry in his throat. Is this the legendary Strange Power? Strange Power, the ability of the Senju clan, precise control of chakra, focusing chakra on any part of the body, and then bursting out a strong airflow, which can easily break the wall. The system explained to him considerately. After getting up and exercising for a while, the aches and pains all over his body just now gradually disappeared. The damage caused by the skill refresh in the backyard will be restored after the skill is cast. Although the head will still remember being hit, the body will not be hurt at all. After the excitement, Uchiha Jin sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to recall the heroic figure of the woman who just fell from the sky. Although it was just a glimpse, as a fan of the original novel, he still recognized who the technician was at the first time. Tsunade? Aren't you really here to avenge Uzumaki Mito? Thinking back to Tsunade, who was still a girl, Uchiha Jin couldn't help but complain. He had just said goodbye to Uzumaki Mito during the day, and had a close exchange with her granddaughter at night. You really don't hold grudges overnight. Uchiha Jin, who had gained a lot, raised his eyebrows and thought. But at least a useful skill has been developed. Uchiha Jin, who has realized the strange power, has become even stronger. Now he should be able to compete with the uninformed Uchiha Fengguo. Uchiha Jin was happy about his increased strength, but when he thought of Senju Itama's mission, he had a headache again. It was obviously an initial mission, why was it so cumbersome? He simply gave up thinking and went back to the tent to look at Senju Itama, who was sleeping soundly. He was furious and threw the sleeping kid out. He then lay down on the mat he had just warmed up. Feeling the warmth under him, Uchiha Jin fell asleep contentedly, leaving Senju Itama, who was woken up by the fall outside the tent, alone to blow the cold wind. Achoo! Achoo! Listening to the sneezes outside the tent, Uchiha Jin, who was sleeping soundly, stretched his body. When he walked out, he saw Senju Itama curled up beside the tent. Ignoring the other's resentful eyes, Uchiha Jin quickly folded up the tent. According to the route, he would be able to return to the clan today without any accidents. Looking at the kid who had been taken care of by him along the way, Uchiha Jin couldn't help but worry about himself. How about taking this kid to Senju? A bold idea came out of his mind, and then it was crushed the next moment. Now the two families are fighting in full swing. The clansmen of Uchiha and Senju are killing like crazy. If he goes there, he will most likely be strangled by spies on the spot. Take a step back and say that even if he succeeds in surrendering to the enemy, he will definitely be regarded as a traitor by the Uchiha side, and he may be disappeared by Uchiha Fengguo when he sleeps at night. Neither of them is appropriate. Uchiha Yin shook his head secretly. Booty can take it one step at a time. I immediately packed my bag and took Senju Itama to meet up with the others. A few people in the distance had already sat together waiting to set off. Seeing Uchiha Jin, who arrived the latest, they tacitly did not say anything, but looked at him with vigilance. This confused Uchiha Jin. Could it be that someone had awakened the eavesdropping system and heard his little thoughts of wanting to run away just now clearly? Uchiha Jin began to make random assumptions. We won't spar with you. Seeing that Uchiha Jin didn't speak but looked strange, Uchiha Ryoichi spoke first. That's right. Uchiha He and Uchiha Dalin nodded in tacit understanding. So that's what it was. Uchiha Jin was relieved. It seemed that he had made these people a little nervous in order to get the Heart Steel treasure box a few days ago. He said cheerfully. Please rest assured, I will be home soon. I will not waste your time and energy. Let's discuss and make an appointment after we go back. No appointment, uncle, we won't make an appointment. This time, the three of them shook their heads in tacit agreement. Okay, we will set off after packing up. Uchiha Fengguo, who appeared behind him at some point, said. Yes. The rest of the journey was relatively smooth. As the people kept on going, they were getting closer and closer to the Uchiha clan. With the rising smoke in front, the Uchiha team members put down their worries, except for Uchiha Jin. Who is coming? Just when they were about to approach the Uchiha clan, two figures flashed out from the darkness. Their long black hair and scarlet eyes clearly revealed their identities. We are the Uchiha team that is out on a mission. I am the captain, Uchiha Fengguo. We are back to report after completing the mission. As the captain, Uchiha Fengguo said, revealing his Sharingan. So it's Lord Shinin Fengguo. You are really fast. You are the first team to come back. Go back and rest. Hearing Uchiha Fengguo introduce himself, one of the Uchiha said respectfully. These patrolling Uchiha are just the most basic combatants. Their strength is not enough to be qualified to perform missions. Naturally, they respect Uchiha Fengguo who has made a name for himself. He glanced at Uchiha Ryoichi and others behind him, and finally stopped his eyes on Uchiha Jin who was carrying a child on his back. Who is that guy, and why is he carrying a kid? The patrolling Uchiha couldn't help asking, and the next moment, his companions quickly covered his mouth with their hands, signaling him with horror not to say more. As soon as the Uchiha team that was released left, the Uchiha clan member who was covered by his mouth broke free from his companion's hand and asked. Why did you stop me from questioning that guy? I saved your life. After shaking off the saliva in his palm, another Uchiha clan member said with a look of relief. The Uchiha clan member who had just been covered by his mouth had a question mark on his face. That guy, but Uchiha Jin. End of this chapter. Chapter 22 about the things that shocked the top leaders when I opened the Sharingan. Although he was curious about the strange behavior of the two patrolling Uchiha clan members just now, Uchiha Jin, who was on the road with the team, did not have time to investigate. As the pace of the people in front slowed down, a huge fortress appeared in front of Uchiha Jin. The productivity and living conditions during the Warring States period were relatively backward, but the Uchiha clan, a large clan, also built a fortress with exquisite boulders. Although it was not as high as the cement walls of the future Konoha village, it was also very characteristic of the times. The guard at the door saw the people coming and simply checked their identities before letting them pass. Walking into the Uchiha clan's clan territory, what caught my eye were the Uchiha clan members who were training, both old and young, and the young ones were even only a few years old. Young people were practicing their accuracy with sharpened shuriken, while the older ones were practicing the Uchiha clan's swordsmanship. The sound of the gongs was endless, and there were also many women among them. It can be said that everyone was a soldier. Along the way, Uchiha Jin found that the genes of the Uchiha clan were really amazing. From old to young, from male to female, there was no one with bad looks. His self-proclaimed handsome face looked ordinary here. Although he sighed, Uchiha Jin found that all the Uchiha clan members who met him along the way subconsciously avoided his gaze. There were also Uchiha women with daughters who saw Uchiha Jin glancing at them, and immediately pulled their daughters back into the house and closed the doors and windows. What's going on? People here look at me like a flood or a beast. Uchiha Jin scratched his curly hair strangely. Is the original owner so unpopular? Uchiha Jin, you will report the mission when you see the clan leader later. Finally, Uchiha Fengguo, who was at the front, turned around and said. Okay, Captain. Uchiha Jin knew he couldn't escape, so he nodded in agreement. Several people came to the door of a magnificent building in the center of the clan. Uchiha Fengguo told the guard that they had to meet the clan leader to report the mission. The guard went in to report and returned a moment later to open the door for them. After walking in, they walked around a few times and finally came to the door of a room. After opening the door, a middle-aged man sat on the high seat inside, and two elderly people with grey hair, one fat and one thin, stood beside them. The three seemed to be discussing something. When they saw someone coming in, they stopped talking and looked at the newcomer. This was the first time that Uchiha-jin met the original owner's cheap cousin, the current Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Tajima. He had the common long hair of the Uchiha clan, two deep lines on his thin face, and dark and deep eyes with a faint pressure. Looking at the familiar yet strange middle-aged man in front of them, several members of the Uchiha team knelt on one knee to greet him. Uchiha-jin was stunned when he saw the actions of several people. He didn't tell him about this. What should he do now? It was too late to kneel. He could only stand there awkwardly, looking a little cramped. The other people kept winking at him, signaling him to hurry up, but Uchiha-jin, who didn't have this habit, was also stunned for a while. It's good to come back alive, you guys get up. Uchiha Tajima, who was sitting in the middle, said coldly, not blaming Uchiha-jin, but seemed to be accustomed to his rude behavior. Thank you, clan leader. Several people replied respectfully, and stood up. Feng Guo, I have always been confident in your strength. It is also within my expectation that you can complete the task first this time. Uchiha Tajima looked at Uchiha Feng Guo, who stood up, and said with a little appreciation in his tone. The relationship between the two seemed to be good. It's all thanks to the cultivation of the clan leader. I didn't see it, this old man would also blow rainbow farts, and say nonsense and weird things. That media is miserable. Uchiha Tajima continued. Uchiha Feng Guo did not speak after hearing this, but immediately turned his eyes to Uchiha Yin. He stood up after being prompted by the eyes, put Senjuitama, who was knocked unconscious, in front of him, and said, Chief, let me report the mission. Yin, stop making trouble, the seniors are here, you step back, I have a mission for you later. Uchiha Tiendao looked at his nephew with some surprise, and he was very clear about his nephew's current strength. Letting him do the mission was just to stop him from causing trouble in the clan, and he did not expect him to provide any help to others in the mission. It was a blessing that he did not hold back. Chief, let Uchiha Yin report. Uchiha Feng Guo said on the side. Hearing the captain say this, Uchiha Tajima's curiosity was aroused. He turned his head and looked at his nephew, whom he had never paid much attention to. Uchiha Tajima said, then let Jin tell us about your mission process. With Uchiha Tajima's permission, Uchiha Jin began to talk about the time when he broke into the Senju clan's territory. When he talked about being injured and dying by the strong men of the Senju clan, Uchiha Tajima's eyes flashed a trace of cruelty. When he heard that they encountered a melee between the Yuyi clan and the Senju clan, and the Uchiha team sat on the mountain and watched the fight, he showed an admiring look again. Then he talked about how they caught the son of Senju Fusuma, and Uchiha Tajima's eyes burst into a gleam of light. He glanced at the unconscious kid in front of Uchiha Jin and showed a thoughtful expression. Finally, Uchiha Jin also described their encounter with the pursuit of the Uzumaki clan. That muscular man is the son of Uzumaki Ashina, and he is very powerful. How did you survive him? The fat old Uchiha, who was listening with great interest, asked curiously. Uchiha Jin, who was interrupted, was not angry, and Uchiha Tajima, who was still thinking, looked at him. Because I awakened it in despair. He pointed to his eyes, and two Megatama were slowly rotating in his scarlet eyes. It stands to reason that Uchiha Jin's opening of his eyes is worth congratulating, but when his eyes revealed two Megatama, the atmosphere on the field suddenly stagnated. The two older Uchiha, who were originally normal, suddenly looked gloomy and terrible, like Sichuan opera face changing. Uchiha Tajima, who was sitting in his seat, opened his three Megatama Sharinan and stared at Uchiha Jin's eyes, and the rapidly rotating Megatama seemed to suck him in. The scene suddenly turned cold, and Uchiha Jin, who had prepared a lot of speeches, was speechless for a moment. After a moment, he asked cautiously. I want to continue. Uchiha Fengguo, you guys retreat first. You have completed this mission perfectly. You will have a few days off to go home and meet your family. Uchiha Tiendao interrupted Uchiha Jin's question and made him swallow his words. Uchiha Fengguo and others who didn't know what was going on didn't dare to stay any longer after hearing the order of the clan leader, and they all left. Uchiha Jin saw that his teammates had left, and he was ready to run away. Just when he was carrying the Senju Banjian and preparing to run away, Uchiha Tiendao's cold voice sounded. Jin, you stay, I have something to ask you. Seeing that he couldn't leave, Uchiha Jin had to resign himself to putting down the little ghost in his hand, looking at his cousin dryly, waiting for questions. However, Uchiha Tajima did not continue to pay attention to him, but turned to ask the fatter old Uchiha next to him. Elder Yan, what's going on? It shouldn't be, this is impossible. The old Uchiha being asked was Uchiha Yan, an elder of the Uchiha clan, and one of the oldest senior members of the clan. Elder Miao, explain to me, what's going on? Uchiha Tajima, who did not get a satisfactory answer, turned to ask another thin old Uchiha. Uchiha Miao did not answer the question. Instead, he stared at Uchiha Jin's double Megatama Sharingan, which was still slightly rotating, with his wrinkled eyes. Uchiha Jin was frightened by the stare for a while, and thought to himself. Is the original owner's talent so bad? He opened 2 Megatama and shocked all the senior executives like this. End of this chapter. Chapter 23, He was once a sunny and cheerful boy. Jin, think carefully about how your Sharingan was opened. Uchiha Tajima could not get the answer he wanted from the 2 elders, and then turned to ask Uchiha Jin. This question really stumped Uchiha Jin. His Sharingan was opened by Uchiha Itachi, who was refreshed in the backyard, using the unique illusion of Tsukuyomi of the Mangekyo Sharingan. This matter must be kept in his stomach. Don't be nervous, I'm just curious, after all, it's a mystery. Seeing Uchiha Jin's frown, Uchiha Tajima comforted him. The 3 people in front of him looked normal, as if the cold aura just now was just his illusion. The 2 elders also looked at him kindly like gentle elders, with relief in their eyes, and everything seemed to be happy. But Uchiha Jin still had a strange feeling vaguely. I hope it's an illusion. Uchiha Jin thought to himself, untied his frown, and after a little thought, he said, it was when the Senju clan hit me hard, between life and death, I awakened the Sharingan. The way to open the Sharingan is nothing more than a strong emotional stimulation. His description of awakening the Sharingan when he was seriously injured and on the verge of death is very common sense and there is nothing wrong with it. Jin, you have worked so hard on this trip. I didn't expect that the defense of the Senju clan's hinterland is so tight. After hearing such a reasonable explanation, Uchiha Tajima was suspicious, but he couldn't continue to ask, otherwise it would seem too deliberate. After all, a mere 2 Megatama would not cause the head of the clan to question him so vigorously. The 2 elders beside him also tacitly stopped talking, but their obscure eyes never left his eyes from beginning to end. Clan leader, this kid from the Senju clan. Realizing that Uchiha Tajima had the intention of sending him away, Uchiha Jin quickly pushed out the Senju Banma in his hand. After hearing this, Uchiha Tajima, whose mind was no longer here, said with a gentle face. Since he is your prisoner, you will take care of him first and keep his life for the time being. We can also have an extra bargaining chip when fighting the Senju clan. Hearing that Uchiha Tajima handed over Senju Itama to him, Uchiha Jin was overjoyed. It seemed that the life of this kid was temporarily saved. Fearing that his uncle, the clan leader, would go back on his word, Uchiha Jin picked up the still unconscious Senju Itama, said goodbye and ran away. With the sound of the door closing, Uchiha Tajima, who had originally shown a gentle expression, turned cold in an instant, and the 2 elders who had just had a warm face also frowned. Elder Miao, you were one of the leaders of the operation that year. You should not have forgotten the result of the operation. Uchiha Jin would never open the Sharingan. Uchiha Tajima's voice was as cold as the wind. Clan leader Tajima, I guarantee that there will be no mistakes in the operation that year, but that person had not been arrested at that time. Could it be? Uchiha Miao, who was as dry as a bamboo pole, revealed some uneasiness in his eyes. You mean that person? After hearing this, Uchiha Tajima rubbed his sore eyes with a headache. Is he still alive? He is still in the dungeon. The chubby Uchiha Yan said. Don't worry about this for now. The decisive battle with the Senju clan is imminent. I will arrange for Uchiha Jin to stay in the clan. Uchiha Tajima said after a headache. For some reason, Uchiha Tajima seemed to have a brain disease recently, and his head hurt from time to time. The doctor in the clan also diagnosed it, but found nothing serious, so he just thought he was overworked. Carrying the Senju Banjian out of the clan leader's building, Uchiha Jin walked towards the home in his memory while distinguishing the identities of the two old men based on the original owner's memory. After a while, he got the result. The chubby Uchiha elder was named Uchiha Yan. He was the personal guard of the previous clan leader. When he was young, his martial arts value was not low. He followed the previous clan leader to fight everywhere. After Uchiha Tajima succeeded as the clan leader, he retreated to the second line and became the elder of the Uchiha clan, mainly responsible for training new recruits and security patrols in the clan. Work. The skinny and withered elder Uchiha is the brother of Uchiha Yan, named Uchiha Miao, with unknown strength. He is the head of the research department of the Uchiha clan, dedicated to the development of the clan's pupil technique and ninjutsu. It is said that they both have an older brother, but he died in the struggle within the clan in his early years, and other information is unknown. The original owner's information about these people is limited to this, and Uchiha Yin can't see any clues. The Uchiha clan members along the way saw him bowing his head in thought and all stepped aside. Undisturbed, he walked unimpeded to a remote place far away from the gathering place of the clan members according to his memory, and looked up to see a wooden house of medium size. The wooden house is no different from the homes of ordinary clan members, but it is slightly dilapidated, and some of the old wooden doors were opened by Uchiha Yin. Pushing open the door, the furnishings in the house are clear at a glance. It is a simple one-bedroom and one living room, and the furniture is very old, but from the scratches on the old furniture, it can be seen that the owner cherishes these things very much. Walking into the bedroom, there is only a simple wooden bed, and a well-protected family portrait is placed on the bedside table. Uchiha Yin picked up the photo and looked at it carefully. It is a simple family of 3. The young original owner was still a cute little boy at that time, with fluffy little curly hair and a happy smile on his face. There is a pair of men and women on both sides, who should be the parents of the original owner. The man on the left has a warm and gentle smile, also with slightly curly black hair, his eyes are slightly narrowed, and the corners of his mouth reveal a warm smile, and the whole person exudes the breath of sunshine. On the right is a cold woman with short black hair and a beautiful face like a model in the previous life. Her temperament is somewhat similar to Uchiha Tajima. Her expression seems cold, but her eyes looking at the original owner are full of tenderness. Sighing, Uchiha Jin put down the photo in his hand. It seems that the original owner was also a cheerful boy before his parents died in the war. Why did he become so evil later? Sighing the impermanence of the world, after putting down his luggage, Uchiha Jin cleaned the dusty house. With waves of hunger coming from his stomach, he decided to go out to buy some food. He was not too relieved to leave Senjuitama, who was still unconscious, at home. After all, the hatred between the two clans was as deep as the sea. If the news leaked, there might be an Uchiha clan member who was blinded by hatred and came to kill this defenseless kid to avenge his hatred, then he would be unlucky. Then he skillfully carried Senjuitama and walked towards the Uchiha clan's market. Along the way, many people saw him carrying a child and pointed at him, but no one dared to come forward to ask, perhaps because they were afraid of his reputation, which also allowed Uchiha Jin to have peace. After arriving at the market, he simply purchased some ingredients and threw the money to the stall owner in front of his horrified eyes. Uchiha Jin, holding the ingredients in both hands, staggered and hummed a chicken in the left hand, a duck in the right hand, and a fat baby on the back, and returned to the door of his house. From a distance, he saw that there was someone waiting at his deserted door. Uchiha Jin, who didn't know why, slowly approached and took a look. Hey! Isn't this Urjuzu? There was a kid squatting at the door of Uchiha Jin's house, about 10 years old. From his soaring black hair, he could tell that he was a family member. Looking at the other person's little face, Uchiha Jin felt a sense of spatial dislocation. The kid in front of him really looked like the future what is gay, so that Uchiha Jin wondered if he had traveled through time again. The squatting kid saw that the person was Uchiha Jin, and stood up in a flash. Before Uchiha Jin could ask, a familiar voice came from his mind. It is detected that the host is in battle, and the heart steel treasure box begins to accumulate. End of this chapter. Chapter 24. It is not normal to have a competitive spirit when you are young. Dodged the shuriken that was stabbed in his face, Uchiha Jin looked helplessly at the breathless boy in front of him. Just now, the kid squatting in front of his house took out a shuriken and threw it at him without saying anything. With his 10-point physical skill bonus, Uchiha Jin easily avoided the opponent's attack. Seeing that his sneak attack failed, the kid who looked like Uchiha Suzuki took out another shuriken and threw it at him. Izuna, is this how you welcome your dear cousin? Uchiha Jin recognized the other party's identity based on his memory. Uchiha Izuna, the second son of Uchiha Tajima, the younger brother of Uchiha Madara, who was half the mastermind behind the scenes in the future, was gifted but too arrogant. As a result, his kidney was stolen by the cunning white-haired man, leaving behind a pair of manjikyo and died young. It can be said that the death of Izuna led to the subsequent plot, otherwise Uchiha Madara would never be able to open the samsara eye, but now he is just a brother control who has just awakened. Damn, when did you become so strong? Seeing that all his moves were in vain, Uchiha Izuna frowned and asked loudly after taking out his empty ninja tool bag. Where is stronger? You have been at this level for so many years. Don't lie with your eyes open. Sometimes look for the reason for yourself. Has your chakra increased over the years? Have you practiced seriously? Uchiha Jin looked at Uchiha Izuna, who was a little unconvinced, and said sarcastically. How can you repair it? Uchiha Izuna, who was so angry that his brain was congested by these words, didn't care about the difference in strength between the two, took out a samurai sword from his back, and rushed towards Uchiha Jin. But he was easily dodged by the agile Uchiha Jin, who said while dodging. Can you do it, little brother? Hearing the other party's mean voice, Uchiha Izuna's eyes turned red with anger. No way, you're going to open your Sharingan now. He was so angry that his eyes turned black and he almost died. 4 years ago, Uchiha Madara, who was only 10 years old, easily defeated his cousin who was 10 years older than him. That scene left a deep impression on the young Uchiha Izuna. 4 years later, Izuna, who thought he was well prepared, chose to challenge his cousin Uchiha Jin on his 10th birthday in order to keep up with his brother Uchiha Madara. However, what he never expected was that this weak cousin who usually looked like a weakling was actually so skilled. You have to know that even if his current strength is not as good as that of an elite fighter, it is still the top among ordinary fighters, measured by the future level, is the strength of a Chunin. Discovering that the opponent's strength was not as simple as he imagined, Uchiha Izuna made up his mind and began to make seals with both hands frantically. The classic of the classics, the Great Fireball technique. As the boy's cheeks bulged, a stream of hot chakra was released from his mouth, and a fireball with a diameter of several meters hit Uchiha Jin. The boy who released such a powerful ninjutsu panted and watched how the opponent would deal with his bottom-of-the-box ninjutsu. The oncoming fireball made his already curly hair curl up again. Glancing at the ingredients he had just purchased behind him and his pendant Senjuitama, Uchiha Jin had to stretch out his hands to prepare to resist this great fireball. As the chakra gathered in his hands, Uchiha Jin hammered at the great fireball. With the blessing of strange power, the hot flames of the great fireball were actually blocked by his fist wind. Uchiha Izuna saw that the opponent was actually not biased in facing his fireball, and immediately shouted anxiously, "What the hell? Sparring is sparring, but killing each other within the clan is a taboo among taboos, not to mention that Uchiha-jin is his cousin, and the relationship between the two is not as bad as imagined." Feeling the heat from his fists, Uchiha-jin felt that the time was almost right, and immediately used his strange power to hit the fireball in front of him again. With a muffled sound, the fireball was blown away by the fist wind of the strange power in front of him, and Uchiha-jin flew backwards, rolling on the ground for several times in a woeful manner, and there was no movement. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Izuna flew to the unconscious Uchiha-jin, and looking at the marks of fire on the other party, the boy regretted it. How could he do this to his relatives? Under the huge stimulation, the boy's black eyes slowly filled with tears, and tears flowed down. "Cousin, don't die. I'll go find a doctor for you." Seeing that the other party remained indifferent no matter how he pushed, Izu now prepared to get up and ask for help from the clan. "Ahem, hehe, you are really my brother. This fireball has some of the fire power of the clan leader." "Ahem." Seeing that the time was almost right, Uchiha-jin struggled to open his eyes. The weak voice made Uchiha Izu now stop and quickly leaned down to help him up. "Cousin, you are not dead." "I am not dead even if you die, you loser. Izuna, your current strength is not inferior to mine. Seeing your growth, I am very pleased." Uchiha-yin praised first, and then said, "I lost this time, but it may not be the case next time. Izuna, you wait for my challenge. Q.S.T.R. I am always here." Host failed, get 10 heart energy, and after 3 more battles, you can unlock the Heart Steel Treasure Box reward. Current accumulated heart energy, 10. The pleasant prompt sound of the system sounded. Seeing the young and ignorant leek simply put into the pot, Uchiha-yin smiled with relief. This is a good leek, and it must not be allowed to die. After Uchiha-jin stood up, Uchiha Izuna wanted to take him to the clan for a checkup, but he refused. "This little injury is nothing to the brave Uchiha. I have been injured much more seriously during the mission." Hearing this, Uchiha Izuna was in awe and began to re-examine this cousin who was usually careless. "Izuna, why did you come to challenge me today?" While helping Uchiha Izuna pick up the scattered shuriken, Uchiha-jin asked. "Today is my 10th birthday. My elder brother defeated you on the day I was 10 years old, so I also want to." Uchiha Izuna scratched his hedgehog head a little embarrassedly. "Today is your birthday." Uchiha-jin raised his head and asked in surprise. "What's wrong? It's just a day." During the Warring States period, there was no special celebration ceremony for birthdays. Most people would not even deliberately remember birthdays. After all, in this era, living was already a very difficult thing. How can that be possible? "Come on, help me move the ingredients in. I'll cook you a good meal." Uchiha-jin immediately asked his cousin Izuna to move the ingredients that had not been affected into the house. He picked up the ingredients and looked at the unconscious Senjuidama on the ground, and asked curiously, "Who is this guy? His hair color is so strange." "Don't mind it, go in first." Uchiha-jin, who thought it was too troublesome to explain, picked up Senjuidama and urged Izuna to go in quickly. Entering the kitchen and packing the ingredients, Uchiha-jin began to work enthusiastically with his skills in his previous life. In the living room, Uchiha Izuna squatted down and poked the unconscious Senjuidama, and found that the other party did not respond, so he pinched Senjuidama's nose in a playful mood. As Senjuidama's face became redder and redder, the kid who had been in a coma for a long time woke up in a daze due to lack of oxygen. "Ah, who are you?" Senjuidama, who was awakened by the suffocation, gasped and looked at the strange boy in front of him with a wary look. "I want to ask too." For the impolite kid, Uchiha Izuna stood up and looked down at him. "My brother said that when asking someone's name, you should first give your own name. The bound Senju kid said with an indignant look on his face. Hehe, this is clearly what my brother said. The Uchiha kid also hit back. My brother dares. My brother dares too. The childish comparisons were endless. Pulling open the curtains, Uchiha Jin came out with 2 dishes. Stop arguing, what are the benefits of my brother, give it to whoever is right. End of this chapter. Chapter 25 Uchiha Madara is in love? In his previous life, Uchiha Jin practiced cooking because of living alone. After coming to this world for so long, he finally had the opportunity to show his skills. When he came out with his specialty, braised fish and sweet and sour pork tenderloin, the 2 little kids who were arguing stopped arguing at the same time, sniffing their noses as if looking for something. Cousin, what's this smell? What are you carrying? Discovering that the smell came from what Uchiha Jin was holding, the irritable Uchiha Izuna couldn't wait to ask, and the tied Senju Itama also looked up curiously. Here, your cousin's cooking, come and try it. Uchiha Jin raised his eyebrows, put the dishes in his hand on the table, and turned back to serve other dishes. Hearing his call, Uchiha Izuna stopped arguing with Senju Itama and sat down at the table. Looking at the delicious food on the table with shining eyes, his saliva couldn't stop flowing down, and he couldn't help but reach out to grab the shiny sweet and sour pork tenderloin. Go wash your hands first. Uchiha Jin, who was carrying a stack of bowls and chopsticks and a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, saw the boy's impatient behavior and scolded him. Got it? Izuna stopped stretching out his hand after being scolded, and whispered with his mouth pursed. After washing his hands, Izuna didn't care about etiquette. The battle just now consumed a lot of his physical strength, and he immediately picked up the bowl and ate it. This meat is sour and sweet and delicious. Izuna's eyes lit up with a mouthful of sweet and sour pork, and he wanted to swallow the whole bowl. Gurgle gurgle. Looking at Uchiha Izuna with his mouth full of oil, the tied Senju Itama secretly swallowed his saliva. He hadn't eaten rice or water for several days. Smelling the fragrance from the table, his stomach rumbled and his head lowered in grievance. Hey, cousin, whose bowl and chopsticks are these? Have you invited anyone else? After swallowing the food in his mouth with difficulty, Uchiha Izuna saw another set of bowls and chopsticks on the table and asked curiously. After cooking, Uchiha Jin, wearing an apron, walked out of the kitchen and walked straight to Senju Itama, who was sitting on the ground with his head down. With a hissing sound, the rope on Senju Itama's hand broke. After regaining his freedom, he looked at Uchiha Jin in disbelief at the homely form in front of him, and then saw the other party patting his head gently and said, "Why are you standing there? You go eat too." "Why?" Confused, Senju Itama moved his stiff hands and asked warily. "How can there be so many whys when you are called trade and reading?" Uchiha Jin slapped his puzzled little head, then lifted him to the dining table and stuffed the chopsticks into him. Senju Itama, who was in so much pain that tears welled up in his eyes, looked at the food on the table and was reluctant to start eating. Uchiha Jin picked up the chopsticks and stuffed a piece of fresh fish into his dazed mouth. With the secretion of saliva, the taste of braised fish spread to his taste buds. In an instant, his tears flowed down his cheeks. Then he buried his head in the bowl, eating rice with big mouthfuls, and said, "You damn Uchiha, don't hit my head again." It seemed that the tears he shed just now were because of Uchiha Jin's violent blow. The next time was a competition between the 2 little kids to grab food. In the end, the older and stronger Uchiha Izuna won without any suspense. He took the last piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and mocked the defeated Senju Itama with a devilish and arrogant look on his face. "That's it? That's it?" After the farce ended, Uchiha Izuna was lying on the sofa comfortably, touching her bulging belly, while Senju Itama tactfully helped Uchiha Jin clean up the dishes. "You are quite perceptive. Your brother must be very happy to have a brother like you." Seeing that Senju Itama would take the initiative to help him clean up after dinner, Uchiha Jin praised him. After being praised by Uchiha Jin, Senju Itama showed a weird smile on his little face, squinting his eyes and looking at Uchiha Izuna lying on the sofa provocatively. Seeing the tea-like performance of Senju Banjian, Uchiha Izuna was so angry that his teeth itched. This little BZ. Brother, who is this kid? How could Uchiha Izuna stand such anger? He immediately swore his sovereignty and deliberately asked Uchiha Jin loudly. Hearing Uchiha Izuna's question, Senju Banjian, who was holding the bowl and chopsticks, froze and his face became depressed. Uchiha Jin, who was standing by, patted his shoulder, signaling him not to care, and then said, "This kid is an orphan I met during the mission. He has a bad temper, but he has good talent. I caught him and planned to train him as a confidant." In the turbulent Warring States period, there were orphans everywhere who had no place to live. A few lucky ones were able to be taken in by their families and became slaves doing odd jobs. But most of them were unlucky. They either starved to death on the streets or became war fodder, and the worst was being caught for human experiments, with miserable results. Oh! After hearing Uchiha Jin's explanation, Izuna didn't ask any more questions. After all, he was just an orphan from another tribe, and he was not worthy of the son of the clan leader. Uchiha Jin's explanation made Senju Banjian, who was still cleaning up, feel relieved. The other party did not expose his identity, but at the same time, a big question arose in his mind: why did this guy want to protect himself so much? After dinner, during the chat time, Uchiha Jin sat on the sofa and asked Uchiha Izuna, who was still picking his teeth. "Has anything happened in the clan recently?" "No, everyone has been actively training recently, and my father said that the battle will start again soon." Uchiha Izuna, who did not have a thorough understanding of the meaning of war, said easily. "Is the decisive battle about to begin?" Uchiha Jin touched his chin thoughtfully after hearing it. "But there is still a strange thing." Uchiha Izuna suddenly spoke, and his face did not look good at the same time. "What's wrong?" Looking at the other party's ugly face, Uchiha Yin couldn't help but ask curiously. "Recently, my brother has been mysterious," Uchiha Izuna said in an uncertain tone. "It seems that he is in love. He sneaks out every day and is very happy when he comes back." "Ahem, how can you be sure that he is in love?" Uchiha Izuna's guess made people laugh and almost choked to death. Uchiha Kwiwa from the village secretly went out at night and stayed in the grove with Uchiha Taiden from the patrol team for a long time. When he came back, he was smiling, and then they got married. Uchiha Izuna said seriously. "I have seen that smile, exactly the same as my brother's now." Puff Uchiha Yin, who had just taken a sip of water and was about to smooth it out, spit out all the water he drank. The water column hit Senju Itama, who was watching the show, without bias. He wiped his mouth in the other's resentful eyes and patted Uchiha Izuna's head. "You are so naughty at such a young age. Who else knows about this?" "Humph, I've reported it to my father. My father told me to keep an eye on my brother when I have time to see who he is secretly dating." Touching his little head that was hurt by the pat, Uchiha Izuna said with a look of being entrusted with an important task. "It seems that Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, the enemies, have already known each other, so the founding of Konoha is not far away, and the days of his safe fishing are coming soon." Just as he was fantasizing about his beautiful future, a hurried knock on the door sounded. Uchiha Jin stood up alertly, signaled to Senju Itama to retreat into the inner room, and then opened the door. A strange Uchiha stood at the door, with cold eyes and a haggard face, like a lifeless corpse. "Uchiha Jin, the clan leader has an order." The voice coming out of his mouth was as hoarse as sandpaper. Uchiha Jin frowned, not understanding what his cousin was up to, but nodded in acceptance. "In the next few days, you will go to the dungeon." This sentence made Uchiha Jin's hair stand on end, and his pupils trembled. "I will take up my post tomorrow." How can this man not breathe heavily when he speaks? End of this chapter. Chapter 26 Suppressing Amaterasu. This man came and went quickly, and Uchiha Jin, who was alarmed by a false alarm, closed the door and thought about the intentions of his clan leader's uncle. "Little cousin Izuna, why do you think the clan leader asked me to work in the dungeon?" Uchiha Jin, who really couldn't figure out his thoughts, turned around and asked Uchiha Izuna, who was staring at Senjuitama. "Maybe he was afraid that you would go out." Izuna touched his chin and thought for a moment and said, "Because your strength is really..." Looking at the little cousin who was hesitant to speak, his answer coincided with his own guess. From the original owner's memory, since the tragedy when he was a child, his strength has been stagnant. I don't know if it's because his heart is broken and he doesn't want to make progress, or because of his limited talent. Anyway, because the original owner was not strong enough, Uchiha Tajima had always assigned him simple tasks in the clan. For example, guarding the clan leader's building, patrols, and other positions that would not be far away from the clan. Only this time, the outbound mission was assigned to him because the original owner threatened to die. Is it really just a disguised protection? I hope I'm overthinking. Uchiha Jin thought to himself. After resting enough, Uchiha Izuna saw that it was getting late, made a face to Senjuitama, and the boy slowly stood up and said goodbye. Uchiha Jin went out to see him off. When he was leaving, Izuna suddenly turned his face away and said in a somewhat awkward tone, "Thank you, the food is delicious." After that, he fled without looking back. Are all Uchiha tsunderies? Uchiha Jin touched his curly hair and thought. Turning back to the house, Senjuitama stood up immediately when he saw him, rolled his eyes a little stiffly, and said stubbornly, "Little boy, you are safe for the time being, but only with me." Uchiha Jin didn't explain too much to him, "Anyway, before the war starts, you'd better stay here quietly." Not many people know the identity of Senjuitama, and I don't think Uchiha Tajima will make it public. Drumming up the matter. Since the kid was handed over to him for care, it means that the war has not yet reached a fever pitch at this stage. When the decisive battle is about to start, the fate of the kid is hard to say. Thinking of the task of the crappy system, Uchiha Jin had a headache again. Asking him, an Uchiha, to protect his mortal enemy, Senju, is really asking him to play infernal affairs? Starting today, you sleep in the bedroom. Uchiha Jin looked at the helpless kid and arranged the only bedroom in the house for him. Then he entered the bedroom and searched in the closet for a long time. When he came out, he held a stack of clothes in his hands. "These are all from my childhood. You should be able to wear them." He handed the clothes to Senjuitama. His own clothes had been torn in the journey. "I'll rest first. You can try it yourself tomorrow." After a day of traveling today, he had another episode with Uchiha Izuna. After relaxing, Uchiha Jin felt a little tired. He didn't care about Senjuitama who was holding his clothes in a daze, and he lay down on the sofa in the living room and fell asleep. Senjuitama looked at the clothes in his hand, hesitated for a long time, walked into the bedroom, and snored a moment later. At this time, Uchiha Jin, who should have fallen asleep, quietly opened his eyes. After listening carefully to the fact that Senjuitama in the bedroom was already asleep, he got up and pushed the door out, without making any sound. At this time, the sky was already dark, and only a faint fire flashed on the fortification tower in the distance. He walked around his home, and finally chose a location in the dead corner behind the house, and built a simple fence with a few firewood. Patting the dust on his hands, Uchiha Jin looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. After all, time was tight, and it was good enough to make it look like this. Then he sat cross-legged in the fence and closed his eyes to take a nap. After an unknown amount of time, he felt the air around him suddenly stagnate. Uchiha Jin, who had experienced this twice, knew that this was a sign of a skill refresh. He quickly opened his scarlet eyes and looked around. With the help of dynamic vision, he could see everything clearly in the dark night, but he didn't find anything. Just as he frowned and thought about what would happen this time, a hand quietly appeared on his shoulder. In an instant, Uchiha Jin felt cold all over his body, and his hair stood up. The owner of the hand didn't move. Uchiha-jin turned his head stiffly and looked at the hand on his shoulder. The palm was very pale, and the slender fingers could see the raised joints, but all this was not the most frightening thing for him. Glancing at the black nail polish on the fingertips and a gemstone ring on the ring finger, Uchiha-jin's heart was chilled. He didn't even need to look closely at the word Zu engraved on the ring to guess who the person was. Knowing that he was no match for his opponent, Uchiha-jin did not want to sit and wait for death. He secretly mobilized chakra to gather on his arms. Magic power, start! With Uchiha-jin's hateful elbow strike, the people behind him turned into a group of crows and fled, and then gathered into a figure in the distance wearing black and red clouds. Although he already knew his fate, Uchiha-jin just wanted to beat up this filial son who was fighting 7 people with one punch. With his Sharingan turned on, he did not hesitate. He was determined to hit him hard even if he was hit by Tsukiya. He used his magic power with both hands and smashed at the dazed Uchiha Itachi. Strangely, this time Uchiha Itachi only opened the Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye. As a blood tear flowed down, Uchiha-jin found that he was not pulled into the illusion space. Just when he was confused, he suddenly felt a heart-wrenching burning sensation in his hands, as if burning his soul. He looked closely and found that his fists were stained with a layer of black flames. The flames were not big, but the burning sensation was extremely strong. He wanted to cut off his hands. Amaterasu ability of Uchiha Itachi's right eye Mangekyo, which has black flames that can burn everything. TMD, where is the promised Tsukuyomi? Uchiha-jin rolled on the ground in pain. He had no means to deal with Amaterasu. The fire seal in the original book was created by the Uzumaki clan, and it was specifically made for the Uchiha clan. He certainly wouldn't do it. Does he really have to cut off his arms to survive like the 4th Raikage? Just when Uchiha-jin was tortured by the flames in his hands and lost his mind, he suddenly felt a burst of coolness in his right hand. He barely opened his eyes and saw a faint blue light on the back of his right hand wrapped in black flames. Then a vortex-shaped mark appeared. As the mark rotated slightly, obscure runes extended from it. As soon as the black flame touched the rune, it seemed to have encountered a natural enemy. It was driven by the rune to shrink into a ball, and finally it was completely wrapped by the rune and slowly collected into the vortex mark. The whole right hand was relieved, and the vortex mark dimmed, flashing a few times and then sank into the back of the hand. The crisis of the right hand was temporarily relieved, but the black flame of the left hand became more and more intense, and it was about to spread to the body. Uchiha-jin had to use his right hand to draw out the flying thunder god Kunao, ready to cut off his palm to survive, gritted his teeth and chopped it down. It is better to suffer a short pain than a long pain. Anyway, everything will return to normal when the skill ends, and the broken palm can heal itself by then. At the same time, in a small dark space, a black shadow slowly opened his scarlet eyes. Feeling the fetal movement of his eyes, the black shadow seemed a little anxious. After a while, as his body trembled, the black shadow, who was breathing heavily, flashed a seductive pattern in his eyes. Just at the moment of breaking up with Xiaozhou, who had been with him for many years, Uchiha-jin's left hand flashed a rosy red, and a mark appeared on his left hand and right hand. However, unlike the mark of the Uzumaki clan he had never seen this mark on his left hand in the original owner's memory. Although he had no memory, his body did not seem to reject this mark, and he had a faint feeling of closeness. The mark was composed of a pattern of 3 swallow-shaped boomerangs surrounding a central red dot. The violent black flame became obedient and docile with the appearance of the mark, and finally turned into a faint red light and disappeared without a trace as time passed. The backyard refreshes a random skill Amaterasu every day, and obtains Amaterasu *1. End of this chapter. Chapter 27, Becoming a Social Animal After Playing Badly. At the moment of the system prompt, Uchiha-jin only felt a coolness in his hands, and the burning pain brought by Amaterasu just now disappeared without a trace. There was no abnormality in his body, as if everything just now was a dream. It was the inexplicable swelling and pain in his right eye that made him unable to adapt for a while. The scarlet double megatama rotated rapidly in his eyes, and a cold breath gathered in it, making him feel a sense of suffocation that he couldn't get rid of. Trying to guide this energy, Uchiha vented the energy to the open space in front of him without any instruction. As a flower of black flame ignited out of thin air on the open space, Uchiha felt that his pupil power was rapidly consumed. Warm blood also overflowed from the corner of his eyes, and he was so scared that he quickly closed his Sharingan. The black flame on the open space, which was comparable to the flame of a lighter, slowly dissipated in the air as Uchiha-jin's Sharingan was closed. Uchiha-jin, whose body was hollowed out by a small Amaterasu, panted heavily, wiped off the fresh blood from the corner of his eyes, and a trace of doubt rose in his heart. As a skill exclusive to the Mangekyo, how could he use a mere double Megatama Sharingan to release it? Could it be the system? Unable to get an explanation from common sense, he could only force the blame on the system. After resting for a while, Uchiha stood up and touched his still sore right eye. The appearance of Amaterasu made up for his lack of ninjutsu damage. Although the damage of strange power was strong, he was helpless against a clever enemy. But Amaterasu didn't seem to burn anyone to death except for burning white Zetsu in the original work. Thinking of Amaterasu's record in the original work, Uchiha complained in his heart. Turning back to the house, Senjuitama was still snoring, and Uchiha was lying on the sofa, looking at his hands with a serious face. When he was attacked by Amaterasu just now, he had already made up his mind to cut off his arm, but he didn't expect to trigger a strange protection mechanism by accident. He could barely guess that the Uzumaki clan emblem on his right hand was a special protection given by the Uzumaki clan to the vortex mark. Passively triggered when in danger, the rune just now is probably the fire seal method, which should be automatically cast after the mark encounters fire escape damage. But the left hand. Uchiha looked at the empty back of his left hand and tried to use chakra to check the entire left hand, but it was like a drop in the ocean, just slowly consuming chakra, and there was no other reaction. Recalling the strange mark that flashed just now, Uchiha tried to find the answer in the original owner's memory, but still found nothing. Since crossing, he has browsed the original owner's memory more than once. The memory of childhood may be very vague because of his young age. The memory of the camp being attacked when he was a teenager is fragmented, which should be the avoidance mechanism made by the original owner's brain because the scene at that time was too tragic and exciting. The memory after that was very bland, a daily life of a rookie, until he appeared and replaced the original owner. Let's go. Uchiha, who couldn't find the answer, simply gave up. He had to go to work tomorrow after a sleep. He fell asleep soon after relaxing. The next morning, Uchiha woke up early and pulled open the blanket of Senjuitama. Looking at Senjuitama sleeping soundly on the bed with his childhood clothes, Uchiha didn't tolerate him and gave him a classic slap. Ah! Senjuitama, who was holding his head, woke up instantly and covered his head with his hands to look at the instigator in front of him. Ouch, what are you doing? Ignoring his familiar words, Uchiha spoke. I have to go to work today. There are food in the kitchen. Don't think about running away. There are Uchiha people everywhere when you go out. If you are recognized by others, the consequences will be terrible. Knowing his situation, Senjuitama pursed his lips and nodded reluctantly. I will buy some hair dye when I come back tonight and change your conspicuous hair color first. Before turning around and leaving, Uchiha said to him. After leaving the house, Uchiha slowly headed towards the dungeon according to the original owner's memory. On the way, he met a few Uchiha clansmen. He stretched out his hand to greet them, but they saw him as if they saw a flood and a beast. They walked away quickly without looking back, leaving Uchiha with a puzzled look. Recalling the original owner's usual reputation, Uchiha could only shake his head helplessly. This situation could not be changed for a while. Coming to a gloomy door, Uchiha knocked hard on the door. After a while, a small hole opened on the door, revealing the gloomy person who came to inform him yesterday. The Uchiha clan member's face was gloomy. After the other party glanced at him, he closed the small hole, and then the door slowly opened. Uchiha Jin did not doubt him and walked in slowly. Following the gloomy Uchiha clan member, Uchiha Jin walked through a dark and narrow corridor and past another door. As the road became wider and wider, the vision was not dim. Torches were inserted on the walls on both sides to provide lighting. From now on, I am your boss. The Uchiha clan member who led the way in front suddenly spoke, and his voice seemed to come from the underworld, making people feel cold all over. Excuse me, what should I call you? Uchiha Jin was unsure of the other party's temper, so he had to ask his name first. Uchiha Luiying. The other party said coldly. The two kept walking and walking, feeling that this dungeon seemed to be bottomless. I don't know how long they walked. Uchiha Luiying stopped. Uchiha Jin behind raised his head and saw a small door with the words archive room written on it. Uchiha Luiying brought him in, and saw piles of scrolls scattered randomly on the table, the floor, and the bookshelf, as if they had been robbed. Facing Uchiha Yin's puzzled eyes, Uchiha Luiying said, "The previous archivist died, and the archive directory he sorted out is gone. Now it's up to you to sort it out again." As he explained, Uchiha Yin learned that the previous archive manager of the dungeon died while out, and the archive directory disappeared with his death. The clan had to search for the prisoner's information several times, which was very laborious. Not only did the archive room become a mess, but the efficiency of searching was also as slow as a turtle. A new archive manager was urgently needed to recheck and classify the prisoners. Looking at the scrolls scattered all over the room, Uchiha Yin had a headache. He also guessed that Uchiha Tajima didn't want him to go out again, but he didn't expect that the other party would give him such a homely task. It would take him a long time to check all the scrolls in this room. Do I have any help? There is so much information. Uchiha Yin tried to ask. There is no extra manpower. The haggard Uchiha Luiying looked at him expressionlessly. From his lifeless eyes, Uchiha Yin could not see a trace of fluctuation, as if he was a robot without emotion. Okay. Uchiha Yin had to take this task reluctantly. What about eating? And how do I rest? There is a cafeteria in the dungeon. You can go home at night. Uchiha Luiying was concise. Uchiha Yin was relieved to hear that he could go home. There was a dangerous kid at home. If he couldn't go back, if something went wrong in the Senjuidama, he would also suffer. To facilitate your checking of the data, you can enter and exit the cells in the dungeon at will. Uchiha Luiying turned his calm eyes and looked at him and said, although the prisoners have their chakras sealed and their hands and feet are bound, they are all extremely dangerous people. He was surprised to hear that Uchiha Luiying would remind him. Don't die, I can't explain to Elder Yan. Thank you very much. After explaining, Uchiha Luiying left without stopping, leaving Uchiha Yin alone. Shaking his head, Uchiha Yin had to start his work. First, pick up all the scrolls scattered on the ground and pile them on the only desk in the archives room. Looking at the pile of scrolls in front of him, Uchiha Yin sighed, picked one at random, opened it and read it. Kagaya Yasuke, a wandering ninja who killed 2 members of the Uchiha clan. He is suspected to have mental problems and cannot be tortured by illusion. His information is unknown. He is currently imprisoned in Dungeon No. 2. Kagaya? Out of curiosity about the clan that appeared in the original work, Uchiha Jin immediately decided to go and see this guy. End of this chapter. Chapter 28, Chive Field and Kagaya Yasuke. There is a map of the dungeon in the archives room. In addition to the office and rest area, the numbers of the dungeon prisoner areas are also marked. There are 3 areas in total, marked 1, 2 and 3 respectively, but the design of the dungeon seems a bit weird, which makes Uchiha Jin, who is naturally accustomed to symmetry, look very awkward. After simply finding the location of the area marked with 2, Uchiha Jin took the scroll and went out. Cell number 2 is relatively close to the archives room. After walking for a few minutes, Uchiha Jin arrived in front of an iron gate with 2 members of the Uchiha clan guarding the door. Who is coming? Hearing the familiar voice, Uchiha Jin looked at the 2 Uchiha clan members and felt more familiar. Aren't you on patrol? Why are you in the dungeon again? Uchiha Jin, who recognized the 2 people, asked curiously. These 2 Uchiha were the 2 patrolling clan members he met when he just returned to the clan. He didn't expect to meet them here again. It's over. Uchiha Taidan was full of despair. Uchiha Jin actually chased him to the dungeon to get revenge. Yesterday, he didn't know Uchiha Jin, but he heard from his teammates that the person he almost offended was the evil Uchiha Jin. Fearing revenge, he applied for a transfer to a position that night, hoping to transfer himself to a position where no one would do shit. Unexpectedly, on his first day in office, this devil came to his door. Quiwa, I'm sorry for you. I hope you don't stay a widow for me and be happy. Uchiha Taidan closed his eyes with a tragic expression of being at the mercy of others. What are you standing there for? Open the door. I need to check the prisoner. Looking at one of the Uchiha clan member closed his eyes and muttered something. The other one looked vaguely, as if he didn't see him. Uchiha Jin, who didn't know what they were imagining, spoke impatiently. Ah! You're not here to find me. Hearing Uchiha Jin's words, Uchiha Taidan, who had closed his eyes and waited for death, opened his eyes in confusion. I'm busy looking for you, hurry up. Taidan, open the door for Lord Uchiha Jin. Another Uchiha clan member pushed Uchiha Taidan, who was close to the door lock. As if waking up from a dream, he quickly took out the key to open the door and let Uchiha Jin in. It's really inexplicable. Uchiha Jin was confused by the behavior of this Uchiha named Taidan. Which cell is Kagaya Yasuke in? Sir, I'll take you there. Giving the dull Uchiha Taidan a reassuring look, another Uchiha offered to lead the way. Following this member, Uchiha Jin entered the prison area of the dungeon for the first time. There were rows of wooden fences on both sides, which seemed fragile, but each one was affixed with the unique fire spell of the Uchiha clan. Without the corresponding spell to remove it, anyone who rashly touched it would be immediately wrapped in flames, which would cause burns at the least and burn to ashes at the worst. As the 2 men's footsteps sounded, the prisoners on both sides began to get agitated. Evil Uchiha, let me go if you dare, I will beat you into a pulp. The type of irritable old man. Oh, this guy is so delicate, I really want to hold him down. The type of Tai Nan Tung. Kill me, kill me. The type of mental breakdown. For a while, the cell was like a pot, with all kinds of sounds coming one after another, but in the case of Uchiha Jin, it was not just the shouting and cursing of these people. The host is detected to be in a battle, and the heart steel treasure chest begins to accumulate. The host is detected to be in a battle. The host is detected. The reminder sound of the heart steel has never stopped since he entered the cell, and it seems to be repeated in his mind in an infinite loop. Everyone here is full of desire to fight against him, the Uchiha, so isn't this a green leak field? He temporarily suppressed the surprise in his heart and followed the tribe members to the innermost cell, where a middle-aged man with his hands and feet tied tightly was imprisoned, and his whole body was skinny. The bound hands and feet were bent at irregular angles, with grey hair and 2 classic red Maro eyebrows on his eyebrows. He is Kagaya Yasuke, Lord Jin, be careful, although his chakra is sealed, we can't suppress his physical skills, so we can only starve him and break his hands and feet. The tribe member on the side explained. It's okay, open the door, I'll go in and ask him. Hearing that the other party's chakra was not only sealed, but his hands and feet were also broken, Uchiha Jin immediately put his heart at ease and urged the tribe to open the door. Yes. Although the rules did not allow the cell door to be opened, the other party was Uchiha Jin, and he knew that his arms could not twist his thighs, so he obediently opened the cell door. Your name? My little Uchiha Lucha. The tribe member named Uchiha Lucha hurriedly introduced himself. Okay, Uchiha Lucha, you go outside first, I will go to interrogate this prisoner alone. But Uchiha Lucha was a little hesitant. This kind of thing is too risky. If Uchiha Jin makes a mistake, his head will definitely be in danger. Don't worry, the guy inside has difficulty moving, I'm just asking a few questions from a distance at the door. Uchiha Jin comforted. Okay, Lord Jin, be careful. If the other party makes any unusual movements, please call them immediately. Uchiha Lucha left tactfully. Uchiha Jin entered Kagaya Yasuke's cell. The middle-aged man sitting on the straw mat opposite heard the movement and slowly raised his head. His turbid eyes were lifeless, like a puppet. Kagaya Yasuke. Frowning at the dumbfounded Kagaya clan opposite, Uchiha Jin tried to ask. The other party seemed to ignore his question. According to the archives, you were captured because you killed Uchiha clan members who were on a mission 6 years ago. Turning the scroll in his hand, Uchiha Jin continued. So, do you know that your Kagaya clan attacked our Uchiha clan's land 6 years ago? Finding that the other party seemed to be autistic, Uchiha Jin, who was unwilling to give up, asked his own question. Ah? Ha 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 ah. As if some keywords were triggered, Kagaya Yasuke's expression suddenly became strange after hearing this sentence. He laughed strangely for a few times, and then he was terrified as if he had seen a ghost. A trace of clarity flashed in his wooden eyes. He looked at Uchiha Jin standing in the distance and slowly raised his bound hands. The next moment, the system prompt sounded in Uchiha Jin's mind again. It is detected that the host is in battle, and the Heartsteel treasure box begins to accumulate. No one after a second of hesitation, Uchiha Jin immediately took a step back, and at the same time, tiny bone spurs shot out from Kagaya Yasuke's fingertips, all nailed to the place where Uchiha Jin just stood. It's still hidden bloodline. Uchiha Jin, who escaped the disaster, looked at the bone spurs deeply nailed into the bricks and stones in front of him with fear, and said with lingering fear. There is no record of Kagaya Yasuke's bloodline ability in his information. It is probably a killer hidden after being captured. What's strange is why he has been hiding for so long, and it was easily exposed to me, an ordinary Uchiha who met for the first time. Kagaya Yasuke saw that his first attack failed, and he used the same trick to point his hands at Uchiha Jin again. But this time it was not so easy. As Uchiha Jin exerted force on his feet, his fist with strange power hit Kagaya Yasuke, who was still brewing the next wave of bone spurs. Corpse bone veins, 10 fingers piercing bullets. Faced with another wave of bone spikes, Uchiha Jin did not choose to dodge, but instead concentrated more chakra on his fist. With a muffled sound, Kagaya Yasuke's bone spikes were all knocked off by his iron fist, and this punch hit the opponent's chest without any suspense. The chest of Kagaya Yasuke, who was already tortured and skinny, was sunken by this punch, and Uchiha Jin's fist was also stuck on the opponent's bones. Just when Uchiha Jin was wondering why his move was too easy to hit, Kagaya Yasuke, with a bloodthirsty and crazy face, raised his head and smiled at him strangely, and a hoarse voice came out of his mouth with blood spitting out. I caught you! Corpse vein dance of Karamatsu. Uchiha Jin, who was stuck by the broken bones in his chest, had a drastic change of expression. He found that a huge white bone flower bloomed in the opponent's sunken chest, and countless ribs grew wildly and poked at his face. End of this chapter. Chapter 29. The Riddler deserves to die. The breath of death came to his face, and at this critical moment, Uchiha Jin's eyes turned scarlet. The Megatama in his right eye spun wildly, and the pupil power poured into it as if it was free. Kagaya Yasuke, who originally thought he had succeeded, wanted to see the miserable state of the Uchiha in front of him. Before the splash of blood and Uchiha Jin's wailing, he only felt a piercing burning sensation coming from the wound on his chest. Amaterasu. A black lotus bloomed in his chest, and the endless pain suffocated him. The burning sensation spread from the lungs in the chest to the whole body. The bones that were driven to grow by the bloodline were actually shattered by the strange black flame. Kagaya Yasuke, who could not support his body, was unable to support the bloodline. The blooming bone flower disappeared with the wind, and Uchiha Jin pulled out his arm and flew out. Before Kagaya Yasuke could fight back, Uchiha Jin, who flew out, half knelt on the ground, one hand hardly supporting the ground, the other hand wiping the blood and tears from his right eye, and said palely, "As expected of the legendary corpse bone vein, it is indeed powerful. I, Uchiha Jin, would like to call you the strongest in physical skills, and I am willing to admit defeat." After that, he closed his eyes weakly and cancelled Amaterasu. Host failed, gain 12 heart energy, and can unlock the heart steel treasure chest reward after 2 more battles. Current accumulated heart energy, 22. The black flames on the chest extinguished, and Kagaya Yasuke, who was already dying of burns, vomited blood from his mouth. The hideous wound on his chest had been scorched by the high temperature, emitting bursts of meat fragrance. After being severely injured, Kagaya Yasuke was no longer dull as when they met just now, and his eyes gradually became clear. Looking at Uchiha Jin, who was a little embarrassed, frowned as if thinking about something. "You little brat are. Do you remember anything?" Uchiha Jin saw that the other party seemed to be clear, and asked hurriedly. The Kagaya clan member in front of him seemed to know the tragedy that happened in the Uchiha camp 6 years ago. He now urgently wanted to know the truth about the Kagaya clan's attack on the clan land and what the original owner's missing memory was. "No, your eyes." After being tortured for so long, Kagaya Yasuke was already at the end of his strength. In addition, the blood power he had just forced to be activated had drained away his remaining vitality, and the last clarity was only a last glimmer of light. As Kagaya Yasuke's voice gradually became low, Uchiha Jin, who saw that the other party was already exhausted, hurriedly asked, "Who instructed you to kill the Uchiha clan when you surrounded and killed the Uchiha clan, and where did the other Kagaya clan members go?" Hearing this question, Kagaya Yasuke's dark pupils were filled with endless fear. He struggled to retreat, mumbling intermittently, "Everyone is dead, everyone who has been illuminated by the moonlight is dead." "Who is dead, what moonlight?" Hearing the new keywords, Uchiha Jin rushed to Kagaya Yasuke in one step, grabbed his shoulders, and stared at his lifeless pupils with a pair of sharinans. "Two? Ha ha ha, you're not. Seeing the two Megatama slowly turning in Uchiha Jin's eyes, Kagaya Yasuke said something meaningless, and gradually collapsed until he was silent. "Evil Riddler!" Putting down Kagaya Yasuke's body, Uchiha Jin, with a frown on his face, turned around and walked out of the cell. After walking a few steps, he met Uchiha Lucha, who was coming towards him. The other party was very surprised to see Uchiha Jin in such a mess. Seeing his bloody hands again, he couldn't help but shudder. Thinking of Uchiha Jin's bad reputation, he asked cautiously with courage, "Master Jin, what happened?" "Kagaya Yasuke attacked me when I asked, but he has been imprisoned for too long and his strength is too great. Xian, I killed him, you go find someone to clean him up." There was no hiding the news of Kagaya Yasuke's death. He was just a prisoner with a brain problem. He died, so what? At most, I'll write a report. Yes. Hearing the other party say so casually that he had killed a prisoner, Uchiha Lucha felt a chill on his back, swallowed his saliva, and agreed immediately. Looking at Uchiha Jin's back as he left, Uchiha Lucha breathed a sigh of relief. The other party's image just now was so horrifying that he felt a chill. Walking into Kagaya Yasuke's cell, Uchiha Lucha went forward to check the body lying on the ground. It didn't matter if he didn't look at it, but he took a breath of cold air when he saw it. The skinny Kagaya Yasuke's hands were broken and tied before, and it was already very miserable, and now the bones of all 10 fingers were cruelly pulled out, and the 10 fingers were hanging on the ground like noodles. This was not the most horrifying thing. Looking at the chest of the corpse, a dark hole appeared out of thin air, and there was nothing inside. The sternum and ribs were all broken, and he was cruelly burned in the chest with fire escape. Now the air was filled with the aroma of barbecue, which made him nauseous. After the inspection, Uchiha Lucha raised his head and recalled the harmless face of Uchiha Yin just now. He really couldn't equate him with this prisoner torturing and killing person. No wonder the clan spread all kinds of bad reputations about Uchiha Yin. Such means are really not used by ordinary people. Uchiha Lucha thought to himself that he just wanted to take his good brother Uchiha Taidan and run away quickly, away from Uchiha Yin. The unpredictable Uchiha Yin pushed open the door of the archive room and found a person sitting in his office area. When the other person saw him coming in, he stood up and said with a smile, "Yin Jun, you just came to work here. If you have any requirements, just let me know. I will try my best to arrange it for you." The person who spoke was Elder Uchiha Yan, who had met him in the clan leader's office yesterday. He was chubby like a lovable Maitreya Buddha, and there was no sign that he was a decisive executioner when he was young. "Elder Yan is polite. Commander Uchiha Luiying has already arranged everything for me." Uchiha Yin said politely. "I am a newcomer. If there are any shortcomings, please bear with me, Elder Yan. Although the archival work is tedious, it can calm your mind. The clan leader just saw that you have been a little impetuous recently, so he wanted you to come and rest and find something to do. Everything is decided by the clan leader." Uchiha Yin said respectfully. "Yin Jun, what did you do when you went out just now?" "I waited for a long time. I just happened to find the information of a prisoner, and I was a little curious, so I went to take a look." Knowing that he could not hide it, Uchiha Yin answered truthfully. Yin Jun is really dedicated to his job. He started working as soon as he came. It is really admirable. No, Elder Yan, you are the one who loves your job as much as your family." The two began the polite conversation of adults. Just when the two were talking happily, Uchiha Lucha pushed the door open and said, "Master Yin, the bodies of the prisoners have been packed up. Please rest assured that they will not be left behind." "Ah! Meet Elder Yan." Uchiha Lucha, who was already a little anxious, did not expect that there would be a second person in the room at the first time. He spoke out when he pushed the door. When he saw his immediate superior, his legs softened and he knelt down. The most feared thing is that the air suddenly became quiet. Believe me, it was the prisoners who started it first. Uchiha Yin, who saw the cold atmosphere, spoke first, with sincerity and innocence written all over his face. "Ahem, these prisoners are really daring and dare to attack openly. Fortunately, you are so powerful, Lord Yin. If you get hurt, how can I explain to the clan leader?" Uchiha Yan, who had come to his senses, also said some comforting words, with an expression of caring for the younger generation. "It's a fluke." Uchiha Yin waved his hand and said modestly, "Since it's okay, I won't disturb Yin Jun's work. This archive room will be handed over to you." Before leaving, Uchiha Yan patted his shoulder and signaled him to do a good job. After Uchiha Yan left, Uchiha Lucha, who was kneeling on the ground, also stood up and walked to Uchiha Yan angrily, as if waiting for punishment. "Lucha, I think you are quite smart. I want to ask you for something." Uchiha Yin did not argue with him, but asked him for a favor. "What are you talking about?" "As long as it is what Lord Yin wants to do, I, Uchiha Lucha, will go through fire and water without hesitation." When Uchiha Lucha heard his words, he immediately put on a loyal expression and patted his chest. "Thank you so much. I just want to ask you to check in the dungeon to see which prisoners were locked up there 6 years ago." Uchiha Yin made his request. "No problem, leave it to me." End of this chapter. Chapter 31. Of all, I didn't offend anyone. The mystery of the tragedy in the clan land 6 years ago has always been a haze over Uchiha Yin's heart. It was hard to get some useful clues from the suspicious Hyuga clan, but he didn't stop and killed the other party. He was too busy with things in his mind to work. He used his left hand to the mark was drawn. Staring at the strange symbol in his hand, he couldn't think of where this thing appeared in the original book. 3 darts rotated around a red dot, like the emblem of a family. He could only ask Uchiha Tajima next time he met him. It was time to get off work before he knew it. Uchiha Jin adhered to the policy of never working overtime and walked out of the dungeon on time. Seeing the sun gradually setting in the west, Uchiha Jin went shopping first and walked into a larger grocery store. He asked the clerk first. "Do you have black hair dye, the kind that lasts longer?" The clerk recognized the legendary Uchiha Jin, tremblingly took a bottle of black hair dye from the shelf and handed it to him. After getting the goods, Uchiha Jin reached into his pocket, but after searching for a long time, he found nothing, and a slightly embarrassed look appeared on his face. "Master Yin, this bottle of hair dye is a gift, please keep it." The clerk, who noticed that the other party seemed to be short of money, spoke tactfully. "No, how can I owe you this little money, wait a moment." After closing his eyes and entering the system to search for a while, he opened his eyes again and took out a large golden brick from his bag. The moment he took it out, the golden light almost blinded the clerk's titanium alloy dog eyes. Swallowing his saliva, the clerk took the large gold brick weighing nearly 10 kilograms and couldn't help pinching his face. The pain from his cheek told him that this was not a dream. He had never seen such a large gold brick in all his years in the store. Although the gold brick was good, the good one made him feel troubled. "Master Yin, please forgive our small store. We really can't find such a valuable thing." "Yes, the value of the gold brick is so high that it is inestimable. 10 kilograms of gold can almost buy their store." Looking at the gold bricks pushed back by the clerk, Uchiha Jin felt a little embarrassed. He also had principles. He would never take something for free if it was not supposed to be taken for free, and would never let go of something that could be taken for free. Just when he was in a dilemma, a hedgehog-headed boy pushed the door open, still yelling, "Boss, do you have any powerful water drawing and shuriken secrets?" Before anyone present could react, the hedgehog-headed boy saw Uchiha Jin and screamed in surprise. "Jin, when did you come back?" As he spoke, his eyes were attracted by the golden bricks in his hand again. "Fuck, you made it!" Uchiha Jin looked at the carefree hedgehog-headed boy in front of him with a black line in his head. This guy did not have the arrogant look of the future at all. "You should call me cousin, Madara, and be more respectful to your elders." T.R. Just a defeated opponent. The hedgehog-headed boy named Madara snorted with a middle school look. "Just be obedient. I can cut a little for you." Uchiha Jin calmly looked at Uchiha Madara, whose nose was upturned to the sky, and gestured to the gold brick in his hand. "Brother, you are my real brother." Uchiha Madara, who was willing to bend for a few grains of rice, immediately bowed his head. Even if it was the Ashura of the ninja world in the future, he would still have to bow down under my tyranny. Uchiha Jin felt relieved when he saw Uchiha Madara succumbing to money. It was worth it. It's a pity that there were no cameras in this era. If this scene was taken, there might be 100,000 white Zetsu coming to smash his glass every night in the future. "Get up, your cousin will pay for whatever you want to buy." Uchiha Jin waved his hand and let him start shopping freely. Uchiha Madara's eyes lit up when he heard this. He packed up all the things his father didn't let him buy, and soon he had a big bag full of them. Looking at Madara carrying a bag bigger than himself, Uchiha Jin, who touched his chin, suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. On an island thousands of miles away, Mito Uzumaki, who was confined by her father, stared at the beads in her hand that had returned to their original color, and suddenly the girl felt her nose itch. Achoo! Did anyone miss her? In the end, the consumption of Uchiha Jin and Madara was just to break off a corner of the gold brick. Uchiha Madara, who was carrying a huge bag, walked on the road and curiously asked his cousin who had not seen him for a long time. "Cousin, what business did you do to earn such a big gold brick?" Ever since Uchiha Madara defeated Uchiha Jin, who was 10 years older than him, in front of everyone when he was 10 years old. His cousin began to deliberately avoid meeting him, and even if he met him at his father's place, he would just say hello and run away. I just went on a dangerous mission, and I got this gold brick by chance during the mission. Great, I also want to go out on a mission. Hearing that Uchiha-jin actually went out on a mission, Uchiha Madara, who had never been out on a mission, said enviously. Yes, after the tragedy 6 years ago, Uchiha Tajima took good care of his 2 remaining sons. Basically, he was always with him, which also led to Madara not going out on a mission and not having many friends. By the way, I heard that you are in love. Staring at Uchiha Madara, who was a little disappointed, Uchiha-jin tried to change the topic and asked with a teasing face. What? What love? Who told you that? Uchiha Madara, who had never been interested in matters between men and women, had a puzzled look. I heard from Izuna that you secretly went on a date with someone by the river. Without any burden, he decisively sold out his good brother. I'm leaving first. Damn Izuna, I'll go and take care of him now. Uchiha Madara, who was backstabbed by his dearest brother, said angrily, and said goodbye briefly and headed straight for home. Tisk tisk tisk, Izuna might have hit a wall today. Holding the hair dye in his hand and the broken gold brick in his arms, Uchiha-jin also walked slowly towards his remote hut. The moment he opened the door, Uchiha-jin felt something hard against his waist. He lowered his head in surprise and met the helpless eyes of Senju Itama. The other party was holding a small kitchen knife in his hand. It seemed that there were no weapons at home, so he went to the kitchen to find it. He patted his little head and handed him the hair dye. You are alert, but don't take the kitchen knife next time. It's funny. Senju Itama blushed when he was said that. Seeing that the other party had put on his childhood clothes, Uchiha-jin looked him up and down. Not bad, 1/10 of my childhood appearance. Hearing this, Senju Itama's face turned from red to black. After reading the instructions, Uchiha-jin knew that hair dye needed to be used after washing the head, so he immediately arranged for Senju Itama to take a bath first. Senju Itama was delighted when he heard that he could take a bath, but then he saw Uchiha-jin also starting to take off his clothes, which really scared him. What are you going to do? Uchiha-jin was asked with a question mark on his face. What else can I do? Take a bath. I haven't taken a bath since I came back for so long. It's just right to take a bath together. It saves trouble. Uchiha-jin said indifferently while taking off his clothes. Pa! Senju Itama slammed the door and ran out first. When he got outside, he said, You go wash first, I'll help you boil water. The bathroom of Uchiha-jin's house is the kind of ancient Japanese barrel bath. The barrel is placed on the fire and slowly heated. Only when the water temperature is suitable can you enter. Someone has to watch the fire below from time to time to prevent it from being too strong or too small to affect the bathing experience. Strange kid, a little shy. Shaking his head, Uchiha-jin didn't care. At his age, he is more than enough to be Senju Itama's father. It was very common to get married and have children at the age of 13 or 14 during the Warring States period. It was strange that he was 24 years old and had no offspring. He took off his clothes and went into the bathroom. The bottom of the bathtub was connected to the outside. The water in the tub was bubbling, and it seemed that the temperature was not low. I peeked out the window and saw Senju Itama with a puffy face working hard to light a fire outside, throwing handfuls of firewood in and shouting, Burn it for me! Burn it for me! Burn this damned Bentai to death! First of all, I didn't offend anyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 31. The little brat of the Senju family can't be that cute. After a comfortable bath, Uchiha-jin wrapped himself in a bath towel and looked at Senju Itama, who was shy at the door of the bathroom, and said, Little brat, do you want me to rub your back? I'm famous for my skills. No. Uchiha-jin, who was pushed out, shook his head. What a shy little brat. We are all grown men, why are you hiding so much? About an hour later, Senju Itama, who was wrapped tightly, poked his head out and saw Uchiha-jin still sitting in the living room. His face tightened. Finally he came out. "Why did you take so long to take a bath? I almost fell asleep." Uchiha-jin stood up yawning, holding the bottle of hair dye in his hand. "Don't come over here first." Senjuitama held the door tightly with both hands to prevent the other party from coming in. Uchiha-jin, who had a hint of evil taste, smiled and held the bathroom door, saying in a teasing tone, "You are so young, you should take care of your body." As Uchiha-jin's hand strength increased, the bathroom door was pushed open in an instant, and the naked Senjuitama flew out. Before he could see the details, the other party had already covered the key parts with both hands, looking at him with a blushing face. "If you are not wearing anything, then you are not wearing anything. When I was your age, I was running around naked on the street." Looking at Senjuitama's naked body, Uchiha-jin said jokingly. "Shameless." Senjuitama, whose whole body was red like a sauna, shouted at the top of his voice. Okay, I'll put the hair dye here for you." Seeing that the kid was a little anxious, Uchiha-jin didn't continue teasing, put down the hair dye in his hand and left. "I didn't expect that you, a kid, could have such fair skin." Before leaving, Uchiha-jin turned his head and said something, and in return, the other party threw shampoo at him, and dodged it with a smile. Going out and around the back wall, Uchiha-jin started to reinforce the fence again, and the backyard of several square meters was officially established. In the future, he would brush his skills here. After dealing with the backyard, seeing that the sky was gradually getting dark, Uchiha-jin returned to the house first and waited to come back in the middle of the night. In the room, Senjuitama had already put on his clothes, and his black and white hair was dyed the same color, which made Uchiha-jin nod his head repeatedly. After liking the hair color, the kid looked handsome. "No one should pay attention to you this way." Perhaps angry at Uchiha-jin's behavior just now, Senjuitama turned his head away angrily without saying anything. "What a boring kid." Uchiha-jin, who was not thinking about it, did not care. He said a few words and fell asleep on the sofa. Senjuitama looked at the curly-haired Uchiha with his back to him with a complicated expression. He didn't know what he was thinking. Finally, he got up silently and went back to the bedroom to rest. In the second half of the night, Uchiha-jin, who was originally asleep, opened his eyes again. After confirming that the people in the bedroom were asleep, he tiptoed around to the backyard and stood in the open space waiting for the arrival of the refresh. Tonight, the moon was covered by dark clouds again. Uchiha-jin's residence was far away from the gathering place. There were only cliffs and forests around. Only through the forest could he reach the Uchiha clan's living place. The breeze blew through the forest, and there were bursts of rustling sounds. Uchiha-jin, who was tense all over, suddenly felt the surrounding atmosphere condense, and a familiar feeling came to his heart. Dingling, a slight bell sound came from the rustling leaves. With his extraordinary senses, Uchiha-jin locked the direction at the first time. A figure wearing a bamboo hat with a black background and red clouds slowly emerged from the void. The right hand with black nail polish slightly raised the bamboo hat, and a pair of scarlet eyes looked at him without any emotion. "It's Uchiha Itaki again." Uchiha-jin, who had suffered twice from him, reacted immediately, opened his Sharingan with both eyes, and the Megatama in his right eye began to rotate rapidly, and the chakra of his body poured into it like crazy. "Amaterasu! Take the initiative." Black flames appeared out of thin air on Uchiha-jin's chest, which is a significant improvement over the black flame the size of a lighter last time. The previous few times were passively beaten, and this time Uchiha-jin, who took the initiative, wanted to see what would happen if he hurt or even defeated the NPC who released the skill. Ignoring the raging black flame on his chest, the refreshed Uchiha Itaki calmly took off his bamboo hat, and his eyes also turned into two shuriken-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan at some point. The next moment, the Amaterasu, which was getting more and more intense, seemed to have gone silent. With the appearance of Uchiha Itaki's Mangekyo, the flame gradually extinguished as if it had been drenched by heavy rain. Before he could be surprised, Uchiha-jin quickly moved his eyes away and did not look at him. Looking down at the ground, Uchiha-jin saw that the originally green grass had turned into a transparent lake at some point. The lake mirrored his appearance. In the sky in the mirror, a blood-red full moon was firmly hanging. When he saw this scene, Uchiha-jin secretly cried out that it was not good. He had been hit. Illusion moon reading. As he was uncontrollably hung up by the cross, Uchiha-jin knew that tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. He sighed and looked at Uchiha Itachi, who was surrounded by him again. His mentality collapsed. Come on, come on. Don't pity me just because I am a delicate flower. The next second, the dense sound of knives and forks resounded throughout the illusion space. Uchiha-jin, who had been in the illusion space for 72 hours, finally got relief when the countdown reached 0. As the illusion space was shattered, the surroundings returned to their familiar appearance, and Uchiha Itachi disappeared without a trace. After 72 hours of torture in the Tsukuyomi, only a moment passed outside. Uchiha-jin, lying on the ground, had a splitting headache, and his Sharingan went into hibernation due to excessive stimulation. After 2 Tsukuyomi, Uchiha-jin found that every time he was hit by Tsukuyomi, his left eye power would increase a little, and his mastery of Sharingan would become more mature. The backyard refreshes a random skill illusion Tsukuyomi every day, and you get 4 Tsukuyomi fragments. Tsukuyomi fragments, 5/40ths, collect 40 pieces to synthesize the illusion Tsukuyomi, and the skill Mangekyo Sharingan can be learned. Uchiha-jin was shocked to see the system prompt. He actually got 4 Tsukuyomi fragments this time. Is it just good luck, or is the reward calculated according to the battle evaluation? Uchiha-jin guessed in his heart. At the same time as the system prompted, Uchiha-jin's fatigue was swept away, and his brain traumatized by Tsukuyomi gradually became clear. The right eye that had just bled because of releasing Amaterasu also recovered as before, and all the negative body buffs were cleared by the system with one click. After getting up easily and feeling the state of his body, and confirming that there was nothing abnormal, Uchiha-jin quietly returned to the house and lay on the sofa and fell asleep quietly. Uchiha-jin, who had not dreamed for a long time, dreamed of several strange fragments again. In the dark ward, the boy was lying on the bed, his eyes were bandaged, his expression was numb, and he was manipulated like a puppet. A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s stroked his head and seemed to be saying something. Uchiha-jin could only watch from a distance and could not hear anything. The middle-aged man looked at the boy with a complicated expression. At this time, the door of the ward was pushed open again, and a girl came in. She was a little younger than the boy. After seeing the boy, she seemed very excited and bowed her head beside the boy's bed and cried bitterly. When he wanted to continue watching, his consciousness was pushed out by a pair of ruthless big hands. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. Scratching his head, recalling the strange dream that had no beginning or end last night, Uchiha-jin started his career as a social animal in the ninja world after washing up. He left some money for Senjuitama, who had dyed his hair black, so that he could solve the problem of food and clothing by himself. With his dyed hair, he was not noticeable among the Uchiha people, so there was no need to worry about his safety. Don't run around. If you run, I'll catch your brother. Uchiha-jin didn't forget to give this kid a look. Medicine. I know. Senjuitama looked at the curly-haired Uchiha who tried to threaten him speechlessly. He had already thought it through and was not stupid. Was it interesting to lie to him with that reason? What do you mean by that expression of looking at an idiot? Feeling underestimated, Uchiha-jin squeezed a hashtag on his forehead and stretched out his angry hand to give this kid a righteous slap, but Senjuitama, who was discovered, easily dodged it. Looking at Senjuitama who made faces at him, Uchiha-jin squinted his dead fish eyes. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that this kid had become a little different, but he couldn't tell exactly where. End of this chapter. Chapter 32 Run. Can't let the moonlight shine. After clocking in for work, Uchiha-jin, who came to the dungeon again, no longer felt uncomfortable as he did yesterday. The original owner seemed to be very compatible with this environment. He arrived at his post smoothly. Looking at the messy scene that was no different from yesterday, Uchiha-jin felt a little headache. But Uchiha Ryukage had already said that he had no assistant. He sighed and had to go up by himself. The layout of the archive room was very simple. The bookshelves against the wall were spread all over the space. There was a desk in the empty space in the middle. Uchiha-jin checked the bookshelves one by one to see if there were any signs. Cell number 1, the color of the file scroll is blue, the crime level, high. Looking at the few lines of brief description written on the bookshelf, Uchiha-jin breathed a sigh of relief, which saved a lot of effort. In the following effort, he found the bookshelves of cells number 2 and number 3. The colors of the two files were blue and purple, corresponding to the medium and low crime levels. The color of the scroll that he opened casually yesterday was blue. Kagaya Yasuke was actually just a medium-level criminal. Then Uchiha-jin remembered that his file said wandering ninja, mentally ill. From this, it can be inferred that the people who arrested Kagaya Yasuke did not know that he was related to the tragedy in the Uchiha clan 6 years ago. It was just because he went crazy and attacked the Uchiha patrol team, resulting in the death of 2 Uchiha clan members. Uchiha-jin, who had deep exchanges with Kagaya Yasuke, knew that he had mental problems for a long time. After being arrested, he must have been tortured to get no inside information, otherwise he would not have been locked up in the more relaxed number 2 dungeon and no one would have been interrogated for many years. The clues on Kagaya Yasuke are broken, and I don't know who arrested him that year. Maybe we can find clues from the process of arresting him that year. Uchiha-jin thought to himself, and then picked up the information about Kagaya Yasuke that he had read yesterday from the desk. Kagaya Yasuke, wandering ninja, killed 2 Uchiha clan members, suspected of mental problems, unable to use illusion torture, unknown information. Now imprisoned in number 2 dungeon. Continue to flip through and saw a note. The prisoner Kagaya Yasuke is being captured by Uchiha Ryukage. It's him. The man with a terrifying aura who led him yesterday appeared in his mind. Uchiha Ryukage is the one who captured Kagaya Yasuke 6 years ago, but this man looks like someone who is not easy to get along with. Uchiha-jin frowned and thought about how to bring up the matter. Just then, the door of the archives room was pushed open. The man who came was Uchiha Ryukage, who had a haggard face and a cold body. After entering the room with an expressionless face, he saw Uchiha-jin holding a scroll and carefully examining it. He was also a little surprised that this notorious playboy was actually working hard. But let's put the surprise aside for now. Today, Elder Yan instructed him to come here to inquire about the killing of the prisoner yesterday. This kind of thing was originally his responsibility. Although the dungeon belongs to Uchiha Yan's jurisdiction, he manages too many departments and cannot take care of all of them. In this case, each department has an acting manager, and Uchiha Luiying is the acting manager of the dungeon. He is in charge of everything in the dungeon. Did you kill a prisoner yesterday? Uchiha Luiying asked with a slightly cold face. No, I was acting in self-defense. Uchiha Yan shouted injustice, and then explained. I just went to check the information. I didn't expect that guy to dare to attack me. Fortunately, that guy was in too bad a condition. His bones were osteoporotic. He died of exhaustion after a few counterattacks from me. Corpse. Hearing the other party mention the bone vein, Uchiha Luiying, who had no intention of asking again, frowned and thought for a while and asked. What's that guy's name? Kagaya Yasuke, I don't know who arrested him back then. How could such a cruel criminal be locked up in dungeon number 2? It's really a... Uchiha Yan deliberately mentioned the bone vein, and then pretended to condemn the people who arrested Kagaya Yasuke. I caught him. Uchiha Ryukage, who was hit in the back by Uchiha Jin's unintentional words, admitted with an ugly face. It's really a correct choice. The prisoner should experience the humane management mode of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Jin looked at Uchiha Ryukage, whose face was gradually darkening, and quickly changed his words. This made the other party's face look a little better. Seeing that the time was almost right, Uchiha Jin took the opportunity to ask his own question: "You are worthy of being the commander of the Ryukage. You can easily catch such a cruel prisoner. I don't know how you caught this guy back then." Uchiha Ryukage relaxed his brows when he heard this, as if he was looking for this memory in his mind. Uchiha Jin saw that the other party was recalling, and immediately: "No more interruptions, just wait quietly." After a few minutes, Uchiha Ryu, who had almost recalled everything, began to tell the story. 6 years ago, Uchiha Tajima, who had just taken over as the clan leader, led all the young fighters to the front line to establish his prestige. Unexpectedly, the clan land suffered a great change, and the clan leader's mansion was razed to the ground, leaving only one survivor. Uchiha Tajima was filled with remorse, and since then he has increased the number of patrol teams and also expanded the scope of patrols. Just 1 month after the tragedy in the clan land, a patrolling Uchiha clan encountered a strange enemy. At first, this person did not conflict with the patrol team, but just wandered around the Uchiha clan's territory stupidly. The patrol team members at that time thought he was just an ordinary person wandering here. The two sides lived in peace until a more cautious Uchiha clan member noticed that the other party seemed to have signs of chakra, and opened the Sharingan to cast an illusion on him. Unexpectedly, the other party turned on a switch as soon as he saw the Sharingan, and attacked the patrol members. Under his powerful physical attack, 2 weaker Uchiha clan members were shot through the chest and died on the spot. Seeing that they were defeated, the other few people immediately contacted the clan, and the clan leader sent the then popular Uchiha Ryukage to capture the murderer. Is Kagaya Yasuke mentally normal at the time? Uchiha Jin couldn't help but interrupt Uchiha Ryukage's narration, but the other party didn't care and continued to talk. When Uchiha Ryukage led the team to arrive, it was already midnight. They followed the clues left by the patrol members who had been tracking the murderer and chased him, and also saw the murderer's true face. Very embarrassed, Kagaya Yasuke was disheveled, his clothes were tattered, and he walked unsteadily. When you first saw him, you wouldn't associate him with a murderer, you would just think he was a stupid homeless man. Uchiha Luiying answered his question. Is he not injured? Uchiha Yin asked again. Yes, his entire back was like it was burned by a raging fire, and pus and blood were flowing. Burning by a raging fire? Mental breakdown? All this added up to make Uchiha Yin's head swell. He had a hint of inspiration, but he just couldn't grasp it for a while. How did you catch him in the end? Uchiha Yin wanted to know the whole process. Uchiha Luiying continued to talk. When the two sides met, Uchiha Luiying took the initiative to test Kagaya Yasuke, but he didn't expect that the other party was knocked down by one blow. Just when he was wondering, the team member who came forward to check opened the Sharingan, and Kagaya Yasuke, who had been knocked down, suddenly stood up again. Fortunately, the team members who came with him were strong, and only one arm was broken, and his life was temporarily safe. Then the two sides had a fierce battle, which was basically a competition of physical skills. The opponent's speed was extremely fast, and ordinary ninjutsu could not hit him. Kagaya Yasuke, whose consciousness was crazy, was even more immune to illusions, so he had to use physical skills to consume him. Originally, they were evenly matched, but for some reason, the opponent repeatedly lost his mind and hid under the shadow of the tree during the battle, allowing him to find a flaw, and finally broke his hands and feet and captured him. Hide under the shadow of the tree. Uchiha Jin frowned, and couldn't figure out why. I didn't know why he did this during the battle, but after I caught him, I heard him mutter in a low voice. Uchiha Luiying recalled. What did he mutter? This sentence aroused Uchiha Jin's curiosity. Run! Don't let the moonlight shine on you! Uchiha Luiying's cold voice sounded in his ears. End of this chapter. Chapter 33. What does the original owner's birth have to do with me, Uchiha Jin? After learning about the situation, Uchiha Luiying left without staying for too long. Uchiha Jin, who was confused, couldn't piece together any useful truth based on these fragmentary clues. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to do the work at hand first. Because it was clear that the files were divided according to color, it was easier to sort them out, and the messy scrolls were sorted out in a short while. Looking at the 3 piles of scrolls of different colors in front of him, Uchiha Jin began to do the next step of classification. The file scrolls should not only be divided according to the dungeons, but also the files of each prisoner should be clearly marked and catalogued for accurate reference. After thinking for a while, he decided to start with the blue scrolls. Shimura Shinji, Shimura clan, poisoned the water source of the Uchiha clan, causing the death of 23 Uchiha clan members, good at wind escape and poison. Too despicable, must be put on the first layer. Sarutobi Takanashug, Sarutobi clan, attacked the Uchiha clan supply troops, causing the death of 12 people and 5 people disabled for life, good at fire escape, earth escape, and spiritualism. Too cruel, must be on the first layer. Yamanaka Ichino, Yamanaka clan. After flipping through a lot of blue scrolls, Uchiha Jin found that most of these prisoners came from families with names in the future. It seems that even in the Warring States period, the growth of civilian ninjas was still difficult, and the best ones were mostly family ninjas. There are not many blue scrolls, and those who can be caught in the number 1 dungeon are all seriously sinful prisoners. This type of criminal is generally very strong and cannot be easily captured, so there were only a dozen people. The blue scroll was sorted out quickly. During this period, Uchiha Jin also checked the arrest records. Most of them were arrested 6 years ago, and there was no suspect. Scratching his curly hair, Uchiha Jin focused his eyes on the blue scroll and continued to sort it out, hoping to find valuable clues. Unfortunately, he did not find any suspicious people after turning half of it. Most of the prisoners in the blue scroll were from small families or wandering ninjas. They were not very strong. Most of the crimes they committed were spying on intelligence or attacking lone Uchiha clan members. After looking around, Kagaya Yasuke's crime was the most serious in the blue scroll, but he was demoted to dungeon number 2 because of mental problems and inability to communicate effectively. The scrolls in dungeon number 2 were much more than those in dungeon number 1. Uchiha Jin felt sore eyes and swollen head after reading most of it, which was very similar to the symptoms of not wanting to go to work in his previous life. When doing work, one must combine work and rest. Uchiha Jin comforted himself by putting down the work in his hand, closing his eyes and starting to slack off. Just when he closed his eyes to rest, a careful knock on the door sounded. "Come in." Hearing someone knocking on the door, Uchiha Jin immediately opened his eyes, picked up a scroll and started working. Uchiha Lucha, who had met yesterday, pushed the door open and walked in. He carefully looked to see if there were any other people in the room. When he found that only Uchiha Jin was there, he breathed a sigh of relief. Master Jin is so dedicated to his work, he is really a role model for our generation. Seeing Uchiha Jin holding the scroll and flipping through it seriously, Uchiha Lucha immediately gave him a rainbow fart. "No, I'm just doing my job." Uchiha Yin waved his hand modestly, "I don't know what Brother Lucha is here for." "Master Yin, you are really embarrassing me. Just call me Lucha." "No problem, Brother Lucha, I don't know what you can do for me." Seeing that there was no one around, Uchiha Lucha stepped forward and whispered to Uchiha Yin, "Master Yin, I have found out something about what you ordered." After taking on Uchiha Yin's task yesterday, Uchiha Lucha immediately took action and inquired in the 3 dungeons one by one. Finally, God rewarded those who worked hard and let him get a piece of information from an older jailer. "Brother Lucha, please speak." Uchiha Yin raised his eyebrows after hearing this, thinking that this guy was very efficient and could find clues in just one day. According to an old jailer here, this dungeon was not laid out like it is now. Uchiha Lucha pointed to the dungeon map hanging on the wall, pointed to the location between dungeon number 1 and dungeon number 2, and continued. There used to be 4 dungeons here, but 6 years ago, Elder Yan abandoned one of them, leaving only the current 3 dungeons. Uchiha Lucha drew a circle in a large blank area between dungeons number 1 and number 2, indicating that there was another dungeon there. Since it's abandoned, it means it's no longer in use, right? Uchiha Yan asked after thinking according to common sense. I don't know whether it's used or not, but the old jailer said that 6 years ago, before the dungeon was abandoned, a person was secretly imprisoned. Uchiha Lucha said mysteriously. Since it's a secret, how did he know? Although the news of secret imprisonment is very tempting, does this old jailer know a little too much? I didn't ask that. Uchiha Lucha was speechless for a moment because of this jumpy question. He really didn't think about why the other party told this secret news so easily to himself who had never met him. Could it be that he just revealed that he was a confidant of the new clan leader's nephew? Forget it, go on, what else did the old jailer tell you? This mysterious old jailer who suddenly appeared made him feel that something was wrong. The timing of his appearance was too good. He told me that the man never came out after being locked up. Not long after that, Elder Yan announced that the dungeon was directly abandoned due to disrepair. Uchiha Lucha swallowed his saliva to relieve his dry throat. Who are those imprisoned? Were the people who were arrested 6 years ago the ones who attacked the Uchiha clan? I asked the old jailer, and he never talked to me again after he said what he said before. Uchiha Lucha said a little embarrassedly. Where is the old jailer now? Uchiha Jin finally got some clues, and he didn't want to give up. He is in dungeon number 3, and he is doing cleaning work for his personal reasons. Uchiha Lucha was a little embarrassed to speak. Why? The old jailer is a blind man. Uchiha Lucha's guilty eyes evaded. The person who knew these things turned out to be a blind man, so the accuracy of this news is questionable. No wonder Uchiha Lucha was able to find the news so quickly. It turned out that he didn't even let the blind man go. Thank you, Brother Lucha. If there is any more news, please tell me as soon as possible. Knowing that the source of the news was actually from an old blind man, it seems that this news is mostly fabricated. After all, how could a lowly jailer know such a secret thing as secret escort? I dare not. I am honored to serve Lord Jin. Uchiha Lucha looked terrified. Frowning, Uchiha Jin recalled the original owner's memory. In memory, the original owner had a strange temper and sometimes bullied and provoked his clansmen by relying on his status as the clan leader's nephew. However, the original owner did not do anything extreme to the clansmen who had no ill will towards him, so why were the ordinary clansmen so afraid of him? Brother Lucha, how do the clansmen usually see me? Uchiha Yin asked. Uchiha Lucha's eyes were erratic when he was asked a life-threatening question, and he didn't know what to say when the words came to his lips. Although the 2 days of getting along made him feel that the Uchiha Yin opposite him was not as bad as the rumors, he could not guarantee that the other party was fishing for law enforcement. Brother Lucha, you can speak freely with confidence. Uchiha Yin showed a friendly smile and patted Uchiha Lucha's shoulder, indicating that he was now one of them and didn't have to worry about it. Then I'll say it. As if he had made up his mind, Uchiha Lucha gritted his teeth, raised his head and revealed a momentum of facing death. After pondering his words, Uchiha Lucha squeezed out a sentence. As far as I know, Uchiha Jin was born pure. End of this chapter. Chapter 34, 2 straightforward leads to clan extermination. For the next hour, Uchiha Lucha endlessly enumerated the various crimes of Uchiha Jin. From small things like not paying for meals, peeping at widows taking baths, and snatching snacks from children. From big things like dragging a girl walking on the road at night into the woods in the middle of the night, doing exercises in front of her boyfriend, and then killing both of them to silence them. The other party's parents reported to the clan, but he detained them instead, and finally sent them to reunite with the family. After the incident, he still said, a family must be neat and tidy. There are countless similar cases, and Uchiha Jin's crimes were passed on by word of mouth in the clan, and later on, they even became known to everyone. Ordinary tribesmen fear him like a tiger, and talk about him with fear, while powerful tribesmen hate him to the core. If it weren't for his status, he would have long ago enforced justice and eliminated harm for the people. How come none of these crimes appeared in the original owner's memory? The original owner's personality was relatively withdrawn, especially after experiencing the tragedy. He rarely interacted with the tribesmen. Everyday life was handled by himself, and the few provocations were also because the other party mentioned the topic of the survivors of the tragedy, and the original owner had conflicts with the other party. There is no brother in the world, but the legend of brother is everywhere in the world. Did you see all these with your own eyes? Uchiha Yin couldn't help but interrupt Uchiha Lucha, who was still counting the crimes. Well, that's not the case. After pausing to think for a while, Uchiha Lucha scratched the back of his head and said uncertainly. Why do you say it as if it's true? I don't know who said it first, and then everyone seems to start saying, Uchiha Jin, you have done these things. Uchiha Lucha, who was also a little confused, suddenly doubted himself. When did he set up such a persona for Uchiha Jin in his mind? Everyone believed that he had never done it. Was it someone who deliberately spread it? Uchiha Jin suddenly had many doubts about the original owner's experience. Why was he accused of a false crime? Who was the culprit who ruined the original owner's reputation and isolated him, and why did he do such a thing? These questions entangled Uchiha Jin's heart, making him a little uneasy. Why did he target the original owner, a weak chicken? Is it just because he hates that he is the only survivor? The theory of survivor's guilt. This famous theory flashed through Uchiha Jin's mind. The theory of survivor guilt refers to the fact that in a disaster or crime, the survivors who survived by chance will face more severe accusations from the public and bear huge social and moral accusation pressure. The reason why the original owner began to withdraw and turned a blind eye to these unfounded rumors may be the so-called survivor bias. The original owner who survived the tragedy often felt a sense of guilt or guilt towards his tribe members. This emotion prompted him to choose silence when facing many rumors that were not favorable to him. But silence is equal to admission. Since then, the original owner's personality has been established among all the tribe members who do not know the truth. At this time, the rumors are confused with reality, making it difficult for people to distinguish between true and false, and they can only follow the crowd. Master Yin, this is all I know. Uchiha Yin, who was lost in thought, did not listen to the second half of Uchiha Lucha's narration, but he also knew that the general content should still be various negative news about the original owner. Okay, thank you brother Lucha, I love to hear the truth. Walk upright and stand straight. Since Uchiha Yin knew that the original owner had not done these things that hurt the world, he naturally would not have any grudges against Uchiha Lucha's words. Then I'll go and get busy first. Uchiha Lucha was so dry-mouthed that he was ready to run away while the other party was not angry yet. Well, let's have tea together when we are free. Uchiha Yin, whose mind was no longer here, nodded and motioned the other party to get busy. After going out, Uchiha Lucha leaned against the wall and almost couldn't stand steadily. His whole body seemed to be soaked. I said so much, but he was not angry at all. It's not like the legend at all. Shaking his head, these things are not what he, a small jailer, should consider. Today, Uchiha Taidan went to Delhi. Have to go back and rest now after applying for a transfer. I have to keep watch alone at night. Putting aside the original owner's grievances for the time being, Uchiha Jin decided to meet the so-called old jailer first to see if he could get more accurate information from him. Dungeon number 3, where all the criminals who steal are imprisoned. The shortest is 10 days and a half months, and the longest is basically about a year, and then they will be released. Some are members of the Uchiha clan, and some are wandering ninjas. The common characteristics of these people are weak strength and small courage. The guards of dungeon number 3 are 2 younger Uchiha clan members, probably in their early teens, with a seriousness that does not match their age on their young faces, which seems very inconsistent. Seeing Uchiha Jin approaching, one of the thin teenagers said, "The prison is a restricted area, no entry for outsiders. Don't you know who I am?" Uchiha Jin saw that the teenager didn't seem to know him, and couldn't help asking. "No matter what, without the order of the superior, you are not allowed to take a step forward." The boy had a businesslike expression and stood in front of the door to prevent Uchiha Yin from approaching. The superior he mentioned was the previous Uchiha Luiying, who should be regarded as the uncrowned king of this dungeon as the acting manager. "I am the new archive officer. I am going to the number 3 dungeon to check the prisoner information." Uchiha Yin did not want to get entangled with the other party, and directly pointed out his identity. "Since you are the archive officer, then you can go in." The boy knew that Uchiha Yin was the archive officer who came to check the information, and immediately made way. "Stupid Huohi, how can you trust strangers so easily?" Another young Uchiha saw his companion easily let a stranger in, and hurriedly stopped him. But he said he was an archive officer. The boy named Uchiha Huohi touched his head in confusion and said to his teammates with a tangled face, "I, Uchiha Jiro, will not be easily fooled by a guy like you." Another Uchiha boy has a simple and honest square face, and his clear eyes reveal a familiar stupidity. "Your name is Uchiha Jiro, is your brother Uchiha Dalin?" Uchiha Jin asked as he saw the boy looking more and more familiar. "How do you know?" The other party actually mentioned his brother whom he had not seen for a long time, and Uchiha Jiro asked subconsciously. "I am a teammate who did the mission with your brother, and I just came back a few days ago." Uchiha Jin brought out the ways of the world to see how this kid would deal with it. "Oh, you said you were my brother's friend earlier, please come in." Uchiha's children are still very honest, no wonder they were tricked and exterminated. "Then thank you, Brother Jiro." Uchiha Jin saw that his plan had succeeded, and first smiled and thanked Uchiha Jiro who was still grinning, and said to the thin boy who was sulking beside him, "Thank you too, Brother Fire Core, right?" He turned his head in confusion. "How do you know my name?" After saying goodbye to the two Uchiha boys, he walked deep into the cell. Dungeon number 3 obviously had more prisoners than the other 2 dungeons, but most of the prisoners looked calm, and some were even chatting and bragging. It seemed that the punishment for the crime was not serious, so there was no strong resistance, resulting in his heart steel treasure box not being triggered. After searching all the way, he found nothing, and Uchiha Jin almost suspected that Uchiha Lucha had made up an old jailer to fool him. Thinking of this, he suddenly saw an open cell. As he approached, he saw a hunched figure cleaning the floor of the cell with a mop. Seeing that this figure was wearing the high-collar combat uniform common to the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Jin greeted him. "Hello, may I ask?" Just halfway through the words, the hunched figure turned around. Under the dim light of the corridor, an old face appeared in front of Uchiha Jin. The old man's face was full of wrinkles, as if time had left clear traces on his face. The most impressive thing was that the pupils of both his eyes were grayish-white, and the hands holding the mop were like dry chicken claws, without any blood color. Uchiha Jin, who was suddenly startled by the other party's appearance, swallowed the words that were half said. I saw a trace of black air flashing in the old man's grey eyes, and a hoarse and weird laugh like a crow came out of his dry mouth, and what he said made Uchiha Jin's heart tighten. He, you are finally here. End of this chapter. Chapter 35 Weird Old Jailer, Battle Without Entity. Detected that the host encountered a battle, and the heart steel treasure chest began to accumulate. The sudden system prompt interrupted Uchiha Yin's thoughts. He didn't have time to think too much. His eyes quickly switched to Sharinan and looked at the weird old jailer in front of him vigilantly. I have no ill intentions, just want to. The old jailer opened his mouth, and the creepy smile pulled the corners of his mouth to his ears. Look at your growth. After saying that, the figure of the old jailer disappeared in front of him like smoke. Uchiha Yin immediately mobilized the super dynamic vision of Sharinan to search up and down and left and right for the disappeared old jailer, but there was no dead corner in the small cell. The other party seemed to have evaporated from the world, and no trace could be found. "Where are you looking?" The hoarse voice of the old jailer sounded in the ears of the nervous Uchiha Yin, and the cold breath invaded his back behind him. The old jailer's words were like the gaze of death, making his limbs feel like they were filled with lead. Stiff. Gritting his teeth, he applied his strange strength to his elbow, and hit the old man behind him with a strong elbow strike with the power of thunder. Uchiha Yin felt his back loosen, and his elbow strike missed as expected. The old jailer disappeared again, and the candlelight on the wall flickered slightly. Uchiha Yin could only see his reflection on the wall. The appearance of the old jailer seemed like a dream. Special concealment skills? Or illusion? One guess after another popped up in Uchiha Yin's mind. He took a deep breath and reached for the flying thunder god kunao hanging on his waist. At the moment he touched the kunao, something strange happened. The old jailer actually stood upright on his shadow, staring at him with white pupils, and the corner of his mouth was still that slightly crazy smile. The sudden scene made Uchiha Jin's heart jump, and he subconsciously let go of the hand holding the kunao. At the moment of letting go of the kunao, the strange old jailer disappeared from his sight as if erased by an eraser. Surprised, he tried to hold the kunao in his hand again, and the figure of the old jailer appeared again, and then let go, and the old jailer disappeared. He recalled the introduction of this flying thunder god kunao. Flying thunder god kunao, the weapon used by Namikaze Minato, contains a trace of time and space power. Note: wearing it can accelerate the comprehension of time and space ninjutsu. The power of time and space. Could the means of this old jailer in front of him be related to the power of time and space? The power of time and space is one of the most mysterious power systems in the Naruto world. The introduction of it in the original work is only a few words, but the abilities related to it are more buggy than one another. The Flying Thunder God technique of the second and fourth Hokage, the Kamui of Uchiha Obito, the Sky Hand power used by Sasuke who opened the six paths of Samsara, and the Aim no Mikado of Kaguya Otsutsuki, etc., each of them is a heavyweight skill. Guessing aside, Uchiha Jin pretended to be flustered, his eyes darting around, but he secretly accumulated strength while holding the Flying Thunder God kunao. While the old jailer was still motionless, he stabbed his head with a kunao at lightning speed. For the first time, a stunned expression appeared on the old jailer's weird face, and he saw that the kunao was about to pierce his face. But the old jailer quickly drooped and dived into Uchiha Jin's shadow in his unbelievable eyes. "It's over, there is something dirty." For the first time, Uchiha Jin doubted whether he had traveled to the real Naruto world. He had never heard of the weird methods of the old jailer. "You can actually see me? When did you have this talent?" The old jailer's head stretched out from Uchiha Jin's shadow, his grey eyes stared at him empty, and he slowly asked. Uchiha Jin did not answer the old jailer's question, but turned to question him. He. The old jailer did not answer, but just laughed his signature weird laugh again. "Did you deliberately reveal the news to Uchiha Lucha, just to arouse my interest and lure me here?" Uchiha Jin changed the question, "Then the news you told him, it's true?" Hearing Uchiha Jin's question, the old jailer stopped laughing and said in a hoarse voice. "Then what is your purpose in luring me here?" Uchiha Jin frowned and asked a different question. Without waiting for the answer he wanted, the old jailer suddenly grabbed Uchiha Jin's legs, and a huge attraction dragged him uncontrollably into his own shadow. Uchiha Jin, whose legs were clamped, was shocked and stabbed the opponent's hands with the Flying Thunder God kunao. But a strange scene appeared. The sharp kunao actually passed through his withered hands without any resistance. It stabbed in the air? The feeling of not stabbing a solid object made Uchiha Jin's heart sink. This guy is actually immune to physical attacks? He. Seeing Uchiha Jin's missed attack, the old jailer laughed again. "If you are only this level, drowned in your own shadow." Feeling the pulling of his legs more intense, Uchiha Jin couldn't help but feel a little desperate. Was he going to die here? Just then, a breeze blew from somewhere in the empty dungeon. It was so small that it was almost imperceptible, but the candlelight on the wall was shaken by the wind, and the swaying flame instantly disturbed Uchiha-jin's reflection. Seeing his shadow flickering, Uchiha-jin felt that the pulling of his legs disappeared for a moment. Could it be? He turned his head suddenly to look at the candle on the wall, and a bold guess appeared in Uchiha-jin's mind. He saw that one hand suddenly accumulated power, waved his hand and punched a gust of wind, attacking the candle on the wall. The strong wind instantly extinguished the only lighting in the cell, and it fell into darkness. At the same time, Uchiha-jin felt his legs loosen, and the attraction just now disappeared without a trace. Hehe, you actually saw through my technique. The figure of the old jailer emerged from the dark corner. At this time, there was no candlelight in the cell, and only the faint light from the narrow window of the cell allowed people to see each other clearly. Thanks to the senior for showing mercy. Uchiha-jin stared at the old jailer, and his frowning brows relaxed. The old jailer was shocked when he heard this. Some were surprised. Senior, you are not a physical entity. Uchiha-jin said, and the old jailer was silent. After a while, the grey pupils could not hide the doubts. How do you know? This sentence was equivalent to a disguised admission. Uchiha-jin did not keep it a secret and pointed to the ground in front of the old jailer. The light outside the window was shining, and the place where there should be a reflection was empty. The old jailer actually had no shadow. From the beginning, you did not make any substantial attack on me. Even if you stretched out your hands to grab my legs, I only felt a sense of attraction instead of being dragged. Uchiha-jin gave his analysis. Yes, you are worthy of being mine. The old jailer stopped talking halfway, looked at him with strange eyes, and continued, since you have seen through it, I will tell you everything you need to know next. The host wins, gets 1 heart energy point and can unlock the heart steel treasure box reward after another battle. Current accumulated heart energy, 23, the losing streak was broken. Uchiha-jin cried out in his heart that it was a pity. He hadn't had time to start the show, and the opponent actually admitted defeat first, which also broke his hard-earned losing streak. Although it was a pity, if he could get useful clues from the old jailer, it would not be a waste of effort. Excuse me, senior, what is the purpose of you leading me here? After sorting out his thoughts, Uchiha-jin wanted to know the purpose of the other party releasing the news to induce him to come. Don't you want to know who was the person imprisoned in the prison 6 years ago? The old jailer asked curiously. That's the next question. Uchiha-jin shook his head, indicating that he only wanted to know the other party's purpose now, why it was him. The old jailer's eyes darkened again, and he lowered his head and fell into silence. Seeing that the old jailer didn't speak, Uchiha-jin raised his foot to leave. At this time, the old jailer's familiar hoarse voice came, and an inexplicable wave appeared in his calm tone. I just want to see you. End of this chapter. Chapter 36. Seeing is not necessarily true, but I am really not me. Looking at the weird old jailer opposite with a face full of horror, Uchiha-jin subconsciously stepped back a few steps and distanced himself from him. He just wanted information, but the other party actually coveted his body. Old glass. Even though he was complaining in his heart, he couldn't show it for the information 6 years ago, so he could only bite the bullet and said, Thank you for your kindness, senior, let's move on to the next question. Who was the person imprisoned in the prison 6 years ago? Uchiha-jin asked the question he was eager to know the answer to. It's what they call. The old jailer answered leisurely, traitor. Traitor. Hearing this term, Uchiha-jin frowned again. What happened 6 years ago that a traitor would appear? Who is the traitor? Uchiha-jin asked with some guesses in his heart. As you think, it's a member of the Uchiha clan. The old jailer's tone was a little heavy. Then this has nothing to do with the attack on the clan land 6 years ago, right? Uchiha-jin was a little confused. The person arrested was actually a traitor of the Uchiha clan. According to his understanding, the Uchiha clan actually has internal conflicts for many years. The reason is that the Uchiha clan is very sensitive and has great obsession with people and things, so internal conflicts often break out due to disagreements. Clan land attack? Haha. The old jailer heard Uchiha Jin talking to himself and laughed strangely. What do you mean? Feeling that the old jailer had something to say, Uchiha Jin couldn't help asking. They disguised that incident as an attack, which is really funny. After sneering, the old jailer said something shocking. What do you know? Uchiha Jin was shocked. He just wanted to find out the identity of the person who was imprisoned 6 years ago, but he actually pulled out a more secretive incident. After a while, Uchiha Jin covered his swollen head. But I am the only survivor of that attack. I saw with my own eyes that it was the people of the Kagaya clan who massacred our old, weak, women and children. The painful memory that had been sealed was once again revealed. The strong stimulation made his head ache and his eyes were stained with blood red, like a beast devouring people. What you see is true. The old jailer looked at Uchiha Jin, who was gasping with his hands on his forehead, and sighed slightly. How do you know that you are really yourself? The old jailer's words were like thunder in the plain, exploding in his mind with a bang. Uchiha Jin felt as if someone had opened his skull and stirred it wildly with a stick. His eyes widened, and it seemed that his eyeballs would explode in the next second. If you look from a third-person perspective, the two megatama in Uchiha Jin's left eye, which had never moved at all, were spinning rapidly at this moment, and during this process, the third megatama slowly emerged. The severe pain made Uchiha Jin wail loudly, and the miserable sound startled the guards at the door. Uchiha Kanoko and Uchiha Jiro rushed to the scene as soon as they heard the news. They found that the person lying in the cell was the one who had just communicated with them. Uchiha Jin, who had passed by. At this time, he was covered in cold sweat, his face was pale, and his eyes were closed. The two immediately rescued him. But they could not wake him up no matter what they did. Knowing that they had no other way, the two immediately carried Uchiha Jin and ran to the medical center of the clan. Uchiha Jin, who was in a coma, dreamed of a strange scene again. In a strange ward, a girl was sitting in a corner with her knees bent, and a slightly older boy was sitting in another corner. The scene changed, and in the ruins, the girl's head was against the boy's chest, crying and saying something, and the boy's eyes were already full of blood. In the last scene, the boy raised his head, and there was a charming red moon hanging in the sky. In the medical center of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Jin was lying on a bed, and two boys were sitting next to him. Uchiha Izuna looked at Uchiha Jin with a nervous look on his face, and turned to ask the boy beside him. "Brother, is my cousin dead?" Uchiha Madara's face turned black when he was asked, and he slapped Uchiha Izuna on the head, who was talking incoherently. "What are you talking about? Didn't you hear Elder Miao say that this guy is as strong as a bull? He may have fainted because of the old injury from the last mission." Uchiha Miao, who had just left, told them that Uchiha Jin was in a coma due to the recurrence of the old injury. The mission records of Uchiha Fengguo and others clearly mentioned that Uchiha Jin had been attacked by the Senjo clan and suffered a head injury. Outside the door, Uchiha Tajima, who had not been seen for a long time, was talking with the chubby Uchiha Yan. The frowning clan leader Uchiha Tajima spoke coldly. "Elder Yan, what exactly happened to Yin in the dungeon?" Uchiha Yan was sweating profusely at this time. He really didn't know how Uchiha Yin fainted in the cell. He had visited him yesterday and Uchiha Yin was in great condition at that time. The two saw Uchiha Miao coming out and looked at him together. Uchiha Yin's pupil power has increased again. Uchiha Miao said in disbelief. "Moreover, I found that the seal is a little loose." The two looked at each other when they heard this, and their eyes were solemn at the same time. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Not to mention the seal, his current eyes were taken from those corpses by me at random, and there is no way he can open the Sharinon." Uchiha Yan said with a firm tone. "What's the situation with the seal? Compared to Uchiha Yan's concern about the Sharinon, Uchiha Tajima is more concerned about the seal. He personally applied the seal, and his eyes have only recovered now. The sequelae of overuse are too serious. I can only find that there is a force that is slightly touching the seal and slowly eroding it. Uchiha Miao shook his head expressionlessly, indicating that he has no clue now. Be sure to find out the secret hidden in Uchiha Jin. Uchiha Tajima said with narrowed eyes. Is it unnecessary? Uchiha Yan said in confusion while wiping his sweat. He who has lost his eyes is no longer worth wasting our time. Now our top priority should be to find out the whereabouts of that weapon. When Uchiha Yan mentioned the word weapon, a trace of fear flashed in the eyes of several people present. How is the interrogation of the Sarutobi clan in the dungeon going? Uchiha Tajima asked. There will be a result soon. If the Ryukage does it himself, even the Six-Path Sage will not be able to withstand his means. Uchiha Yan assured Uchiha Tajima confidently. Don't let me down again, Elder Yan. Uchiha Tajima's eyes flashed a trace of scarlet, and his cold eyes made Uchiha Yan feel cold all over. The pressure emanating from his body made him a little breathless. Elder Miao, you should also study the information left by that person as soon as possible. When the weapon is born, shackles will be needed, otherwise. His eyes became even colder, and in his slightly narrowed eyes, there were no longer the familiar 3 megatama, but a strange 4-cornered shuriken-shaped pupil. The weapon will backfire on the owner. The strange pattern disappeared in a flash, and Uchiha Yan and Uchiha Miao dared not breathe at this time. Father, Cousin Yin is awake. The tense atmosphere dissipated as Uchiha Izuna opened the door of the ward in a hurry. Elder Yan, Elder Miao, you go ahead and do your work. I'll go see how Yin is doing. Uchiha Tajima, who put on a warm face, smiled and said to the 2 elders. Okay, okay. The 2 elders left quickly as if they had been pardoned. Izuna, let's go. As he spoke, Uchiha Tajima pushed the door open and saw Uchiha Yin standing up on the bed, and was about to ask. Uchiha Jin, with a strange look on his face, spoke first, and never stopped until his words shocked the world. Uncle, Uchiha Madara is a jerk, and he needs to be treated. End of this chapter. Chapter 37 Malice from Uncle. How can you slander someone's innocence out of thin air? Hearing this, Uchiha Madara yelled at Uchiha Jin with a red face. If he had known, he would not have opened up to this unreliable cousin. I thought you were old enough to give me some constructive suggestions, but I didn't expect you to be a superficial person. I, Madara, am ashamed to be associated with you. After saying that, he threw his sleeves and rushed out of the door like the wind. Oh, don't leave, let me teach you, or I will be suppressed by others for the rest of my life. Uchiha Jin made a trumpet shape with his hands and shouted at Uchiha Madara's back, attracting the attention of passers-by in the corridor, and they began to whisper. Uchiha Madara wished he had 2 more legs and quickly escaped from this place of trouble. Izuna at the door saw his elder brother fleeing in a panic, and immediately put down the medicine he had just received, followed him and chased after him, staging a youthful chase drama. Uchiha Tajima, who was confused, watched his 2 sons run away one after another, turned his head and asked with a puzzled face. Jin, why did you tease Madara again? Hehe, it's nothing, you can go back and ask Izuna, he said he would report this to you personally. Uchiha Jin smiled with his eyes narrowed. It's so rude, I will definitely educate this child well when I go back. Uchiha Tajima shook his head, as if he was sorry for Uchiha Madara's behavior. Uncle, you really treat me as an outsider when you say that. Privately, when there are no outsiders present, Uchiha Tajima will let Uchiha Jin call him uncle instead of clan leader. Ah Jin, it's my mistake. I asked you to work right after you came back from the mission, and I didn't even give you time to rest. Uchiha Tajima reflected on himself with a guilty look. You are being too polite when you say that. It's all my fault that I was not good enough in learning skills and was injured by the Senju clan. Uchiha Jin heard the conversation between Madara and Izuna when he woke up just now. His coma was defined by Uchiha Miao as an old injury from the previous mission. He didn't want to expose his behavior, so he naturally took the opportunity to get out of it. You need to take good care of your head injury and don't leave any sequelae. Uchiha Tajima patted Uchiha Jin on the shoulder, acting like a kind elder. But from the other's eyes, Uchiha Jin vaguely sensed a flash of scrutiny. Jin, you haven't finished the last mission report yet. What happened after you encountered the Uzumaki clan? Did you encounter any suspicious people? After comforting Uchiha Jin, Uchiha Tajima mentioned the last mission casually. Thinking carefully, when he was making a report last time, he was forcibly interrupted after exposing his Sharingan, and he didn't make up for it later. When we encountered the Uzumaki clan, we were soon helpless because of the difference in numbers and strength. Uchiha Jin, who was thinking, thought for a while and then began to narrate. The muscular man who led the other side defeated Captain Feng Guo again and again. Fortunately, I caught a young Uzumaki clan member in the forest. Recalling the cute bun of Uzumaki Mito, Uchiha Jin continued with a smile. The Uzumaki child seemed to be of great importance. I used her as a threat to lure away the muscular man, and finally reached a deal with him. I let the child go, and he let us live. After listening to Uchiha Jin's half-truthful story, Uchiha Tajima nodded. You are calm in the face of danger, worthy of being my nephew. It's all thanks to your cousin's usual cultivation. Uchiha Jin complimented. Have you encountered any strange people or things again? Uchiha Tajima asked again without giving up. Well, what you said reminds me that the Uzumaki child took out a ninja tool to resist when he was captured by me. Uchiha Jin hammered his hand, as if he remembered something. What ninja tool? Uchiha Tajima became interested. It's just a pearl, nothing special. After the opponent cast it, only one rune hit me, but there was no special reaction after it hit me. Maybe it's broken. Uchiha Jin shrugged, indicating that he didn't feel any discomfort. Where did it hit? Here. Uchiha Jin pointed to his head. Is that so? Then Jin, you should have a good rest and don't go to work recently. Uchiha Tajima frowned slightly at first, then stood up and said to Uchiha Jin. I'm fine now, I can go to work as usual tomorrow. Uchiha Jin got off the bed and did a few difficult moves for Uchiha Tajima to prove that he had no problem. Okay, don't force yourself. Uchiha Tajima had no choice but to nod and agree. Uchiha Jin smiled and watched his cousin leave. When he walked away, the smile on his face faded. This Uchiha Tajima was hiding something from him. During the conversation between the two just now, Uchiha Jin somehow felt a sense in his heart, and that sense told him that Uchiha Tajima had extremely obscure malice towards him. Is it an illusion? Uchiha Jin thought to himself, but once this feeling takes root, it cannot be easily removed. After a while, Uchiha Jin, who had packed up, said goodbye to the bed. Seeing that it was getting late, he should go home. He bought a lot of vegetables when passing by the vegetable market. In case he didn't come back one day, he could also let the kid Senjo Banma survive for a few days. He chose several long-lasting ingredients. When he was about to pay the vendor, he actually felt a sense of malice from the vendor in front of him. This feeling came suddenly, and he was confused for a while. In the end, he chose to throw the money to the vendor in front of him who was evasive. He carried the things and walked back with his head down. He was still silently pondering the feeling just now, whether it was an illusion or something else. Pushing open the door, Senju Itama didn't sneak attack him this time, and the originally messy room was tidied up and looked brand new. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the black-haired version of Senju Itama wearing an apron stuck his head out of the kitchen and looked up and down at Uchiha Jin, who looked uneasy. Why are you here so early today? What are you doing, little brat? Try to use the induction just now on Senju Itama, and found no malicious feedback. Humph, I only made it for myself, you can make it yourself if you want to eat it. At this time, Uchiha Jin found that the little brat actually held a spatula in his hand. "Hey, you, the eldest son of the Senjo family, can actually cook?" Uchiha Jin squeezed in curiously, and saw an indescribable mass of substance in the pot. Hey, what kind of K-family dish are you making? Who are you looking down on? Try it, it's absolutely delicious." Hearing the doubt in the other party's tone, Senjo Banjian immediately shoveled out a plate of mosaic substance from the pot and handed it to Uchiha Jin. Forget it, I'm not worthy of it. I'm afraid that if I eat it, I will see my Uchiha Tainan. 10 moves but refused. Uchiha Jin still wanted to live a few more years. "Don't beg me to give you a bite later." Senjo Banjian was so confident that he picked up a lump and stuffed it into his mouth. "A few seconds later, I beg you not to die." Senjo Banjian shook his mouth with white foam, and Uchiha Jin felt extremely regretful. If he had known that he would have eaten all the food in the pot, he would have had diarrhea at most. This kid is really brave. Fortunately, there was no danger in the end. Senjo Banjian was shaken by him and vomited all the food he had just eaten, so he was able to save his life. Looking at the extremely weak kid in front of him, Uchiha Jin felt a little scared. Now the kid's life is tied to his own. If he has any accident, he will also have to sacrifice his life. Holding up the kid, his thin body is very light and soft. Looking at the kid's sleeping face, Uchiha Jin found that the kid is not very annoying. His small round face is a little cute. Shaking his head, he dispelled the strange thoughts in his mind. He is not Uchiha Madara, so how can he have any thoughts about the men of the Senjo clan? End of this chapter. Chapter 38. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. For 61 years. After carrying the kid into the bedroom, Uchiha Jin took off his apron and coat. This kid was not wearing any underwear, but he was wearing underwear. He couldn't help but take a glance at him. The kid was really pink and tender. He didn't look at him anymore. He was afraid that his sherinan would get sty. He covered the kid with a quilt and then left. He went outside and dealt with the masterpiece of Senjo Banma first. It was impossible to eat it. The trash can was its best destination. After a simple cleanup, Uchiha Jin came to the backyard. The sun had not yet set. He wanted to try to refresh his skills during the day. He sat cross-legged like before, closed his eyes and waited. After a while, as the surrounding aura condensed, Uchiha Jin opened his eyes, and a glimpse of understanding flashed in his eyes. It seems that the refresh of skills is not fixed at a fixed time. Even during the day, as long as he appears in the backyard, there is a chance to refresh his skills. A familiar old friend appeared again. Looking at the man who appeared in front of him without any warning, Uchiha Jin sighed. With only 2 Megatama, he was a natural nemesis against Uchiha Itachi. But we can't just do nothing, right? The NPCs that the system spawned should have no emotional memories and can only fight. If I live to see you born, I will definitely flick your little bird 10,000 times. Thinking of Uchiha Itachi, who will be born in a few years, he secretly swore in his heart that by then, no matter if your father is the clan leader, he will kill you directly. Come on, let the storm come more violently. Uchiha Jin, who opened the sherinan, stood up and prepared to struggle. But as soon as he opened the sherinan, he found that his left eye's vision seemed to be much stronger than his right eye. Staring at Uchiha Itachi and observing him, he actually had a feedback that could be learned. 3 Megatama? This feeling can only be explained by turning into 3 Megatama. The surge in pupil power gave him great confidence. Since he had already reached 3 Megatama, he was only 1 step away from the Mangekyo. He could not say that he had no power to fight back. The next second, the eyes of both sides collided, and the result of this contest of pupil power soon came out. Uchiha Jin, who was slumped on the ground, came to the Tsukuyomi space again. He actually felt like he was home. This time, he was not tied to the cross immediately. The pupil power of both sides was still colliding in the Tsukuyomi space. Feeling the pupil power fading away, Uchiha knew that he was no match for him and could not break the situation. Although the final result was the same, at least he tried this time. Countless Uchiha attacks stabbed his wound with a sharp knife again and again, and Uchiha began another 72-hour torture. 1 second later, Uchiha, who was slumped on the ground, slowly stood up. At this time, not only his left eye, but also his right eye with black flames successfully advanced to 3 megatama. The backyard refreshes a random skill illusion Tsukuyomi every day, and obtains 5 Tsukuyomi fragments. Tsukuyomi fragments, 10/40ths, collect 40 pieces to synthesize the illusion Tsukuyomi, and the skill Mangekyo Sharinan can be learned. Seeing that 5 Tsukuyomi fragments were obtained this time, Uchiha once again confirmed his guess. Only you have to do your best to fight the NPC refreshed by the system function. Even if you lose to the opponent in the end, the reward will be more than that of just giving up. The main point is humanization. With the settlement of the rewards, Uchiha-jin's body recovered as before, and the trauma brought by Tsukuyomi also disappeared. Goo goo goo. With the rumbling sound of his stomach, Uchiha-jin remembered that he had not eaten rice or water today, and he should make a meal to reward himself for his wounded heart. On the other side, in Uchiha Tajima's mansion, Uchiha Tajima was reading the family's records about the Uzumaki clan in the study. There is a forest of senju between the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans. Apart from the battle on the battlefield, the two clans have no other intersections. Reading the records of the battle with the Uzumaki clan circulated in the clan, Uchiha Tajima found a record in a corner. The content of the record roughly describes that in a melee, a member of the clan who awakened the Mangekyo Sharinan fought against a strong man of the Uzumaki clan, and was sealed by the other party with a sealing technique that overdraws his vitality. This seal was not broken until his death. Carefully browsing this record, Uchiha Tajima frowned and thought, "Is it this kind of seal?" But in the record, after the Uzumaki clan member performed this sealing technique, his fiery red hair turned white in an instant, and he directly lost his fighting ability. In the end, he was even killed by the Uchiha clan member who sealed his eyes. Uchiha-jin only described the sealing technique written by a bead, which should not have such a great energy to break his seal. Then he thought of the slight contact mentioned by Uchiha Miao. Could it be that the sealing technique opened a hole in his seal? It happened that Uchiha-jin awakened the Sharinan again, and the opponent's pupil power just vented from the gap in the seal, and eroded his seal bit by bit as time passed. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it was. Uchiha Tajima was in a dilemma. His eyes had already performed a large pupil technique once, and it was still in the cooling period. If Uchiha-jin broke his seal before he cooled down, how should he face him when he recalled those things? Bang bang bang! A quick knock on the door interrupted Uchiha Tajima's thinking. "Come in." "Father, I have something to report." The panting Uchiha Izuna was soaked all over as if she had just finished a marathon. "What's the matter, Izuna?" Uchiha Tajima was still relatively gentle to his children. "Father, do you remember you told me to pay attention to what my eldest brother is doing recently?" Izuna calmed down and said. "What, is there a clue to this matter?" Uchiha Tajima asked curiously. "Uchiha Madara is his future successor. If there are any mistakes now, they must be corrected in advance. I followed my elder brother several times and found that he often went to the nearby river recently." Uchiha Izuna pursed her lips and continued, "I found that my elder brother was communicating with a strange child, and the two seemed to have become close friends. Is that true? What is the identity of the other party?" Uchiha Tajima asked immediately when he heard that his beloved son had a relationship with an outsider. "I can't tell. I asked my elder brother, and he just said he didn't know." Uchiha Izuna said that he was very sad that his most beloved brother actually protected an outsider. His brother actually scolded him for an outsider. "Well, next time Madara goes to an appointment, you come to me immediately." Uchiha Tajima's eyes were moving, and a plan was brewing in his heart. Uchiha Jin, who had just finished cooking, suddenly felt a chill on his back. It was strange that he would shiver in front of such a hot stove. After finishing the meal, Uchiha-jin remembered that there was another person at home, so he got up and went to the bedroom to wake up Senjuidama and let him know what a real food god is. Senjuidama, who was sleeping soundly, had a very bad sleeping posture. The quilt covering him had been opened long ago, and he was only wearing a pair of underwear, and the rest of his body was exposed to the air. It was February now. Although it didn't snow in the land of fire, the climate was still very cold. Fearing that the kid would catch a cold, Uchiha-jin pulled up the rolled quilt with one hand and shook Senjuidama, who was drooling in his sleep, with the other hand. With his movements, Senjuidama, who had just fallen asleep, slowly woke up. In the dim light, he saw a person sitting by the bed, opening his quilt with one hand and the other hand on himself. He gradually came back to his senses and woke up instantly. Looking at Uchiha-jin, who looked impatient beside his bed, in disbelief, and looking down at the unobstructed view of his upper body, Senjuidama let out the loudest scream since he was caught. "Ah, there's a pervert!" Uchiha-jin, whose eardrums were shaken by the sound, immediately covered his hand on the other's mouth, which resulted in a more intense struggle. In shame and anger, Senjuidama didn't care what was at hand. He picked up the things around him and threw them at him, but Uchiha-jin dodged them nimbly. Crack! Uchiha-jin, who didn't pay attention to what was passing by, heard a crisp sound. Turning his head, he saw that the family portrait he placed on the bedside was thrown against the wall by Senjuidama, and the glass of the photo frame shattered directly. Senjuidama, who was frightened by the sound, also calmed down and pulled the quilt to wrap himself up, showing a small head, and said with a complicated expression, "I didn't mean it." End of this chapter. Chapter 39. Light and Silver. Grandfather and grandson. Uchiha Silver, who wanted to get angry, looked at the pitiful Senjuidama and felt that there was no need to get angry with a little kid, so he squatted down and took out the family photo from the broken photo frame. The picture of the happy family of three made Uchiha Silver sigh. The original owner's childhood memory was vague and he didn't have a deep impression of his parents, but judging from the photo alone, the original owner's childhood should be very happy. "So I hate war." Shaking his head, Uchiha Silver picked up the photo and prepared to get up, but found that there was another photo stuck in the photo frame. The original owner had no memory of this. Puzzled, Uchiha Silver took out the hidden photo and looked at it carefully. The photo showed two children, a boy and a girl, who were about 8 or 9 years old. Two people stood on the left and right in front of an old man who looked very kind. The old man stroked the child's head with both hands. From the happy expressions of the two children, it can be seen that the relationship between the three is very close. Uchiha-jin recognized the child on the left as the original owner Uchiha-jin, but he had no impression of the girl. The girl had black hair down to her waist, fair skin, and wore a blue dress. Her face was slightly red with shyness. The old man had grey curly hair, kind eyes, and his eyebrows were somewhat similar to Uchiha-jin. Looking at the photo in his hand, Uchiha-jin tried hard to search the original owner's memory, and carefully reviewed it from the time when he could remember things, but he still found no information about the two people in the photo. Turning over the photo, Uchiha-jin found two small words on the back of the photo. Silver light. Silver should refer to the original owner Uchiha-jin, so the light should be the girl in the photo. Uchiha Hikari. Uchiha-jin, who guessed the girl's name, did not find any trace of this name in his mind. He frowned and felt that the original owner's memory was very biased. Not only were his childhood memories vague, but the memory of the Uchiha clan tragedy 6 years ago was also fragmented. Could it be that the original owner suffered from selective amnesia? He would actively forget the memories that made him feel uncomfortable, so he lost the memories before and after his parents' sacrifice, as well as the memories of the clan tragedy. "I'm sorry." Senjuidama, who was curled up on the bed, saw Uchiha-jin's face change after picking up the photo, and subconsciously thought that the other party was very angry. He could tell from Uchiha Jin's family that the other party's parents might have passed away long ago. Breaking the only family portrait undoubtedly deepened Uchiha Jin's sadness. "Little boy, I have to go out for something. There is food outside." Uchiha Jin, who was eager to find the answer, did not bother to deal with Senjuitama, the little boy, and hurried out after giving a word of advice. Senjuitama, who did not suffer the just punishment of Uchiha Jin as he imagined, carefully poked his head out and saw that the other party actually left directly, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Wrapped in a quilt, he tiptoed out and looked at the steaming food left on the table, with inexplicable emotions spreading in his eyes. Walking on the road, Uchiha Jin tried to recall a few people who were close to the original owner, wanting to learn about the original owner's childhood from them. But he suddenly found that in his memory, he only had intersections with the Uchiha Tajima family, and some other clan members seemed to be casual acquaintances. He could say their names, but he had only a vague concept of his experience with them, which suddenly gave him goosebumps all over his body. He had already walked to the gathering place of the clan and looked back at the bustling crowd around him. Uchiha Jin was horrified to find that he seemed to know everyone here, but he just couldn't remember the details of what happened between this person and him, as if there was a cognition that he should know the people he wanted to know, that's all. This discovery made Uchiha Jin's hair stand on end. The air around him seemed to be filled with lead, causing his steps to hang in the air and he could not take a step forward. The original owner not only had memory loss, but also had significant cognitive problems. What was the source of all this? How can you be sure that what you saw is real? How do you know, mysterious Yen Ne quiet Ku Hu? Suddenly, he remembered the two sentences the old jailer said before he was about to faint in the dungeon, which hinted at something. Take a deep breath, calm down the restless heart, and walk towards Uchiha Tien's mansion in the eyes of the surrounding Uchiha clan members. Looking at the familiar door in front of him, Uchiha Yen knocked on the door without hesitation. After a while, a servant opened the door and saw that the visitor was Uchiha Yen. He let him in without asking too much. Walking on the creaking wooden floor, Uchiha Yen was thinking about how to speak at that time, but he ran into Izuna who had just come out of Uchiha Tianjima's room. "Cousin, you haven't been to my house for a long time. Why did you think of coming here today?" Ever since Uchiha Jin was defeated by Madara, he has never stepped into the Uchiha Tajima family. The Uchiha Tajima family just felt that it was very embarrassing for the other party to be defeated by a child 10 years younger, so they chose to escape. "Suddenly, there are some things I want to ask my uncle." Uchiha Jin explained his purpose. "After being unconscious during the day, I found that my pupil power seemed to have improved a little." After hearing Uchiha Jin's explanation, Uchiha Izuna didn't think much about it. He had his own mission now and didn't have the extra energy to care about Uchiha Jin's affairs. He said hello and left in a hurry. He came to Uchiha Tajima's door with his memory and knocked a few times. A few seconds later, Uchiha Tajima's cold voice came from the room. "Who is it?" "Uncle, I have something to ask you." Uchiha Jin responded. Creaky. With a few footsteps, the door was opened. Uchiha Tajima lost his cold expression outside and said with a warm face. "It's Jin. I haven't come for several years. I thought you forgot where I live." Entering Uchiha Tajima's study, the two sat opposite each other. Uchiha Tajima spoke first. "Jin, you just got out of the hospital. Why don't you stay at home to rest? What do you want to see me for?" "Actually, I have something to ask my cousin." Uchiha Jin said straight to the point. "What about it?" Hearing that the other party had something to ask, Uchiha Tajima frowned subconsciously. "I just want to ask, besides my parents and my cousin, what other relatives do I have?" Thinking of the old man in the photo who looked like him, Uchiha Jin asked after a while. "This." I didn't expect Uchiha Jin to ask this question, which made Uchiha Tajima a little speechless for a while. Uchiha Tajima, who was thinking, fell into deep thought. Uchiha-jin did not disturb him and waited on the side. "Why are you asking this?" Without answering Uchiha-jin's question for the time being, Uchiha Tajima asked back. "I found a photo of an old man at home. He looked familiar, but I just didn't know him, so I wanted to ask you, my cousin." After thinking it over, Uchiha-jin still told him what he had found, but did not show him the photo. "Old man." Uchiha Tajima's eyes flashed with a trace of barely perceptible resentment, and he said in a heavy tone. "In fact, you still have a grandfather." "Grandfather? Could it be that the old man in the photo is his grandfather? However, your grandfather and your father don't have a good relationship. The two have not been in contact for a long time." Seeing Uchiha-jin's inquiring eyes, Uchiha Tajima continued to explain. "And your grandfather died 6 years ago." 6 years ago again? Uchiha-jin's heart skipped a beat, and Uchiha Tajima actually said that his grandfather had no contact with his family for a long time, so how to explain the photo? The original owner obviously had a deep connection with his grandfather. "Then can I ask how my grandfather died?" Uchiha-jin tried to find more clues. Uchiha Tajima's face darkened, and a visible decadence emanated from his body, as if he remembered something sad, and his body also seemed to be hunched. "He was killed 6 years ago, on the night when the clan was attacked." End of this chapter. Chapter 40. Uchiha-jin sneaked in secretly. Seeing Uchiha Tajima's gloomy expression, it didn't seem fake. Uchiha-jin felt a little guilty about his behavior of exposing his scars. The tragedy 6 years ago caused Uchiha Tajima to lose his beloved wife and children. Asking him to talk about it again would undoubtedly be like rubbing salt into his wounds. "I'm sorry, cousin. I shouldn't have done that." Uchiha-jin apologized quickly. "It's okay. It's been so many years since the incident happened. I've let it go. I'm relieved to see that you can make it through." Uchiha Tajima patted his shoulder encouragingly. "Then I'll take my leave first." Uchiha-jin knew that he couldn't get any useful answers from Uchiha Tajima, so he stood up and took his leave. "Wait." Uchiha Tajima stopped him. "What else does cousin want me to do?" Uchiha-jin looked at him and asked. "Recently, I may need you to accompany me to do a mission. I'll notify you in advance when the time comes." Uchiha Tajima said. "Okay." Without asking about the content of the mission, Uchiha-jin had similar plots in his memory. They were all tasks of negotiation or trading. They could improve his qualifications and there was no danger. As soon as Uchiha-jin left, Uchiha Tajima's originally sad face suddenly changed, replaced with a cold expression, as cold as frost. "There are still traces of that guy. The old guy Uchiha-yan is getting less and less agile." Uchiha Tajima said to himself. "It seems that we can only let Jin go to reunite with his family." The words were colder than his face. Uchiha-jin went straight home, and fell asleep on the sofa without talking to Senjuidama. Senjuidama looked at Uchiha-jin lying on the sofa with his back to him, with a complicated expression in his eyes. He did not go forward and turned back to the bedroom. Uchiha-jin, lying on the sofa, slowly opened his eyes and thought about everything that happened today. In the morning, he encountered a strange old jailer in the dungeon. After a conversation, the other party seemed to know what happened 6 years ago, and hinted that the truth of the whole thing was in his abandoned dungeon. The malice he inadvertently felt at the medical center made him wary of Uchiha Tajima. His cousin was far from being as simple as he remembered. The photo found in the broken photo frame led to 2 strangers. One of them seemed to be his grandfather, but after asking his cousin, he only got the answer that he and his grandfather did not know each other. But the photo could not be faked, so it could prove that Uchiha Tajima was indeed problematic. After sorting out these details, Uchiha-jin fell into a deep sleep. In the darkness, his left hand emitted a seductive red light. The next morning, Uchiha-jin woke up. He had another strange dream last night. In the dream, he was playing with a girl, and suddenly a group of people appeared. They came to the two of them, bowed their heads and said something. The girl who heard the other party knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. Then the group of people came to him again and leaned over to say something. Although he didn't hear it clearly, he saw in the dimness that the leader was Uchiha Tajima when he was young. After hearing the words, he fainted directly. Before he fainted, he saw a red full moon rising in the sky, and a strange and familiar pattern gradually emerged on the full moon. Carefully pondering the scenes in the dream, since Uchiha Tajima appeared, it means that this is not a simple imagination. These dreams are likely to be things that the original owner has experienced. The figure of the girl in the dream overlaps with the girl in the photo yesterday. Uchiha Guang? Putting aside the matter of the girl for the time being, he is going to the dungeon to look for clues today. Walking in the corridor of the dungeon, the old jailer yesterday had given him enough hints that he must find the abandoned dungeon. According to Uchiha Lucha, the once abandoned dungeon is between dungeon number 1 and dungeon number 2, looking at the Y-shaped fork in front of him. The left side leads to dungeon number 1, and the right side leads to dungeon number 2, but the wall opposite clearly has traces of excavation, indicating that there was once a passage here. Feeling the bulge on the wall, Uchiha Yin tried to find something like a mechanism that could allow him to open the wall in front of him, but after a search, he found nothing. Just when he was about to give up, he saw a round figure from afar. It was the elder Uchiha Yan, and the cold Uchiha Luiying stood beside him. Uchiha Yin, who didn't dare to get too close, watched the conversation between the two from afar, and quietly opened the Sharinan. As the Sharinan recorded the lip language of the other party during the conversation between the two was also interpreted. Uchiha Yan, Luiying, did the Sarutobi confess? Uchiha Luiying, Lord Yan, give me a little more time, I will torture him to get the answer I want without hurting his brain. Uchiha Yan, as soon as possible, if it doesn't work, force the memory to be interpreted. Uchiha Luiying, but that may cause brain death directly, what if it hasn't been interpreted yet? Uchiha Yan, that's the last resort. Has the guy in cell 0 been well behaved recently? Uchiha Luiying, there is no unusual movement. I am in charge of it myself. Please rest assured, Lord Yan. Uchiha Yan, don't let him die. There are still many problems that need to be solved by him. Uchiha Luiying, yes, I will check it out later. After interpreting the conversation between the two, Uchiha Yan guessed that the dungeon number 0 mentioned by Uchiha Yan should be the abandoned dungeon. I didn't expect that there were still living people inside, and it was guarded by Uchiha Luiying himself. In this case, the difficulty of entering would be greatly increased. Since Uchiha Luiying said that he would check it out later, if he secretly followed him, wouldn't he be able to find the entrance to the abandoned dungeon? With an idea in mind, Uchiha Yin began to follow Uchiha Luiying from a distance. Since the other party was strong, if he followed too closely and exposed himself, it would be difficult to explain, so he always hung behind Uchiha Luiying from a distance. After following for a long time, he didn't see that the other party had any intention of going to the abandoned dungeon. Instead, he stayed in a cell in the number 1 dungeon for a long time. Finally, after a long time, Uchiha Luiying, with blood on his hands, came out of the cell and walked straight back to his own office. Seeing that he was about to lose Uchiha Jin, after thinking for a while, he went forward and knocked on Uchiha Ryukage's door. However, there was no response for a long time. Uchiha Jin, who noticed something was wrong, pushed the door open and entered. What he saw was a relatively large office, but the color tone was very gloomy, which made people feel very depressed. He looked around, but he didn't see Uchiha Ryukage. Where did he go? Uchiha Jin thought to himself, it seems that there is a secret passage in this house. Based on his many years of film and television experience, Uchiha Jin came to this conclusion. Generally, the mechanism would be in a place like a bookshelf or a craft vase. Uchiha Ryukage's room is relatively simple, and the only thing that is more conspicuous is a vase on his desk. As a vase, there is not even a flower in it, which is very suspicious. Just as he was about to check, thanks to the senses blessed by the vortex bloodline, Uchiha Jin sensed from a distance that Uchiha Ryukage's chakra was slowly approaching, but there was no place to hide in the office at this time. What to do? I broke into Uchiha Ryukage's office without permission. If he caught me, I would be in trouble. Sensing the other party's chakra only a few meters away from me, a shadow suddenly appeared on the wall of the office. Uchiha Jin, who was ready to face the trial, suddenly found that his shadow began to ripple, and a familiar face appeared on his shadow. The next second, he felt his body sink, and he was eaten by his own shadow. Hearing the sound of the door lock turning, Uchiha Jin didn't care to resist. The second before Uchiha Ryukage pushed open the secret door, he quietly merged into his own shadow. Uchiha Luiying, who pushed the door open, frowned and looked around. His keen senses made him feel that something was in his place. But he opened the Sharingan and scanned several times without finding anything unusual. In the end, he had to give up and thought that he was too tired from interrogating in the past few days and had hallucinations. End of this chapter. Chapter 41 The Fall of Genius. Uchiha Yin, who was pulled into the shadow by the old jailer, felt suffocated. The surroundings were as dark as ink. His facial features had no sense of the outside world, and a feeling of powerlessness followed. Trying to open the Sharingan, Uchiha Yin, with scarlet eyes, was surprised to find that he could actually offset the invasion of darkness around him by relying on his pupil power. As his pupil power increased, his senses were liberated, and he saw the old jailer standing opposite. "What is your purpose?" Although he got help from the other party, Uchiha Yin, who was not sure whether the other party was an enemy or a friend, did not dare to be careless. He, I've been waiting for you." The old jailer's white eyes revealed a long-suppressed expectation. "When you enter Dungeon 0 and find the waiting mana, you will know everything." The old jailer spoke without a beginning or an end. Before Uchiha Yin could ask again, he felt his body lighten and return to Uchiha Luiying's office in the blink of an eye. At this time, Uchiha Luiying had already left. Uchiha Yin looked down at his calm reflection. Without much hesitation, he reached out to touch the vase on Uchiha Luiying's desk. As the vase was rotated, the bookshelf behind the desk flipped, and a dark and deep secret passage appeared in front of Uchiha Yin. It seems that this is the entrance to Dungeon 0. Uchiha Yin is now in a dilemma. All the known clues point to this dungeon. Whether the mystery of the original owner's memory can be solved can only be found in the dungeon. Entering the secret door, there is a switch on the wall. Uchiha Jin tried to turn it, and the secret door of the dungeon flipped back. It seems that this is the switch of the secret door. Take a deep breath. Uchiha Jin did not dare to close the Sharingan, staring with a pair of scarlet eyes and vigilantly scanning the surroundings, guarding against sudden dangers. The layout of dungeon number 0 is similar to several other dungeons. The dilapidated cells on both sides of the corridor have long been abandoned. A pungent musty smell made Uchiha Jin frown, but since it was personally guarded by Uchiha Luiying, there must be unknown secrets hidden in it. As Uchiha Jin went deeper, mottled skeletons appeared in the cells on both sides. From the irregular bends of the hands and feet of the skeletons, it can be seen that the prisoners here have been tortured extremely cruelly. Along the way, Uchiha Jin did not find anything else except the corpses until he came to the last cell closed by an iron door. Looking at the seal composed of complex rituals on the door, Uchiha Jin knew he had found it. He knew nothing about sealing techniques, and looked at the door in front of him worriedly. If he used force to break it, it would definitely be discovered by those who came later. But he didn't have the lock-picking skills either. Just when he was at a loss, the familiar voice of the old jailer came from the shadow behind him. Hey, I can take you in. Then I'll trouble you, senior." Turning his head to look at the old jailer who smiled at him, Uchiha Jin did not refuse. Since the other party has been leading him to this place, he must want him to meet the people imprisoned in the dungeon. Besides, he is not an important figure in the clan, and there is no need for this old jailer to go to great lengths for a waste Uchiha with a very bad reputation like him. Hearing Uchiha-jin's answer without hesitation, the old jailer seemed to have expected it, and then stretched out his chicken claw-like withered hands and pulled Uchiha-jin into the shadow again. The reflection without the body did not dissipate, but slowly seeped into the gap between the iron gates like a pool of ink, and soon squeezed in completely. Uchiha-jin, who had experienced the shadow once, did not feel too uncomfortable this time. He only felt that he passed through the iron gate into the cell with his eyes closed and opened. The environment in the cell was not as bad as Uchiha-jin imagined. The walls were clean and new, and there was a bookshelf and simple furniture. It was more like a study room than a prison. There was a desk next to the bookshelf. A figure with his back to Uchiha was writing at the desk. When he heard someone move, he stopped writing and slowly stood up. "You are finally here." The owner of the voice turned around, with grey curly hair and a face full of excitement. One of his eyes was as grey as the old jailer's, and his hunched body trembled slightly with excitement after seeing Uchiha-jin. "Who are you?" The old man in front of him looked exactly like the old man in the photo he found at home. Looking at the old man's familiar curly hair and similar appearance, Uchiha-jin vaguely guessed his identity. "Really, you don't remember?" The old man saw Uchiha-jin's strange look, restrained his emotions, and looked as he expected. "My name is Uchiha-jin." The old man said a strange name, "I have a son named Uchiha-jin." Uchiha-jin, the father who died early in the original owner's memory, he recalled the gentle man in his memory, and the identity of the old man opposite him was about to be revealed. "Are you my grandfather?" Uchiha-jin asked carefully. "Yes, my great-grandson." Uchiha-jin nodded with satisfaction. "Then why don't I have any impression of you?" The identity of the old man was exactly the same as his guess, and Uchiha-jin couldn't help asking without any doubt. "It's a long story, but you have to remember." Uchiha-jin shook his head with a sigh, and then said something shocking, "The culprit of all this is your uncle, Uchiha Tajima." Uchiha-jin had a headache. Uchiha Tajima, the cousin who took good care of him in the original owner's memory, was actually pointed out by his grandfather as the murderer who caused his memory loss, which made him a little difficult to accept for a while. Looking at Uchiha-jin's incredulous expression, Uchiha-yan told the whole story. "More than a decade ago, I was the head of the research department of the clan, dedicated to developing the power of the clan members' Sharinan." "Just like that, Uchiha Miao." Uchiha-jin couldn't help but interrupt. His grandfather was actually the head of the research department. If he were alive today, he would be considered a high-ranking official's child. "Humph! Uchiha Miao, that coward!" Uchiha-yan seemed to sneer at the current head of the research department. "And that Uchiha-yan who imprisoned me, they are all my cousins. I didn't expect that the two elders who are in the limelight in the Uchiha clan today are both his relatives, but from Uchiha-yan's expression, it can be seen that he has a lot of conflicts with the two. Let's not talk about these two traitors for now." Uchiha-jin was disdainful of wasting words on these two people. "The beginning of everything starts from the day my son died in battle." Uchiha-jin's tone was very sad when he mentioned his son. It can be said that dying for the family is a supreme honor, but for Uchiha-jin, this is a white-haired man sending off a black-haired man, which makes this old man, who is nearly 70 years old, more hunched. As for Uchiha-jin's sacrifice, there is only a faint stroke in Uchiha-jin's mind, as if most of it has been erased. No matter how he recalls the details, he can't remember it, and the more he thinks about it, the more his head hurts, as if there are needles pricking him. "My son Uchiha-jin, once the first genius in the clan, is the strongest competitor for the position of clan leader." Uchiha-jin talked about his son, and his tone was full of uncontrollable pride. "His father is actually the first genius?" Uchiha-jin's brain almost crashed. The original owner has few memories of his father. He only remembers that his father was very gentle, obedient to his wife at home, caring for him, and was a top model husband, but he didn't have much impression of his strength. Your father opened his eyes at the age of 8, and had 3 Megatama at the age of 12. He crushed many ninjas of the same period at that time. He was a real genius. But, Uchiha continued, he shouldn't have died. I thought he died on the battlefield and died for the honor of his family. Isn't it? Uchiha-jin asked with a frown. Warm tips: many of the following chapters will involve multiple narrative timelines. The characters' words are true and false, which may seem a bit difficult. Generally speaking, it is to reveal the original owner's life experience. Novices cannot control the writing style well. Please bear with me. After the story, it will be the stage of the protagonist Uchiha-jin. P.S. The original owner and the protagonist are 2 completely different people. The original owner is. End of this chapter. Chapter 42. Uchiha Tajima, who directed and acted himself. No, his eyes told me that he was betrayed. Uchiha almost gritted his teeth when he said this. And the person who betrayed him was his most trusted brother-in-law, Uchiha Tajima. His father was killed by his own uncle? This news was more explosive than knowing that his father was a super genius, and he took a breath. If it weren't for the footage recorded in Jin's eyes before his death, I wouldn't have believed that Uchiha Tajima, who cried and almost fainted at the funeral, would be such a despicable villain. Uchiha said angrily. When you were 8 years old, your parents led a team to carry out a decapitation mission. Unexpectedly, the enemy had been prepared and laid a net. In the end, your father was on the road with a knife. Just when he was about to escape, Uchiha Tajima seriously injured your father, which led to your father being caught up by the enemy. Your mother was unwilling to abandon your father, and finally both of them died for love. Uchiha-jin slowly told the truth about the death of the original owner's parents. These pictures exist in Jin's eyes. Uchiha-jin's body was later collected and it was his father Uchiha-jin who performed the autopsy. Uchiha-jin noticed something wrong from the remaining pupil power in his son's eyes, so he reluctantly took off his eyes temporarily and took them back to the research institute for research. One day many years later, he saw the above picture from his son's pair of Sharingan. My son is a genius. And you, my grandson, are a genius who is even more talented than your father. Uchiha-jin turned his eyes away, struggled a little, and then an inexplicable light flashed in his black eye. He looked straight at Uchiha-jin and said confidently. Ah! Uchiha-jin was a little confused when he was suddenly mentioned. Didn't he know how vegetable the original owner was? A genius, a vegetable, right? You must have recognized the wrong person, old man. Seeing the grandson was full of disbelief, and Uchiha-jin continued. When Uchiha Tajima told you the news that your parents were killed, you, who were only 8 years old, opened the Sharingan. Uchiha-jin felt that his brain was not enough. Didn't he open the original owner's Sharingan? And it is the most powerful of the Uchiha clan, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha-jin's words were shocking. Uchiha-jin's brain crashed directly. At this time, he wanted to slap himself a few times and ask where his huge Mangekyo went. Uchiha Tajima witnessed the birth of your Mangekyo Sharingan with his own eyes. From that time on, he has been eyeing you. Uchiha-jin ignored Uchiha-jin's face change and continued to talk. Besides, you were not the only one with the Mangekyo. Uchiha-jin showed a nostalgic look on his face. There was another child, just like you. Who is it? The hidden photo flashed through Uchiha-jin's mind. It's your neighbor's child. Her parents are members of the team that died with your parents. That child was extremely emotionally unstable after awakening the Mangekyo. People in the institute called her nameless. Uchiha-jin didn't know much about the other child's family. Because you two were too young to control the power of the Mangekyo, the elderly clan leader at the time appointed me to take care of you and conduct research on the Mangekyo pupil technique at the same time. Uchiha-jin seemed to recall happy times, and a smile appeared at the corners of his cold mouth. Originally, you two kids were very happy in the research institute, but 2 years later, Uchiha Yin changed the subject and his expression turned cold. The old clan leader died of illness, and the clan was leaderless. At that time, the leader of the Force faction, Uchiha Yan, and the second-in-command of the Research Institute, Uchiha Miao, publicly recommended Uchiha Tajima to take over the position of clan leader, and advocated that Uchiha Tajima marry the daughter of the previous clan leader. I voted in favor without knowing the truth. I didn't expect that the first thing Uchiha Tajima did after taking office was to let Uchiha Miao replace me and transfer me to other departments for research. Since that day, I haven't seen you two for a long time. During this period, I asked Uchiha Miao, but I was turned away. He told me that you were conducting secret experiments and couldn't go out easily. For the experience described by Uchiha Yin was horrified to find that there was no trace of the so-called Research Institute in the original owner's memory, only the memory of Uchiha Tajima adopting him as his own child when he was young. For a moment, he couldn't tell who was lying and who was telling the truth. Do you think I'm lying to you? Seeing Uchiha Jin's confusion, Uchiha said lightly. Yes, if what you said is true, then why do I only remember the scene of Uchiha Tajima accompanying me growing up? Uchiha Jin asked. Then your memory and even your cognition have been tampered with. Uchiha shook his head and said. Uchiha Tajima's eye technique. Koda Amatsukami? The unique illusion of the Hanamai Sharinan is known as the strongest illusion. It can directly invade the opponent's brain without being discovered by the opponent and modify the opponent's will. The effect of the technique is extremely powerful, allowing the opponent to be controlled unconsciously and win without causing disputes, but each use requires a cooling time of more than 10 years. With a proper expression of doubt, Uchiha Jin explained. Uchiha Tajima opened the Mangekyo at some point. His eye technique can modify a person's memory and even will. He used that technique on you, so your memory is biased. The original owner actually suffered a Koda Amatsukami? Uchiha Jin was shocked. This illusion that was hyped up in the future actually exists now. But it makes sense. During the Warring States period, many people in the Uchiha clan opened the Mangekyo. The strongest illusion Koda Amatsukami that will be circulated in the ninja world in the future will be known to the Third Hokage and others, and it must be recorded. What happened when I was in the Research Institute? Uchiha Jin couldn't help asking. When I was there, I was just studying why you all awakened your Mangekyo at the same time. Uchiha Yu replied, I found that your Sharinan and Wyomings are highly compatible. I guess it should be due to the attraction between the pupils during the movement, and it also has a lot to do with the deep feelings between the two of you. What happened to me and that Wyoming afterwards? Uchiha Jin was more concerned about what research Uchiha Miao did on Uchiha Yu after he was kicked out of the team. I don't know. I also tried to contact you during your imprisonment, but was stopped by Uchiha Tajima and others. Not long after, I found you appeared in Uchiha Tajima's house, but I didn't see Wyoming. Until 6 years ago, when that happened in the family. Uchiha Yu talked for so long, and finally mentioned the tragedy of the clan land 6 years ago. Did the Kagaya clan attack the clan land? Uchiha Jin recalled the original owner's memory and expressed his guess. Haha, how is it possible, just a Kagaya? Uchiha looked down on the Kagaya clan. They don't have brains, so they can't. It's just that he was deceived. What do you mean? Hearing the deception, Uchiha Jin's curiosity was aroused again. Uchiha Tajima sent people disguised as wandering ninjas to deliver a message to the Kagaya clan who fled to the land of water. What message? The Uchiha clan's land is empty, come quickly. Uchiha Jin said something creepy in a deep voice. For the sake of reputation, Uchiha Tajima actually lured the Kagaya clan to attack his hometown, preparing to send a divine soldier to save the clan from the water and fire. Is Uchiha Tajima strong enough? The blood inheritance of the Kagaya clan can restrain the Uchiha clan, whose physical skills are relatively weak, to a certain extent. How can Uchiha Tajima, who had not yet grown to the peak at that time, deal with the Kagaya clan who were eyeing and sending out all their forces? The two weapons he mastered were his greatest confidence at the time. Uchiha Jin's cold tone made the air around him frost, and Uchiha Jin's body trembled slightly. End of this chapter. Chapter 43, A Bond Beyond Blood. Weapons, Round Fan. When Uchiha Jin heard this word, the first thing that popped into his mind was the flame round fan enshrined in Uchiha Tajima's house. He knew that thing had the ability to use wind escape to control fire escape ninjutsu and rebound, but it only improved some combat power. If Uchiha Tajima used this thing as a trump card, it would be too embarrassing. Weapons are not necessarily ninja tools. Just like our Uchiha clan, the strongest weapon is always this. Uchiha Yan shook his head to deny Uchiha Yin's guess, and then pointed to his eyes. Knowing that the world of Naruto is ultimately based on the theory of bloodline, Uchiha Yin nodded in agreement. That means that Uchiha Tajima's weapons are two pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Yan nodded in approval. Yes, it's you and Wyoming. At the same time, in the building of the Uchiha clan leader, several figures in the clan leader's office were having a secret meeting. Clan leader, Uchiha Luiying has already tortured the Sarutobi clan to find out the sealed place. The chubby Uchiha Yan lowered his head, his tone panicked with a hint of pride. Can you confirm the authenticity? Uchiha Tajima, who closed his eyes and rested, asked coldly. Absolutely no problem. Uchiha Yan patted his chest to assure. Elder Miao, has the control device been made? Uchiha Tiendao nodded and was quite satisfied with the news from Uchiha Yan, then turned his head and asked Uchiha Miao on the other side. The control device that integrates multiple sealing techniques has been tested. The thin and withered Uchiha Miao also lowered his head and replied slowly. Okay. This time, we must not repeat the same mistakes. Our Uchiha clan will eventually rule the entire warring states. After listening to the reports of the two, Uchiha Tiendao slowly opened his closed eyes, and a pair of pupils with strange patterns slowly flowed, exuding a suffocating pressure. Is the old guy Uchiha Yan still obedient now? Uchiha Tiendao, with a domineering look, looked at Uchiha Yan who was like an ostrich. He is reading and writing all day now, studying some old topics, and there is no abnormal behavior. Wipe the sweat from his head, Uchiha Yan reported the truth breathlessly. Alas, we are master and apprentice after all. As long as he doesn't do anything out of line, let him go after the matter is done. Uchiha Tajima's eyes dimmed for a moment, and then he spoke. The clan leader is merciful. Uchiha Yan and Uchiha Miao said loudly. In dungeon number 0. Uchiha and Uchiha Jin sat opposite each other. Uchiha said with pity and grief. The despicable Uchiha Tajima, after years of brainwashing experiments, has completely lost your independent consciousness and turned you and Wyoming into chess pieces at his disposal. And after Uchiha Miao's experimental research, Mangekyo has a strong fit, and when you cooperate with her pupil technique, it is a 1+1 bonus. After saying so much, what exactly is the ability of our Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha Jin, who had been holding back for a long time, couldn't help but ask. Ever since he learned that the original owner had once possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, he was very curious about what its ability was. Your right eye is the flame of Amaterasu, which hosts the strongest flame in the legend. Uchiha said with a look of reminiscence. Subconsciously touching his right eye, he thought that he could actually activate Amaterasu with just 2 Megatama. He thought it was a system plug-in, but he never thought that he actually had it and activated it with practice. Since the right eye is Amaterasu, then the left eye, could it be? Recalling the several tragic experiences after crossing, Uchiha Jin subconsciously covered his chrysanthemum. Your left eye can release the strongest mental attack of the Uchiha clan, the illusion of Tsukuyomi. Sure enough, my Mangekyo is exactly the same as the future filial son. No wonder these skills always appear when I refresh my skills. I recalled the rules of refreshing skills in the backyard. Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu are because the original owner has them, so the chance of refreshing them is much higher than other skills, and it can even be said to be accurate refresh. And the strange power is not refreshed for no reason. On the day when the strange power is refreshed, as a Uzumaki, the Uzumaki Mito of the clan used super strength. In addition, the system rewarded him with a trace of vortex blood, which made the skill refreshed that night change to super strength. It seems random, but in fact everything has a trace. Uchiha-jin touched his chin and began to think about how to reasonably use this rule to make the skills refreshed by the system more practical. Your Mangekyo are the most destructive physical attack and illusion, which are extremely handy swords in the eyes of Uchiha Tajima. Uchiha-yu said in a deep voice. And the nameless Mangekyo. Hearing that Uchiha-yu was going to talk about another Mangekyo that was still there, Uchiha-yin hurriedly gathered his thoughts and listened carefully. The nameless Mangekyo is an amplification ability called Kagutsuka no Mikato, which can control the flames at will and transform into various forms for attack and defense. Kagutsuka no Mikato. The Mangekyo-I technique of the future two pillars can be more flexible and changeable when combined with Amaterasu while increasing damage. Wyoming's Kagutsuka no Mikato seems to be born for your Amaterasu. The flame release Kagutsuka no Mikato used by the two of you is like the scythe of the god of death that harvests lives on the battlefield. Uchiha-jin's eyes were slightly crazy when he spoke, and at the same time, he was filled with a sense of satisfaction that he couldn't understand. What is the other eye technique? Looking at Uchiha-jin talking, Uchiha-jin interrupted him. Uchiha-jin almost couldn't catch his breath when he heard his grandson's impatient voice. He took a deep breath, didn't bother with the junior, and continued to talk. Wyoming's other eye technique is called 8,000 spears. 8,000 spears? There are only a few Mangekyo abilities that have appeared in the future plot, and he has heard of them many times. But Uchiha-jin has never heard of this ability. Seeing Uchiha-jin's doubtful and urgent eyes, Uchiha-jin looked embarrassed and was silent for a long time before explaining. The ability of the 8,000 spears is very special. It can give others a mark. As long as there is a mark on the body, it can control the spirit and chakra of any person through connection. At first glance, when he heard the ability of the 8,000 spears, Uchiha-jin only felt that this was a control skill. It can control the enemy while absorbing mana. It can be used in single combat or group fight. It is not weak but not very strong. Do you think this ability is not outstanding? Seeing that Uchiha-jin had a little contempt for the ability of the 8,000 spears, Uchiha-jin spoke. Uchiha-jin, who was seen through, nodded without denying it. This skill must have more stringent prerequisites to be realized. Otherwise, if you can mark anyone you want according to the master's idea, and everyone is hypnotized into a power bank, then you are invincible, just like the infinite moon reading of the future big boss Kagaya at Satsuki. Just like this, he was thinking wildly. As he thought more and more, Uchiha-jin began to sweat coldly. He swallowed the bitter saliva in his mouth, raised his head and looked at the old man in front of him, and asked with a trembling voice. Can the 8,000 spears be used with my moon reading? Uchiha nodded and said solemnly. That's right, when the nameless 8,000 spears are added to your moon reading, it will pull the red moon in your illusion space into reality and mark the people covered by the moonlight. We call this skill marked moon reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 44. Wang Liang looks more and more familiar. Isn't this a simplified version of infinite moon reading? As the leader of the 8,000 spears, Wu Ming can not only control the opponent mentally, but also absorb the chakra of the person who has been imprinted endlessly. Isn't this invincible in the world? Uchiha Yin asked doubtfully. Since there are two such powerful weapons, why did Uchiha Tajima fail? He made all the calculations, but he didn't expect that I had already seen through his conspiracy. Uchiha touched the grey beard on his chin and said proudly. I cracked the seal left in the Sharinan by Jin, and saw the picture recording the process of Uchiha Tajima's murder. Uchiha said in a sad tone. When I saw Jin die, my pain reached its peak, so I also awakened these eyes full of resentment. As Uchiha spoke, his only remaining eyeball slowly turned red, and the black megatama in the middle finally turned into an equilateral triangle with a hollow middle. Uchiha-jin actually also awakened the Mangekyo. Looking at the strange pattern in his eyes, the unpredictable Uchiha-jin asked cautiously, "What is the ability of your Mangekyo?" "My Mangekyo ability is called Wangliang." Uchiha-jin did not hide it and explained. "My Mangekyo produces a shadow clone, which is the embodiment of my will and has a certain self-awareness. Because it is made up of shadows, it can be said to be a clone without a physical body. I call it a shadow clone." Uchiha-jin felt more and more wrong as he listened, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Anyway, his head was itchy and he felt like he needed to grow a brain. "Is it that old jailer?" "That's right. No wonder the other party can sneak into the shadow and ignore physical attacks. It turns out that he does not belong to the category of human, but is Uchiha-jin's Mangekyo Sharinan. Product." With Uchiha-jin's introduction, the strange old jailer in the dark appeared again. The chilling smile was still on his face, and his two grey eyes stared at him. For some reason, Uchiha-jin could faintly sense a trace of hidden and extremely deep malice from the old jailer. Wangliang can conceal his breath and sneak, and can also attach to people and control their bodies to a certain extent. Uchiha-jin continued to explain. Why is the smell getting stronger and stronger?" When Uchiha-jin heard this ability, he couldn't help but examine the old jailer from head to toe, but the other party remained unmoved, like an obedient puppet. "After awakening the Mangekyo, I immediately used Wangliang to lurk around Uchiha Tajima, looking for your traces while conveying his conspiracy. At that time, you had been brainwashed by Uchiha Tajima. I couldn't contact you and could only watch them perform various experiments on you from afar." Uchiha Itachi said again with pain. "Until one day, Wangliang from the Surveillance Institute passed me a message about you." Uchiha-jin was full of curiosity about this matter. What else could he do when he had been brainwashed? "When Uchiha Miao checked your health, he found that your body functions began to decline, especially the vision of your eyes began to plummet. Isn't this a common problem of the Mangekyo Sharinan? Especially this kind of purely offensive Sharinan, which is used more frequently and lasts longer. In the original work, Uchiha Itachi's body was broken after only a few uses. He was plagued by diseases at the age of 21 and eventually drowned in the sea he had set." Uchiha Miao immediately reported the situation. After Uchiha Tajima learned about it, he decided to dig out your Sharinan after your body reached its limit, and transplant the pupil technique to Wuming, who has a high degree of compatibility with you." Uchiha said with hatred, almost biting his teeth. The original owner was really miserable. His parents died and he opened the Mangekyo. He didn't take revenge and was brainwashed by his enemies. He was squeezed dry and his eyes were dug out in the end. He can be called the hero of the drama. Of course we can't let them succeed. I will order Wangliang to attach to you when they are not paying attention, and wait for the right time to give Uchiha Tajima a big surprise." Uchiha's eyes flashed with a crazy and tyrannical aura. Hearing this, Uchiha Yin frowned. Has he been possessed by this old jailer? In fact, he still maintained a skeptical attitude towards Uchiha's words. This old man who claimed to be his grandfather didn't seem to be as simple as he said. When the Kagaya clan was tricked into the clan's territory and Uchiha Tajima manipulated you to start a massacre, I urged Wangliang to control your body, removed the seal in your brain, and began to attack Uchiha Tajima's people. Uchiha said dimly. You didn't succeed, did you? Uchiha Jin sighed and said, if he had succeeded as Uchiha said, Uchiha Tajima would not be alive now, and he would not be imprisoned in this hidden dungeon. Yes, I still underestimated Uchiha Tajima. I never expected that there were 4 pairs of Mangekyo at the time. Uchiha said with regret. I failed. Uchiha Tajima's Sharinan can modify people's cognition. That special eye technique that turns enemies into friends can tamper with your memory. I was unable to fight against the 3 pairs of Mangekyo, and finally I could only regretfully lose and was finally locked up in this dungeon. After telling the secrets of the past that he knew like a story, Uchiha Yu sighed, lowered his head inexplicably, and didn't know what expression to make. In Uchiha Tajima's office, Uchiha Yan and Uchiha Miao were busy preparing for their respective tasks and had already left. Uchiha Tajima sat alone in the position of the clan leader, his eyes closed as if he was asleep. Father, I overheard that my brother and that man agreed to meet at the riverside in 3 days. Uchiha Izuna, still in a hurry, rushed in and interrupted Uchiha Tajima's meditation. I know. I will take people there in 3 days. Uchiha Tajima, who was disturbed by his son, opened his eyes and looked at his lively son in front of him. His tiger eyes were full of love. He had 6 such lively children, including Uchiha Jin, who was not his own. Now, as long as he closed his eyes in the middle of the night, he would be filled with the scene of his wife and children being slaughtered. The tragic situation of the clan kept him awake at night and also made him suffer from an unknown brain disease. He didn't know how much time he had left. Uchiha Tajima wanted to hand over a strong and united Uchiha clan to his son before he died. Therefore, the sealed weapon must be in the hands of the Uchiha clan. The old clan leader gave him 2 children who could open the Mangekyo, hoping that he, who was designated as the heir, would carefully train them and use them to strengthen the family's power. He took good care of the 2 children, especially Uchiha Jin, who was the son of his sister, with whom he had a good relationship, and his father, Uchiha Kin, was his senior brother. Both of them were disciples of Uchiha Yu, who was extremely knowledgeable at the time. Thinking of his former teacher, Uchiha Tajima couldn't help but frown. His teacher was not only powerful, but also very good at treating Uchiha. The research of the clan is also quite unique, especially the research on the Sharingan, which is unparalleled, but his personality is a bit eccentric. As his son, Uchiha Kin did not get along well with him, and they often parted because of different ideas. Finally, there was a conflict of ideas on a certain research topic. From then on, the 2 no longer interacted until Uchiha Kin and his wife died. Not long after, because the old clan leader died of illness, Uchiha Tajima, who had just got married, took over the position of clan leader. Ah! The headache came again. Uchiha Tajima closed his eyes and massaged his temples, and his thoughts went back to more than 10 years ago. End of this chapter. Chapter 45. The Original Owners Extra, Childhood Sweethearts. 14 years ago. At home, stroking his wife's bulging belly, the young Uchiha Tajima was very happy. Let's call the first child Madara. At this time, a slow knock on the door sounded. He opened the door in confusion. The visitor turned out to be his teacher Uchiha Tajima, whom he had not seen for a long time. Teacher, you have been secluded for the past few years. How come you have time to come to see me today? Uchiha Tajima extended his hand to welcome him in. Tajima, no, clan leader. Uchiha Tajima prepared to salute. Teacher, don't be so polite. I will always be a rose seal in front of you. Uchiha Tajima hurriedly stopped the other party from saluting. Etiquette cannot be abolished. Okay, teacher, you don't come to the temple for no reason. What's the matter? Uchiha Tajima couldn't resist and had to say. I am sending off my son. There is only one child left in the Jin family, Yin. I hope to live with him. I don't want this child to spend his childhood in loneliness. Uchiha raised his head, his 2 inky eyes were as deep and dark as a black hole. Uchiha Tajima looked embarrassed. These 2 boys and girls who had awakened the Mangekyo were entrusted to him by the old patriarch himself. With a power that does not belong to his age, if it is not guided, it will definitely become a time bomb. Sorry, teacher. Seeing Uchiha Tajima's struggle, Uchiha had an expected expression, and his face relaxed and continued. Then, let me join their research. I heard from Uchiha Miao that you are studying the ability of their Sharingan, and I should be able to help. In that case, then I'll trouble you, teacher. Knowing that he couldn't refuse, Uchiha Tajima had to agree. Besides, Uchiha Yu's research on the Sharingan was second to none in the clan. With his joining, the two children's mastery of power would be greatly helped. After getting the answer he wanted, Uchiha Yu had no reason to stay any longer. He simply said goodbye and disappeared into the night. In the following years, Uchiha Yu joined the research of the two children and gradually replaced Uchiha Miao as the leader of the experiment. At that time, Uchiha Tajima's wife had just given birth. As a new father, he was unable to extricate himself from the clan affairs and family matters. The research work on the two children's mangekyo fell entirely on Uchiha Tsuna. But Uchiha Tajima was not without precautions. In addition to Uchiha Miao as his deputy, he also sent the loyal Uchiha Yan to guard the institute and monitor Uchiha Tsuna's every move. Several years passed like this, and Uchiha Tajima's children were born smoothly. Because of his status, Uchiha Jin was temporarily allowed to enter and leave Uchiha Tajima's mansion during the experiment, while Wuming could not leave the institute because of the eye technique 8,000 spears. Such peaceful days continued until 6 years ago. What? Uchiha Tsuna proposed to train the two children as war weapons? One day, Uchiha Tajima, who was correcting documents at his desk, looked up in surprise, looked at Uchiha Miao who was worried in front of him, and asked in disbelief. Yes, according to Uchiha Yu's research, he found that Uchiha Jin's mangekyo ability and Wuming's ability can complement each other. Wuming's eye technique Kagutsuka can manipulate and strengthen Uchiha Jin's Amaterasu, upgrading the black flame to a form-changing escape technique, and the lethality is even higher. And Uchiha Jin's Tsukuyomi can help Wuming's eye technique 8,000 spears to group imprint the enemy, and the 8,000 spears absorb chakra and feed back to Uchiha Jin's Tsukuyomi, allowing the two to form perpetual motion. Uchiha Miao held the document in his hand and reported to Uchiha Tajima based on the experimental results. Uchiha Jin is his grandson, how could he do it? Uchiha Tajima asked doubtfully. As the clan leader, he naturally knew the meaning of war weapon. That would be an inhuman torture. Those marked as weapons must abandon their human identity and live as weapons without self-thoughts. I don't know about that, but he has already started the experiment, starting with Wuming. Uchiha Miao's withered face was a little worried. He knew the ability of Wuming's 8,000 spears very well. Compared with Uchiha Jin's two pure combat power eye techniques, Wuming's 8,000 spears were too threatening. Mind control plus chakra absorption were weapons for large-scale protracted wars. No. Stop the experiment immediately. You take his place and comfort the two children first. Uchiha Tajima heard that Uchiha Yu had started the war weapon experiment without his order, and immediately ordered the other party to stop. Yes. Uchiha Miao received the order and immediately set off to return. In the research institute, there were 2 beds in a white ward. The boy by the window yawned boredly, not knowing that the nightmare was about to come. A ray of sunlight shone on his black curly hair, and his gestures were filled with laziness. He turned his head and looked at the slender girl on the other bed, and asked, "Xiao Guang, do you really not want to go out? I can ask my uncle to take you out to play next time I go out. Let me tell you, Izuna wet the bed a few days ago, ha ha ha, and was severely punished by my aunt." The curly-haired boy smiled and narrowed his eyes. As he said, he pretended to be vigilant and looked around. After confirming that there was no one, he raised one hand to his mouth to make a trumpet shape and whispered, "But I know that bed, but it's actually Madara's. That boy is so bad." He bullied Izuna because he was young and framed him for the bedwetting incident. Hearing what the boy said, the girl who had closed her eyes opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were full of helplessness. She rolled her eyes and stood up and said, "Don't tell me about your brother's embarrassing stories anymore. I'm really not interested. As for going out, I don't have anything to miss outside. It's good to stay here. Anyway, you are here." The girl whose parents died had no other relatives outside. Her only support now may be the boy in front of her. Thinking of this, the girl's eyes fell on the boy who was trying to make her happy with a funny face, and changed the subject. Jin, if you are really bored, go find your grandfather. He has locked himself in the laboratory for several months. Aren't you really worried about him? The girl thought of Uchiha Yu, who she hadn't seen much recently, and mentioned it casually. Oh, why do you mention him? Every time he comes, he asks us to go to the laboratory for testing. He doesn't give us any candy even if we are exhausted. In comparison, Grandpa Yan is better. He always secretly gives me candy. The boy's eyes drooped, revealing a salted fish-like expression, and he madly complained about his grandfather. 8 years ago, the two young children were brought to the research institute. At first, Uchiha Tajima often came to visit them, but later he heard that he succeeded the position of the clan leader, and the number of visits gradually decreased. Uchiha Jin was okay, and he was often taken back by him. Uchiha Hikaru was confined to the research institute because his Sharingan was not stable and his pupil control was not mature, and he was guarded by the thin, tall, and cold-faced Uchiha Miao. After a while, an old man with the same hairstyle as Uchiha Jin came. He claimed to be Uchiha Jin's grandfather. After taking over Uchiha Miao's job, he often played with the two children and left a lot of photos. End of this chapter. Chapter 46. The original owner's extra. The growth of a boy is always accompanied by setbacks. However, as the two children grow older, their physical maturity makes them more and more proficient in the mastery of the Sharingan, and Uchiha Yu also begins to focus on research and basically no longer communicate with the two children. Eating candy secretly again, aren't you afraid that your teeth will be hollowed out by worms? I'm going to tell Grandpa Miao. Woo woo woo. The girl saw the boy secretly taking out a piece of candy from his bag and stuffing it into his mouth, and immediately warned him. However, before the voice fell, the boy stuffed another piece of candy into the girl's mouth with lightning speed. The girl who tasted the sweetness felt the warmth of the boy's palm on her lips, and her two pink cheeks became red as if they were congested. You eat my candy, you are mine, but you must not betray me. When the boy heard that she was going to report his violation, he had to reluctantly take out his own inventory to bribe the other party. That's my man. The girl's brain was idle on the spot, and she fainted on the spot out of shame and anger. Hey, why don't you talk? After a long while without getting a response from the girl, Uchiha Jin looked at the red and steaming girl in front of him strangely, and took his hand away from the girl's mouth and found that. Ah! Did you go to the hospital? Recently, the girl didn't know why, she had a fever and redness after just a few words with him, and when he got close, the girl fainted for no reason. At the beginning, he was scared and at a loss, and hurriedly called for help. Later, after more and more times, not only did no one care, but the older sisters and aunts in the institute pointed at them after seeing them, with an expression of experienced people, which made him confused. Before he could go out to call for help, the door of the ward was opened, and Uchiha, who had not been seen for a long time, pushed the door in. He was no longer as amiable as before. This time, his face was cold. He frowned when he saw the unconscious girl and ordered his men to push the girl out. They had just done the experiment in the morning, why did they do it again now? The boy who felt something was a little strange stepped forward to stop them. As a result, he was pushed away by Uchiha. Looking at the grandfather in front of him with strange behavior and disbelief, Uchiha Jin jumped up and said with gritted teeth. Hey, where are you taking Xiao Guang? Uchiha turned his head stiffly when he heard this. His pair of dark eyes were lifeless. He stared at Uchiha Jin coldly for a long time, as if he was confirming something. He just said, there are new experiments. I will call you later. The voice was emotionless, like a robot without a soul. Grandpa. Uchiha's eyes made Uchiha Jin feel very strange. His eyes seemed to be looking at it was a commodity, not his own grandson, which made Uchiha Jin feel a palpitation, and he spoke quickly. Hearing Uchiha Jin calling him grandpa, one of Uchiha's eyes flashed with life, and a glimmer of light came out of his dark pupils, but was quickly swallowed by the darkness. Without stopping, he and his men left with the girl without looking back, leaving the stunned Uchiha Yin alone in the ward. But after just a moment of hesitation, Uchiha Yin hurriedly ran out of the ward, ignoring the guard's obstruction, and ran to Uchiha Miao's office. "What? You said that Grandpa Miao was sent out to find documents in the clan." The boy who ran away looked at Uchiha Miao's empty office breathlessly, turned his head and said to the guard who blocked him from entering. "Yes, Elder Miao went out yesterday. Before he left, he said that this trip might take several days." The guard replied truthfully. He dared not take any action against Uchiha Yin, the nephew of the Uchiha clan leader. This little ancestor could not be offended easily. "Okay." Uchiha Yin, who had nowhere to turn for help, thought of a round figure and turned to the office of the guard department. "It's a coincidence that Elder Yan also went out yesterday. He said he was going to the dungeon to find the experimental body. He probably won't be back today." The guards told him the whereabouts of Uchiha Yan. The two elders who were usually there were actually transferred away. How could there be such a coincidence? Uchiha Yin, who felt something was wrong, decided to go out to find his uncle, but he was stopped as soon as he walked to the gate of the institute. "Sorry, you are not allowed to go out from today until you receive a notice from above." The guard at the gate stopped him firmly. Looking at the strange guards in front of him, Uchiha Jin felt a stronger sense of crisis. Two elders were transferred away on the pretext of something, and the guards at the gate were also changed, and they were not allowed to go out. Uchiha Jin, who was worried about the safety of the girl, decided to bite the bullet and find Uchiha Hikari to ask for clarification. At this time in the laboratory, the unconscious girl slowly woke up and found herself tied to a bed with several strange adult men standing around her. The girl was immediately startled and struggled hard, but it was useless. Instead, her hands and feet were tied with blood-red marks by the belt. "Who are you? What on earth are you going to do with me?" The girl, who felt that she could not break free, stared at the people in front of her and asked loudly. "Weapons must have the awareness of weapons." One of the men said coldly. "What weapon?" "I have a name, my name is Uchiha Hikari." Hearing the man say unfamiliar words, the girl named Uchiha Hikari subconsciously refuted, and then tried to mobilize chakra to escape. "Don't waste your energy. This is your destiny." Another man stepped forward and stretched out a big black hand towards her head. The next second, the girl felt a sharp pain in her head, and all kinds of painful memories flooded into her mind. The loneliness after her parents' sacrifice, the pain of being imprisoned by her tribe to study the kaleidoscope, the desolation of licking her wounds alone in the dungeon. Countless negative emotions poured into the girl's mind. The girl had a splitting headache at this time, and her brain was about to collapse under the impact of negative memories. The miserable screams resounded throughout the space. Just before she was about to faint, she saw the people around her stretched out a pair of suffocating hands to her. "Weapons don't need weak names. You should live as an unknown weapon." The name she shouted was denied, and the girl was left with only cold darkness in front of her eyes. As the girl fainted again, the men standing beside her suddenly turned into a pool of soft black like ink and slowly crawled in one direction. In the distance, Uchiha, who witnessed all this, looked normal, with dull eyes, as if he had not seen the strange scene just now. The black shadow moved to Uchiha's feet and strangely merged into his reflection. As the black shadow merged, Uchiha seemed to be activated, and some light returned to his eyes. Dong dong dong! The door of the laboratory was knocked, and Uchiha Jin, who was standing outside the door, waited anxiously. Seeing that there was no response for a long time, the boy's eyes turned scarlet. The megatama in both eyes began to rotate rapidly. Just when the black was about to merge together, the door of the laboratory was opened. Uchiha, with a cold face, stood at the door, looking at the boy who was about to burst out in front of him with scrutiny. Why are you in such a hurry? It will be your turn soon. The original owner's life story is about to be revealed. I would like to thank all the readers for following me. M. End of this chapter. Chapter 47 The original owner's extra story, What good things can possess people do. You old man, let Xiao Guang go. Uchiha's abnormal behavior today made him feel unfamiliar, so he simply stopped calling him grandpa. The boy with red eyes stared at him, waiting for the master's command in his eyes with his eyes ready to go. Uchiha looked at the boy's expression of fearless death, thought for a while, turned sideways. Anyway, the experiment has come to an end, you can take her back. I didn't expect the other party to agree so straightforwardly. The boy frowned and put away the accumulated pupil power in his eyes, and his eyes slowly returned to normal. Color, looked at the other party warily, but still stepped into the laboratory. As soon as Uchiha-jin entered the door, he saw Uchiha Guang lying on the bed in the middle of the laboratory. The girl was still unconscious at this time. Uchiha-jin hurriedly approached and found that the girl's hands and feet were tied to the bed with belts. The girl's white joints were red and swollen after struggling, which made the boy feel distressed. Looking at the girl's face again, it was full of pain he had never seen before. Her delicate eyebrows were tightly knitted, her breathing was disordered, and her cherry-like sandalwood mouth was tightly bitten at this time, as if she had dreamed of a terrible nightmare. What did you do to her? Although there was no serious external injury, the girl's extremely painful expression made Uchiha-jin furious. It's just a simple emotional guidance. Uchiha still had that cold look, his eyes turned stiffly, and finally fixed on Uchiha-jin. Tomorrow it will be your turn. I hope you don't waste your energy and make unnecessary struggles. Without answering Uchiha-jin's words, the boy tore off the belt that bound the girl, carried her on his back and walked out without looking back. Leaving Uchiha-jin alone, he slowly blended into the shadow of the laboratory, with only half of his face left under the light. The only eye left flashed a trace of clarity, but as the shadow slowly covered him, he was finally buried in the shadow. Carrying the unconscious Uchiha Guang, Uchiha-jin walked lightly all the way. The girl's rapid breathing never stopped, but she didn't seem to be awake, and he didn't know what kind of torture the girl had suffered. At this time, he hated himself a little, why he couldn't protect the girl who grew up with him. If he could perfectly control his eyes, he could bring protection to the girl. Thinking of this, the boy clenched his fists, his nails pierced into the flesh, and a wisp of blood slowly flowed out from between his fingers. The day before. After searching for a long time in the pile of documents in the clan land, Uchiha Miao raised his head. He always felt that something was wrong with Uchiha Yu today. According to his understanding, Uchiha Yu was the ultimate scroll king who memorized all the documents of the entire family. How could he forget the cases recorded in the documents? Thinking of Uchiha Yan who was sent away with him in the morning, the always alert Uchiha Miao had some guesses in his heart. No, I must go back tomorrow. The clan land's document storage is a distance away from the research institute. Now it is late, so I can only set off early tomorrow morning. When the next morning, when Uchiha Miao returned to the research institute at full speed, he received the test report prepared by Uchiha Yu in advance, which is the so-called war weapon plan. With this report, Uchiha Miao went directly to Uchiha Tajima to seek his decision. So the beginning of the extra story appeared, and Uchiha Miao asked to see Uchiha Tajima with the plan. Uchiha-jin, come out. Uchiha-jin, who had been guarding the girl's bed all night, raised his head woodenly and looked at the few strange adult men standing outside the door. What did you do to Xiao Guang? After a night, the unconscious girl still did not move. No matter what means Uchiha-jin used, he could not wake her up. He wanted to know what his grandfather did to this poor girl. If you want to know, follow us. One of the men with a cold face said. Uchiha Miao and Uchiha Yan were not there, and no one could help him. The boy glanced at the girl lying on the bed with a painful face, knowing that he had no choice. Now he wanted to see what means the old guy Uchiha used. Let's go. The boy stood up with determination in his eyes and followed the people waiting outside the door to the laboratory. After a while, Uchiha-jin walked into the laboratory and found Uchiha writing furiously on the workbench. He was not surprised to see the boy coming, but lowered his head and continued to write a few strokes. He nodded with satisfaction and handed the document in his hand to a subordinate to send it away. Uchiha, what did you do to Xiao Guang yesterday? The boy, who felt ignored, asked with gritted teeth. I just let her see her true fate. Uchiha said something without a beginning or an end, which confused Uchiha-jin. Don't play dumb with me. The other party's nonchalant attitude made him extremely annoyed. As his anger rose, Uchiha-jin's eyes began to turn scarlet, and a cold atmosphere filled the entire laboratory for a while. Facing the aggressive young man, Uchiha-jin remained indifferent. He looked at Uchiha-jin's eyes carefully and said thoughtfully, "Don't worry, I want to ask you, has your eyesight deteriorated recently?" Hearing Uchiha-jin's question, Uchiha-jin was stunned at first, then frowned and said, "So what?" Since the start of the combat test, every time he used the Manjikyo, Uchiha-jin felt that his eyesight had deteriorated. Sure enough. Hearing Uchiha-jin's answer, Uchiha-jin nodded to himself, then waved his hand. You lie down on the bed first. You, don't talk to yourself. The Megatama in Uchiha-jin's eyes began to rotate slowly with the fluctuation of emotions. If you want to know what Wuming has experienced, you'd better cooperate obediently. The old man pinched Uchiha-jin's life gate, and the young man was like a deflated ball when he heard this. He walked over with his head down and lay on the bed where the girl had lain yesterday. A strange man stood beside the bed. After seeing Uchiha-jin lying down, he took out a syringe and injected a full syringe of unknown medicine into his body without waiting for the boy to react. Just as the boy was about to resist, he felt a strong sense of sleepiness. His raised hand fell down weakly and he fell asleep in less than a few breaths. Several researchers came in with various test instruments and installed them on Uchiha-jin's body, and began to test various data. Before conducting the experiment, the boy's physical data must be recorded clearly. Uchiha Wuming also did the same examination yesterday. To be on the safe side, the researchers now tied his limbs with belts before starting the device to start testing. About an hour later, the leading researcher found Uchiha. The body test of the experimental subject is complete, and there is no abnormal index. Okay, you go out, I will conduct the next experiment alone. The old man walked in without looking back. Yes. The rest of the researchers quickly packed up their equipment and left. Uchiha-jin walked to the bed and looked at the boy's sleeping face. A trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes, but as a black air flashed in his eyes, the old man's eyes returned to the indifference just now. Uchiha-jin's Manjikyo consumes too much pupil power. Before it has been developed much, his eyesight has begun to decline. A strange voice sounded, and the old man did not turn around. It seemed that he was not unfamiliar with the person who spoke. Indeed, his eyes will not last until the day I planned. He, the little girl's eyes yesterday were relatively complete, and her ability was much stronger than this boy's. Use her. In the dark, a pure black figure slowly emerged from a pool of black ink. Wang Liang, even if you are my clone, don't make decisions for me. I have my own judgment. Hearing the advice of the voice in the dark, Uchiha-jin said in a deep voice. He, as your incarnation, I naturally know your true thoughts deep in your heart. The black shadow's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he said sincerely. End of this chapter, Chapter 48. The original owners extra. Reckless men know how to fight information wars. Don't be nosy, you should do what you should do. Uchiha turned his head and looked at the black shadow that had turned into a human form. He, I am very much looking forward to the dark side of this kid. The black shadow laughed strangely, slowly approached the unconscious Uchiha-jin, and stretched out a pitch-black hand to press on the boy's head. At this moment, two figures broke into Uchiha Yu's laboratory. Uchiha Yu frowned when he saw the people coming from afar. I thought I could delay it for a while, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. Uchiha Tajima is no longer the indecisive boy. His Wang Liang had already told him the news of Uchiha Miao's return in advance, so in order to delay Uchiha Miao, he drafted a plan for the 2 pairs of Mangekyo. This plan is of great importance. The loyal Uchiha Miao will definitely ask Uchiha Tajima's opinion as soon as possible. This can give him a lot of time to delay, but he didn't expect that his once indecisive disciple would become much more decisive after becoming the clan leader. Wang Liang, the plan is terminated. You first possess Uchiha-jin and wait for my order before taking action. The existence of Wang Liang cannot be exposed, and his behavior will definitely make Uchiha Tajima separate himself from this research, and Uchiha-jin will also be protected. The black shadow did not hesitate and turned into a pool of black water and merged into Uchiha-jin's body. Uchiha Yu. The clan leader has ordered to terminate the experiment. Uchiha Miao, with the chubby Uchiha Yan, rushed to Uchiha Yu and took out Uchiha Tajima's appointment letter. Why, the clan leader is not moved by my plan. Uchiha Yu turned his head and looked at his 2 brothers indifferently. This kind of plan is not needed at this time. The clan leader appointed me to replace Mei Nan Xin Jun. The clan leader specifically instructed that Uchiha Yu, you have been overworked recently, go home and rest for a while. Uchiha Yan and the other 2 looked at Uchiha Yu with a cold look, secretly on guard, and this guy Shang Ping suddenly jumped up. You don't have to be nervous. Since it is the order of the clan leader, I will obey it. Uchiha Yu looked at the 2 people with alert expressions, shook his head, took off his white coat for research, turned around and left the laboratory. Is it that simple? Uchiha Miao looked at each other and felt that the other party withdrew too easily. No matter how much, send Uchiha Yan back first. Uchiha Yan, who was chubby, looked at the unconscious Uchiha Yan and urged. Unable to guess what Uchiha Yu's intentions were, Uchiha Miao had to give up thinking first, turned around and took the boy back to his lounge with Uchiha Yan. Uchiha Yu walked out of the research institute and turned around to take another look at the place where he had spent most of his life. Regret flashed in his eyes. It's a pity that everything here will soon be wiped out, including this sinful family. Uchiha Yu muttered to himself, and a crazy look appeared on his old face. Jin, this is not yours. The world would have no need to exist. As night fell, a disguised figure stood in the moonlight on a hillside dozens of miles away from the Uchiha clan, as if waiting for something. With a few tiny footsteps, several men walked out of the woods. They were all strong, their eyes were filled with bloodthirsty breath, and their rough faces were strangely left with delicate eyebrows, which was incompatible with their temperament. Is it you who passed the information to us? The square-faced man in the lead said arrogantly. That's right. The Uchiha clan changed the clan leader not long ago. The current clan leader is not a warlike faction. He advocates recuperation first, so the Uchiha clan has hoarded a lot of material wealth in the past few years. The figure hidden under the mask made a voice that was neither male nor female, making it impossible to judge the other party's age and identity. It's a cowardly act. Only war is the only way to develop. The square-faced man said disdainfully. Why did you give us the Uchiha clan's defense map? In the water country, which is across the sea from the fire country, the Hyuga clan, who had just arrived and was fighting everywhere, suddenly received a piece of intelligence. It stated the detailed information of the Uchiha clan in the fire country, and also attached a map of the Uchiha clan's defense. This made the Hyuga clan, who originally did not believe it, murmur. If they were allowed to take such a piece of fat meat, they could not only strengthen their strength, but also return to the fire country to gain a foothold. The water country is short of supplies, transportation is inconvenient, and the islanders are very tough. It has been in war for many years. Several families have been looking at the neighboring fire country eagerly, often reaching out to test it, hoping to get back on shore one day. Don't ask too much about this, just treat me as an avenger. Hearing the question from the leader of the Kagaya clan, the figure in the dark said slowly. Sneaky guy, even if you don't say it, I can judge whether the things you gave me are problematic or not. The leader of the Kagaya clan looked at the unidentified guy in front of him with contempt, and waved his hand. A man who was out of tune with them walked out from the crowd behind, all because this man did not have the characteristic Malu eyebrows of others. This kid is a hybrid of our clan and Hyaga. He has awakened his bloodline and can detect the situation several kilometers away. This time, he was asked to come to verify whether the information you gave is accurate. Patting the man on the shoulder, the leader of the Kagaya clan said coldly, if you dare to deceive us, you will die with thousands of bones pierced through your heart. Just like the Uzumaki clan of the Whirlpool country and the Senjo clan in the inland have intermarried from time to time, the Kagaya clan has been in contact with the Hyaga clan for many years since ancient times, and they have intermarried from time to time to strengthen their relationship. This ordinary man who came out is a hybrid of their clan and the Hyaga clan. Although he did not awaken the powerful corpse bone vein of their clan, he awakened the mutated Byakugan. His eyes are not white like the Hyaga clan's pupils. At first glance, he is just an ordinary ninja. Kagaya Takia, go and scout whether the Uchiha's deployment ahead is the same as the intelligence. The man whose name was called nodded immediately, got up, and sneaked into the periphery of the Uchiha clan. Byun, open. Halfway through, the man raised his hand and made a seal. His originally dark pupils turned pure white, but the veins on his temples were not as exposed as those of the Hyaga clan. Although they were called Byakugan, his eyes were not very pure Byakugan. They only had the function of looking far away, which might be related to his impure bloodline. However, relying on this ability, he was also quite popular in the clan. After all, there were not many ninjas with reconnaissance capabilities in this era, especially the physical ninja clan like the Kagaya clan, who needed more information about the enemy's position in battle. Kagaya Takia opened his mutated Byakugan and saw the Uchiha outpost camp a few miles away from him from a distance. He swept his eyes over the people in the camp, counted their numbers secretly, and went around to another direction to continue reconnaissance. On the hillside, the Kagaya clan and the mysterious man were still in confrontation. With the return of Kagaya Takia, the atmosphere on both sides reached a freezing point. Takia, how was the reconnaissance? Captain Sosuke, after my reconnaissance, the Uchiha clan's outer defense deployment is consistent with the intelligence. Kagaya Takia, who rushed back panting, reported to the square-faced Kagaya Sosuke that maintaining the Byakugan is also very physically demanding. Ha 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 ha, God helps me. After verifying that the intelligence was true, Kagaya Sosuke laughed and lowered his head to look at the mysterious man who had been silent in front of him. It seems that you really have a deep hatred for the Uchiha clan, but don't worry, after tonight, there will be no more Uchiha in this world. End of this chapter. Chapter 49 The Original Owner's Extra. It's really exciting to drive secretly. The mysterious man waited until the Kagaya clan checked the information, turned around and disappeared into the night, and the Kagaya clan did not stop him. After all, in their eyes, this sneaky guy was just a poor guy who couldn't rely on his own strength to take revenge. Under the moonlight, the mysterious man took off his disguise, and his old face looked very pale under the moonlight, and the scarlet in his eyes slowly faded. Uchiha recalled the Kagaya clan he had just met. This group of brainless lunatics can just cover for me. When they and the Uchiha clan are in chaos, I can take action. Yin, wake up. Feeling the wetness on his face, Uchiha Jin slowly opened his eyes, and saw a slender girl crying with tears in her eyes. Her tears flowed down her cheeks and dripped on his face. He was thirsty and subconsciously licked the water stains at the corners of his mouth with his tongue. Salty and sweet. Seeing Uchiha Jin wake up, the girl rushed into his arms like a swallow, buried her head in the boy's chest, and said in a crying voice, "Wow, I had a very strange dream. There was no you in the dream. I was so scared alone." Uchiha Jin, whose body was still a little stiff, supported himself like this, letting the girl sob in his arms, and stretched out a hand to gently stroke the girl's black hair. "It's okay, I will always be by your side." "Really?" The girl, whose nose was red from crying, raised her head and looked at Uchiha Jin's eyes with slightly red eyes, as if confirming something. "Of course, you only have me. If I don't take care of you, who will?" He patted the girl's head and motioned her to get up. "Humph, who said that? I can still do it without you." The girl, who just realized that her actions were a little too intimate, jumped up immediately, turned her head and pouted to defend herself. "Okay, you two guys stop being so affectionate here. It makes us two old guys' teeth sour." The chubby Uchiha Yan teased. Uchiha Yan then realized that Uchiha Miao and Uchiha Yan, who had been sent away, actually came back. "Where is that old guy?" Thinking of Uchiha Yu's strange behavior, the boy asked anxiously. "The clan leader has ordered him not to continue to participate in your research. You can rest assured." The thin Uchiha Miao explained, "Do you have any discomfort, such as eyes, brain, etc.?" Hearing Uchiha Miao's words, Uchiha Yan immediately talked about his declining eyesight, and Uchiha Guang talked about the weapons mentioned by Uchiha Yu's subordinates. Weapons. Hearing this unfamiliar word for the first time, Uchiha Yan looked at Uchiha Miao with some doubts, and the other party sighed and took out the document on the war weapon plan. The young man took a rough look and frowned and said, "Did the old guy take the wrong medicine? He actually wanted to train me and Guang into unconscious war weapons." On this side, Uchiha Tajima rejected the war weapon plan compiled by Uchiha Yu presented by Uchiha Miao, and returned to the mansion alone. His wife, who had just given birth to twins, was breastfeeding a baby, and a younger child was sleeping beside her. In this era when family planning was not emphasized, all ninja clans believed in having more children, and population represented combat power. Looking at his wife and children, Uchiha Tajima's cold eyes softened. "Thank you for your hard work." Uchiha Tajima sat down beside the couch and carefully stroked his wife's weak body. "It's okay, where are Madara and Izuna?" Uchiha Tajima's wife was a gentle and virtuous woman. Although she was the daughter of the previous clan leader, she did not like fighting. Her soft and gentle personality just complemented the sharp and strong Uchiha Tajima, so the two of them were surprisingly affectionate. "They are old enough to fight. I'll let them stay in the training room for a while to hone their tempers." The eldest son Uchiha Madara and the second son Uchiha Izuna are already able to go to the battlefield to participate in small-scale battles. Uchiha Tajima asked them to suffer more at his hands so that they would be less injured on the battlefield. "Oh, I haven't recovered yet." Hearing that the two sensible children were walked straight by their husband, the woman lying on the couch said with a charming and shy face, and her voice became more sticky. "Who do you think I, Uchiha Tajima, am?" The clan leader raised his hand and held down his impulsive brother, and scolded him righteously. The Uchiha clan was peaceful in the night, and the patrol team conscientiously patrolled the surroundings of the clan according to the route. The dark night could not affect the Uchiha clan with dynamic vision. As the route was about to end, several patrol members also relaxed their vigilance. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. There was a very fast swoosh sound in the jungle, and the patrol member walking in the front fell to the ground, with blood splattering on his body. Enemy attack! The alarm was sounded, a sky-high flame rose into the air, and then exploded. The remaining team members quickly drew their weapons, opened their scarlet eyes, and rushed forward without hesitation, trying to buy time for the tribesmen behind them. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of figures appeared from the darkness. The Kagaya clan, with hideous faces and bloodthirsty breath, pounced on them like hungry wolves. The patrol team of several people disappeared in the surging crowd as soon as they met, leaving a pile of broken limbs. The breath of death, like an invisible big hand, slowly enveloped the quiet and peaceful Uchiha clan. Bored Uchiha Jin lay on the bed in the research institute, counting the stars in the sky outside the window. Suddenly, the boy saw a ray of fire in the darkness in the distance, which was the unique alarm signal of the Uchiha clan. Looking at the fire that symbolized the enemy attack in disbelief, the boy turned over and ran out of the lounge without hesitation. At this time, the research institute was in chaos, and the guards were all gathering. The researchers without combat power were busy packing up the materials. The boy, who had no time to care about these, ran to a door and knocked hard. Dong dong dong! With the boy's strong hammering, the door opened. The sleepy girl hugged a pillow, rubbed her eyes and yawned. What's wrong? Have a place to hide, someone is attacking the tribe. The boy didn't have time to care about the intimacy between men and women, and pulled the girl out. Where are you taking me? The girl, who was still in a daze, was pulled by the boy and ran all the way. He ran all the way to the gate of the institute, where a round figure was directing the guards to gather. Seeing the boy and girl running out, he hurriedly shouted, "Why did you run out? Go back quickly. The institute is much safer than outside." Uchiha Yan had just received news from the outside tribesmen that a group of unidentified people were heading towards the tribe at a very fast speed, attacking all patrols and secret sentries along the way, catching them off guard. "Let Xiao Guang go to a safe place, I will also go to fight the enemy." Uchiha Yan protected the girl behind him, patted his chest at Uchiha Yan, and looked at Uchiha Yan with scarlet eyes without any fear. "I can fight too. You are not needed in this situation now, stay aside." Uchiha Yan laughed a little angrily. Although this group of enemies came fiercely, it was not a life and death moment for the Uchiha clan. Their clan has existed for thousands of years. If such an attack could destroy the entire clan, they would have ceased to exist long ago. End of this chapter. Chapter 50. The original owner's extra. I hate it most when someone steals the crystal during a team battle. Humph, I'll go find my uncle, he will definitely let me go. After saying that, Uchiha Yan pulled the girl and ran out of the research institute without looking back. Uchiha Yan had too many things on hand, so he didn't continue to stop him. Be careful. Along the way, all the houses were brightly lit. All the Uchiha clan members who could fight put on their armor, took out their best weapons, and walked out of their homes aggressively, wanting to teach this ignorant enemy a lesson. Patriarch, the enemy has broken through our 3 lines of defense and is about to attack the clan. A black-clothed Uchiha reported to Uchiha Tajima, who was changing into combat uniforms. Why so fast? What's going on with the patrol? Hearing that the enemy was approaching the city, Uchiha Tajima, who had changed his clothes, asked. The enemy seems to know our deployment very well. The tribesmen at the sentinel didn't have time to react before they were attacked by the enemy. The black-clothed Uchiha said with his head down. We just rested for a while, and someone thought we were no good. They dared to attack us openly. It has always been the Uchiha who beat people. Uchiha Tajima waved his hand and said coldly. Let me see who is so brave. After Uchiha Tajima's order was passed down, Uchiha Yan led hundreds of elite tribesmen to wait at the gate of the tribe. After Uchiha Tajima arrived, he looked around at the tribesmen and then shouted. Those who offend Uchiha will die. Those who offend Uchiha will die. Those who attack Uchiha will die. Those who attack Uchiha will die. The slogans shouted by hundreds of people were deafening, and a cold murderous aura emanated from the cold clansmen. Uchiha Tajima looked at his clansmen with satisfaction. Let's go. Face the enemy head-on. Clan leader, the enemy is using the bloodline limit. According to the information sent back from the front, the other party should be the Kagaya clan who escaped to the land of water. On the way, the chubby Uchiha Yan reported to Uchiha Tajima in a low voice. Uchiha Yan's seemingly clumsy body was able to keep up with the powerful Uchiha Tajima, and was not at all inferior. That group of lunatics? They actually took such a long detour to attack us. Recalling the information of the Kagaya clan, Uchiha Tajima asked a soul-searching question. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It won't be too late to interrogate them after defeating them. Uchiha Tajima was not worried about losing. Although he didn't want to admit it, there was only one Senju in the world who could rival their clan for thousands of years. The Uchiha clan led by Uchiha Tajima collided head-on with the Kagaya clan, and the battlefield of hundreds of people was instantly filled with smoke. The Uchiha clan, who were proficient in fire escape and illusion, were not bad at physical skills. It was just that the other two were too good, so the physical skills were not so outstanding. For a while, the battlefield was full of flames and blood. The crazy Kagaya clan relied on the life-for-life fighting method to barely drag the rhythm of the battle. Uchiha Tajima, who looked at the Kagaya clan who were determined to exchange injuries for injuries, suddenly felt something was wrong. "Elder Yan, have you seen the opponent's strong man?" In such a large-scale attack, the Kagaya clan did not send out the top combat force, but only some cannon fodder struggling here. It seems not. Enemies of this level should not be able to break into our hinterlands so easily. Uchiha Yan, who is good at fighting, also found that the opponent's situation was not right. Not good. They too seemed to have thought of something, their faces changed drastically, and they turned their heads to look at the clan land in the distance. The next second, a blazing fire rose in the quiet clan land, shining on Uchiha Tajima's face in the distance, making him look particularly fierce. Not long ago, when Uchiha Tajima led the elite to fight against the Kagaya clan, dozens of black shadows quietly lurked in from the other side of the clan land. The leader was the square-faced Kagaya Sosuke, and the man standing next to him was Kagaya Takiya, a hybrid of their clan and the Hyaga clan. Ha ha ha, it was so easy to sneak in. Kagaya Sosuke excitedly looked at the unattended gate in front of him, laughing wildly, and turned to look at Kagaya Takiya beside him. "Takiya, you have made great contributions this time. I will report to the clan leader when I go back and ask for a reward for your contribution." "Thank you, elder." As a hybrid, Kagaya Takiya was often discriminated against in the clan. If he hadn't awakened the mutant Byakugan bloodline, he would have become a slave of the pure-blooded Kagaya clan. This attack relied on his Byakugan to bypass multiple sentries, and these contributions were enough for him to gain a foothold in the clan. "Why did you arrive so late?" The mysterious man appeared quietly from the darkness again, as if he had been waiting for a long time. "Humph, don't waste time, tell us the secret locations of the Uchiha clan and the hiding places of important people." Seeing the mysterious man who was meeting, Kagaya Sosuke urged without hesitation. The mysterious man took out a simple map with several places marked with red crosses. After throwing the map to Kagaya Sosuke, the mysterious man said faintly, "I hope you can hurry up. I can't wait to see Uchiha Tajima's painful expression." Kagaya Sosuke opened the map. The places marked with red crosses were mostly important places such as granaries, arsenals, material warehouses, and research institutes, but the largest one among the red crosses was marked as the clan leader's mansion. "Ha ha ha, I really don't know what Uchiha Tajima did to you that made you hate him so much." Seeing the clan leader's mansion marked with emphasis, Kagaya Sosuke's bloodthirsty face was full of doubts. "It has nothing to do with you." The mysterious man lowered his head, said 4 words coldly, and then merged into the darkness without looking back. "Little guys, let's go, let's make a big fuss next." Kagaya Sosuke handed the map to Kagaya Takiya beside him, raised his arm and called, and led dozens of elite warriors under his command, rushing into the Uchiha clan's weakly defended territory like a wolf into a flock of sheep, starting their killing spree. The mysterious man standing in the dark took off his disguise, his eyes with a dim glow. Looking at the bloody storm brought by the Kagaya clan, the old Uchiha took out a jar full of liquid. In it was a pair of eyes emitting a faint red light, and Uchiha, who was stroking the glass, whispered, "Jin, I'll show you how the murderer got the punishment he deserved." On the other side, 2 thin figures ran on the quiet streets of the Uchiha clan, and the lights of thousands of houses were now dark. "Ah Yin, where are you taking me?" The girl, who was led by the boy all the way, asked in a daze. "To my uncle's house, it is absolutely safe there." Uchiha Yin knew that there must be guards guarding his uncle's house at the moment, and it should be the safest to place the girl there. While the two were talking, they came to a magnificent mansion. Before they could knock on the door, several dark shadows blocked the two of them like ghosts. The clan leader has ordered that no one is allowed to enter. The black-clothed Uchiha in the lead had red eyes and looked at them expressionlessly, with his lowered hands faintly pressing on the sword at his waist. "I am Uchiha Yin, you have seen me." The black-clothed man in front of him was one of his uncle's personal guards. Uchiha Yin was not familiar with him, but they had met several times. The clan leader has gone to the front line. The black-clothed Uchiha scanned Uchiha Yin with a scrutinizing eye and spoke. "Ah! They've already set off." Uchiha Jin patted his head in annoyance when he learned that his uncle had already gone to the battlefield, and then said, "Can my friend go in and take shelter?" As he said that, Uchiha Jin pushed the confused girl out. End of this chapter.